Chapter 1151, Buying Time. At the deep, terrifying cracks in the astral barrier, grayish-white fog suddenly began to spread. The fog quickly obscured the fissures, rendering them invisible and untouchable. It was as if they no longer existed. As a result, the astral barrier stabilized. The Lord of Mysteries where truth becomes falsehood, and falsehood becomes truth. This time, the outer deities beyond the barrier did not retreat. Instead, they intensified their oppression. Their brilliance grew brighter than before, especially the golden star, which rapidly expanded, first transforming into a blazing star with countless flames leaping from it, then into a genuine sun. It erupted with light that illuminated the entire astral world, revealing colossal, shadowy entities cloaked in darkness and terrifying forms shrouded by storms. Once again, the astral barrier emitted a cracking sound that transitioned from abstract to real. Lord of Mysteries Klein raised his hand to adjust the silk half-top hat on his head. His body dissolved into a dark vortex bristling with slick tentacles, which then merged into the invisible barrier. Clang! An ancient bell tolling across eras reverberated throughout the astral world and the spirit world that spanned the universe. The 8 differently colored stars froze in place, and their exploding light fractured into countless cones. The astral barrier was thoroughly stabilized. Klein then turned his gaze toward the Earth. In the world of ruins, except for the few areas under protection and some distant regions in the western continent, the spirit-body threads of all other living beings suddenly floated skyward, ascending into the astral world. These included clawed bird-like infant monstrosities, oak giants, herds of deer, and various animals, as well as creatures mutated into the brood hive's followers. The countless beings numbering in the tens or hundreds of billions shuddered and turned their bodies to gaze uniformly at the massive, stationary blood-red moon hanging in the air. The next second, these innumerable creatures writhed and transformed. Each one instantly morphed into a version of Klein Morty, complete with a silk half-top hat and black trench coat. Countless Klein Mortys surged toward the massive, blood-red, perfectly round moon from the sky, land, sea, and all directions. Near the dense fog surrounding the western continent, Umbella, who had grown into a young girl over less than a year and now stood 5 or 6 meters tall, burned with black flames that emanated destruction. Her eyes were vacant as she watched each Klein Morty pass by. Her body had already fragmented substantially, and her soul was near complete dissolution. All that remained was her confusion and sorrow. She couldn't understand why her mother wanted to kill her. At last, Umbella's remaining consciousness, spirit, spirituality, and shattered body were devoured by the fire of destruction, rapidly turning to ash. With her complete death, the mountain-like, nest-like protrusion on the surface of the blood-red moon let out a wail filled with hatred and resentment. "Child, my child!" The struggle intensified. As the Klein Mortys approached the densely concentrated world of the blood-red moonlight, they began to undergo transformations. Some withered rapidly, others' bellies swelled as their flesh and blood concentrated into offspring that were not marionettes. Others gained new life and consciousness, ceasing to be mere puppets and starting to resist the marionetist controlling them. The Klein Mortys turned on each other, engaging in fierce battles. Yet whether it was the marionette's offspring or those reborn, they soon became toys in the hands of the marionetist, entering a new cycle. Many marionettes attempted to use various abilities, but the majority of these powers betrayed their original owners, instead destroying them. The situation reached a stalemate as numerous inexplicable phenomena unfolded in the region. The true body of Klein, unable to leave the astral barrier, never expected to defeat or seriously wound the mother goddess of depravity using marionettes or parasitic methods. He simply aimed to scatter her focus, forcing her to divert significant attention to fend off the relentless, unending assaults. His true goal was to delay her complete fusion with the brood hive. "Even if I can't defeat you, can't I at least make you miserable?" Within the protected zone, Backland, at the home of the magician Fours and Judgment Zeo. After hearing Franca's account, the magician Fours exhaled slowly and said, "So that's what happened. No wonder I had a bad feeling." Due to the isolation of the protected zone and the extremely high level of the current events, neither she nor Judgment Zio had managed to understand what was happening in time. All their attempts at divination had failed. Before anyone else could speak, Fors looked around the room and solemnly said, "Everyone, prepare yourselves." Her plan was to relocate the humans in her sphere to the edge of the universe, to a still habitable planet that hadn't yet been discovered by the outer deities. She had already gathered the Abrahams into a nearby neighborhood. Franca opened her mouth as if to say something but held back. Anthony remained silent, seemingly deep in thought. Seeing the tense atmosphere, Madame Magician smiled slightly and turned to Ludwig. "Your godfather probably wanted to feed you the danger of the third layer of the box of the Great Old Ones, but I'm not sure if there's still time for that." Before she could finish, she suddenly froze, turning her head toward the window and gazing at the crimson moon in the night sky. Franca, Ludwig, and Zio quickly followed suit. "Mr. Fool has become the true Lord of Mysteries." As an archangel of the door pathway, the magician was the first to sense this. She was both surprised and puzzled, but these emotions were overshadowed by an overwhelming sense of relief and security. When did Mr. Fool fully awaken? Judgment Zio began to recall the circumstances of the last 2 tarot gatherings. Mr. Fool has truly awakened and become the Lord of Mysteries. Franca felt a moment of elation before realizing why Lumion had been so unhurried earlier. Not long after, once things had stabilized and the magician Fors finally retrieved related information from the spirit world and stars, she exhaled in relief and said, "Although Earth Mother has fallen." She glanced at Anthony, sealing his hearing just as Franca had done when explaining the mother goddess of depravity's impending fusion with the brood hive. Only after completing this did the magician continue. But the mother goddess of depravity's progress in accommodating the brood hive has also been delayed. Mr. Fool has timely ascended as the Lord of Mysteries and stabilized the astral barrier. She paused, then looked at Franca and Ludwig. Of course, the danger isn't over yet. If Lumion can't accommodate the city of Calamity before the mother goddess of depravity fully fuses with the brood hive, and if he can't cooperate with Mr. Fool to seriously wound her and drive her out of the barrier after becoming the origins of disaster, we'll still have to evacuate. Franca first responded solemnly, then forced a smile. "At least there's still hope. That's better than no hope at all." "Indeed." Madame Magician nodded in agreement, then released Anthony from his seal and briefly explained the situation in terms he could understand. After finishing, she sighed and said, "Tonight is destined to be long." Meanwhile, the Rorsted Archipelago, in the city of Generosity, Bayam. The Blue Avenger docked at the harbor. Mr. Hanged Man Alger, wearing a captain's coat, stepped off the deck and descended toward the port, embraced by the wind. Under the crimson moonlight, his shadow stretched long and indistinct, as if he had 3 heads. Lone Kingdom, Cathedral of Serenity, in a certain room. Mr. Star Leonard emerged from the darkness, wearing a white shirt under a dark trench coat. He approached a table, picked up the red gloves placed before him, and slowly, methodically, slipped them on. He then glanced around, his figure vanishing inch by inch as if erased by an invisible hand. Mission: protect a region containing multiple spheres. Destination: Tingen City, Awa County. Above the gray fog, within the majestic palace. When Mr. Fool left for the astral world, Lumion turned his gaze toward the charred fragments of trees left after the gift of the land shattered, and the brown mist rising and coalescing. Above them, this mist corresponded to the powers of the desolate matriarch's boon. Lumion reached out and grabbed, causing the brown mist to condense into a mass of soil, sprouting grass, grains, and vines. "Deliver this to Madame Justice," Lumion said, tossing the soil to Zetis beside him. After the strike of the Sword of Destruction, Umbella's remaining consciousness and spirituality within the gift of the land had been completely annihilated, leaving behind no trace. The boon power, now detached from the corpse, became purified, containing only faint remnants of the brood hive's consciousness and spirituality, unlinked to Umbella's mystical connections. In essence, this massive brown soil was akin to Beyonder items like the Circle of Binding or Fallen Mercury. It no longer bore ties to Umbella's past, but could no longer reliably connect with the brood hive for power, making each use of its abilities finite. As he spoke, Lumion departed from above the gray fog with Zetus, returning to the villa. Where he resided, Nabordisley was already waiting there. "You've finally returned," said Nabordisley, his ice-blue eyes betraying a visible sigh of relief. As Zetus vanished with the brown soil in hand, Lumion smiled at Nabordisley and said, "Let's begin. This is the final chance." With that, Lumion settled into an armchair in the living room. Nabordisley gave him a look, sat on the long sofa opposite him, and smiled in reply, "Better." "Then no chance at all." Before the words had fully left his lips, his body suddenly dissolved into a pool of black liquid, a manifestation of all malice, desire, and evil intent. The black liquid, both real and illusory, quickly flowed toward Lumion, directly infiltrating my mind and spirit without implanting a spiritual brand. "Hath," Lumion raised an eyebrow, watching with a smile but offering no resistance. He allowed the foul, sinister liquid to seep into his body, spirit, and mind. Feeling the surge of malevolence within him, Lumion retrieved a candle from his divine kingdom, lit it, and placed it on the edge of the coffee table. He then leaned back against the sofa, closing his eyes. The faintly sweet aroma of gray amber began to spread. Chapter 1152, The Hawk Does Not Bow to the Sparrow. As the scent of gray amber candles wafted through the air, Lumion sat with his eyes closed, sensing the malice welling up deep within his mind. It was as though he had entered the mists of history, embodying Devil Monarch Farbody, indulging in wild, unrestrained acts, all while entering a cogitative state. Now, he no longer needed corpse wax candles to sense the city of Calamity. Through cogitation alone, he could achieve a deep communion with it. Soon, Lumion began to float. Before him appeared a mist tinged with an eerie black hue. This time, he didn't enter the Shanghai that Franca had described, nor did he see the trackless trams carrying heads with dangling spines or rickshaws dragging bloated women. Instead, what came into view was a stone well built of slabs and iron chains engraved with devilish faces. The law of Beyonder characteristics convergence. Now that I've become a dual pathway true god in the domain of Calamity, initiating the secret deed brings me directly to the core of the city of Calamity, to the place where the malevolent dragon is sealed. If not for the seal, I'd likely be facing the malevolent dragon directly. Lumion nodded in understanding. Wasting no time, he immersed himself in the mirror-like surface of the crimson well water. He traversed through familiar scenes he had previously explored and arrived at the gray-white plaza where he had once encountered the mirrored Alistitutor. Outside the invisible barrier, he saw the massive black shadow occupying the bottom of the blood-colored sea, spanning the size of an entire metropolis. He stopped in his tracks. At the same time, outside the wooden tower binding the malevolent dragon, a figure materialized out of thin air, composed of countless ethereal, transparent entities. Draped in a blue robe and crowned with a traditional high headdress, this figure held a horsetail whisk. His face was as flawless as jade but gaunt. The celestial master of the current generation. Now that the mother goddess of depravity had captured the brood hive and begun fusing with it, he no longer needed to maintain the grayish-white fog. Beside him, two other figures gradually came into focus. One was clad in yellow monastic robes wrapped in a red cassia. His head bore tonsure scars, and his round face was adorned with a long white beard that reached his chest. He wore a perpetual, kind smile. The other was draped in a dark robe adorned with strange patterns. His face was ashen and bloodless, with eyes so black they seemed to swallow all light. The first was the manifestation of Buddha, a holy monk acknowledged by all sects of the monastic community. The second was the underworld Taoist, head of the Hayali lineage. Ever since he had entered the river of eternal darkness to suppress the remnants of the Blood Emperor's soul, he had been as good as dead. His consciousness only partially merged into the river, allowing him to act briefly, but preventing him from returning to the living world. This fate mirrored those of his predecessors and successors in the Hayali lineage. "Your efforts are much appreciated," said the Celestial Master, placing one hand on his chest and nodding slightly. Before his words had fully settled, a shadow emerged from the depths of the dragon-sealing tower. Darkness condensed into a human form. The figure wore a voluminous black robe, with long, flowing hair streaked with white. His gaunt face bore a smile as he stepped forward. "How could you leave me out of this?" The Celestial Master did not respond, as a sudden light illuminated the sky. All four present figures raised their heads simultaneously. Through layers of white clouds, they saw a faintly discernible door. At the door stood an immense figure, crowned with the high headdress of an emperor, its face concealed by overlapping beaded veils. Without speaking further, the Celestial Master approached the stone tablet in front of the wooden tower and pressed his hand against it. In the next second, the iron chains within the ancient well began to retract, producing metallic clanging sounds. This caused the crimson well water to ripple and lose its mirror-like quality. Standing on the gray-white plaza, Lumion immediately sensed that the barrier separating the blood-colored sea from this mirror world had loosened, leaving exploitable cracks. As the ruler of the mirror world, Lumion dematerialized without hesitation, passing through the opening and returning to reality. The blood-colored sea surged around him, corroding his soul and attempting to merge with him. Lumion felt the malice buried deep within his heart gush forth as viscous black liquid, separating from his mind and spirit. These streams of black liquid stealthily dispersed into the surroundings of the blood-colored sea, neutralizing the dark specks suspended within it. Unconcerned with Devil Monarch Farbody's actions, Lumion focused his gaze ahead, toward the immense black shadow he had previously glimpsed but could not clearly see. The shadow was unimaginably long, coiled like a serpent. Yet, even so, it occupied an area comparable to an entire tree. Its body seemed composed of two enormous pythons entwined together, one covered in deep, iron-black scales, the other smooth and pristine, like white jade. Where they touched, flesh and bone intertwined, forming one entity despite their dual appearance. Iron chains, engraved with demonic reliefs, pierced through this massive body repeatedly, extending toward the blood-colored sea above. Sensing Lumion's presence, the colossal creature slowly raised its heads. It had 3 heads. On the left, connected to the black-scaled body, was a head resembling a camel's, with antelope-like horns, cow-like ears, and iron-black eyes. Crimson fur covered its scalp. On the right, extending from the white jade serpent body, was the head of a human woman with black hair and brown eyes, breathtakingly beautiful, bearing a resemblance to Cheek. Or rather, Cheek bore a resemblance to it. The central head, however, was a swirling amalgamation of liquid, encompassing all colors and possibilities. At its facial features, eyes, nose, ears, and mouth holes had been drilled, 1 or 2 in each location. This central head separated the other 2, preventing them from merging, ensuring their independent existence. Below it, an invisible substance formed a neck that both supported the head and rooted it into the entwined serpentine bodies. "You also have 3 heads," Lumion chuckled. Then he mockingly jeered at Adam in his mind. "Your plan failed in the final step." Had Alistair and Cheek not stumbled upon the right conditions by chance, this experiment of yours would have ended in failure. The phrase, yin contains yang contains yin, the union of yin and yang gives rise to everything, was indeed correct, and the only method, but only up until the final step. But in this state, attempting to accommodate the city of Calamity would inevitably lead to disaster. The phrase, the union of yin and yang gives rise to everything, itself hinted at its conclusion. What did everything begin with? It began with the original creator creating this world. The union of yin and yang signifies a return to the origin, heralding the rebirth of all things. Of course, what would return wouldn't be the complete original creator, but rather a mirrored original creator, stable enough to avoid immediately destroying and rebooting the universe. In the first epoch, the first Sephira accommodated by the primordial god Almighty was the city of Calamity. Beyond his deep desire for it, he likely foresaw its dangers. By intervening personally and using the chaotic head as a barrier, he prevented yin and yang from fully merging, halting there. Integration. Everything was threefold, giving birth to all things. Only then could it be stable. With his 3 heads and 6 faces, Lumion gazed at the similarly 3-headed malevolent dragon, laughing wildly. Inside the wooden tower, the celestial master, the holy monk, the Hayali lineage's underworld Taoist, and the self-proclaimed master of the Shadow Cottage each sat cross-legged at one of the dragon ceiling Well's corners. Underneath the celestial master appeared a desolate wilderness. Behind the holy monk, pristine, transcendent halo emerged. Before the Hayali sect master, a straight, broad, dark river flowed out of the void and into the ancient well. Seeing this, the master of the Shadow Cottage laughed uproariously, summoning a faintly discernible, shadowy black world to descend upon the scene. At the wooden tower's apex, a light tinged with blue and white poured down directly onto the dragon ceiling well. Clanging sounds echoed as faint light glimmered on the chains embedded in the ancient well's walls, shaking violently. The battle between Lumion and the malevolent dragon, or rather, Lumion's effort to accommodate the city of Calamity, was something the high-ranking figures like the Celestial Master could not directly intervene in. They could only use the pre-existing seals to restrict and weaken the malevolent dragon. At the bottom of the blood-colored sea, the malevolent dragon's 6 eyes fixed on Lumion, and an overwhelming pressure descended upon the world. Lumion, holding on to the idea that, if I can persuade it, I can save a lot of time, and there's nothing to lose by trying, smiled and instigate the malevolent dragon. I know you desire war, destruction, the conquest of all things, and to send those who refuse to submit into chaos. If you're willing to merge with my body, I will lead you into the highest realms of warfare, where those so-called great existences will either bow before you or be destroyed by you. As Lumion spoke, Cheek's face turned forward, eager to add something, to instigate a few words herself. Unfortunately, she couldn't speak. The malevolent dragon stared at Lumion for several seconds, and then the 2 side heads spoke simultaneously. One voice was masculine and powerful, the other was soft and alluring. The 2 overlapped, resonating throughout the surroundings. The hawk does not bow to the sparrow, and a true dragon does not obey the wild dog. If you wish to claim all this, then come and defeat me, kill me. Hearing these words, Lumion suddenly felt a surge of excitement. So did the face of Alista. Tudor, whose eyes turned iron black, filled with fervent intensity. Lumion immediately raised his right hand and removed the dark gold mask from the central face on his left shoulder, revealing the visage formed of the chaotic vortex. He laughed loudly and declared, "Then let us fight." In the world of ruins, above the grayish-white fog outside the western continent, the blood-red moon continued to fend off the marionettes controlled by Klein, while simultaneously suppressing the brood hive with relentless fury. Suddenly, from deep within the blood-red moon, where the physical core might reside, came a strange sound. Thump, thump, thump. It sounded like the heartbeat of a fetus within its mother's womb. Before the fetus had even been born, its heartbeat pierced through its mother's body, echoing across every place illuminated by the blood-red moonlight. Chapter 1153, The Shoulders of Giants. Thump, thump. As the heartbeat intensified, the towering, 10,000-meter-high brood hive hesitated in its struggle. It seemed to be drawn by an inexplicable force or subjected to an irresistible power. Its fusion with the blood-red moon accelerated once again. However, the heartbeat emanating from the depths of the moon did not last long. It soon subsided, as if even the moon's body rejected its continuation, unwilling to let the pulsations grow stronger. It was as though allowing it to persist might bring about an unknown problem, one so severe that the moon itself was reluctant to face it. After the brief resonance of the infant's heartbeat, the brood hive's resistance faltered. Though it still struggled and held its ground, its efforts were no longer as fervent as before. It was akin to a battlefield charge, once full of hope, being thwarted, leading to a drop in morale. Under such circumstances, failure seemed inevitable in the near future. At the bottom of the blood-colored sea, Lumion removed the dark golden mask, revealing the chaotic vortex face beneath. At that moment, the left head of the malevolent dragon let out a terrifying roar. The roar reverberated through Lumien's mind, causing an overwhelming buzzing that briefly scattered his thoughts. Pain shot through all three of his necks, as if invisible hands were trying to wrench each head from his shoulders, spine and all. Of the three, the chaotic vortex head was the least affected. It turned to the front, stabilizing the body while continuing to gaze at the malevolent dragon. Accompanied by the roar, the malevolent dragon attempted to stretch its massive body and ascend to the upper reaches of the blood-colored sea. But metallic clanging echoed as black iron chains embedded in its flesh and soul strained against its movements. One after another, the demonic engravings on the chains transformed into colossal, tangible entities' manifestations of various demons. They desperately pulled on the chains, preventing the malevolent dragon from leaving its position. Some demons quickly succumbed to the malevolent dragon's power, submitting entirely. Others held on, stubbornly resisting the forces of conquest. Seeing the formation of demons faltering and on the verge of complete submission, a dark, colorless river flowed down the iron chains, revitalizing the struggling devils. It was like an emergency injection, causing them to return to their positions and heed the commands of their sealers. High-ranking figures of the death pathway wield significant control and suppression over their lesser counterparts. The River of Eternal Darkness, a force even higher in rank than death itself, amplified this effect. When the malevolent dragon was first sealed, the engravings of demons on the iron chains were chosen specifically for this purpose. Empowered by the River of Eternal Darkness and controlled by the Hayali Sex Sect Master, these demons could partially resist the dragon's powers of conquest and charm. This ensured that the demons would not immediately capitulate in the dragon's struggle, buying time for reinforcements to arrive and activate subsequent layers of containment. Amidst the piercing sounds of strained metal, the malevolent dragon managed to extend only part of its body. It could not ascend higher in the blood-colored sea and remained trapped in place. This was one of the reasons Klein believed Lumien had a chance to merge with the city of Calamity before the mother goddess of depravity completed her fusion with the brood hive. Lumien wasn't facing a fully intact malevolent dragon or the city of Calamity at its peak. Instead, he confronted a target that had been sealed through a monumental effort, one that cost countless heroes their lives. The current malevolent dragon was shackled, unable to leave its position or create mirror substitutions or slumbering mirrors. It was akin to a living target. If Lumien couldn't defeat, subdue, kill, or merge with such a restrained dragon in a short time, he was fundamentally unworthy of the task. The cultivators of the Western continent had paved the way for him, sacrificing generations to remove half the obstacles to the finish line. Lumien stood on the shoulders of giants, supported by the wisdom and sacrifices of Western civilization's sages. This was a relay passed down through countless generations, and Lumien was merely the final runner. Many of the demonic entities engraved on the dragon-sealing chains were once cultivators who voluntarily transformed themselves to bind the dragon. They willingly accepted eternal torment, choosing to descend into demonic hell to ensure the dragon remained imprisoned. Today, they would finally see the decisive battle. The malevolent dragon would be slain, and they would be liberated. Success doesn't have to be achieved by me, but I must contribute to its achievement. The demons on the iron-black chains, their faces twisted and their claws bared, remained steadfast. The majority stood resolutely at their posts, refusing to retreat, vowing to resist to the death. They pulled on the chains with all their might, firmly restricting the dragon's movements and creating opportunities for Lumien's attacks. Earlier, Lumien had attempted to instigate the dragon not only to save time, but also to leverage the Eye of Calamity to identify the malevolent dragon's weaknesses and the tributary of fate leading to its death. But the malevolent dragon had no fatal weaknesses. There was no tributary in fate leading to its true demise. Its only vulnerabilities were the chains and the demons that forcefully created limitations. These were not deadly flaws, they merely restricted its actions and diminished its power. Thus, Lumien removed the dark golden mask. He intended to use the chaotic vortex face to draw upon the White Tower pathway's omniscient eye ability. This time, he wasn't searching for weaknesses or death. He was searching for problems. The vortex on the chaotic face at the center of his left shoulder began to spin. Deep within the vortex, an eye seemed to open, illuminating the entwined dual dragon bodies and their 3 heads. In an instant, Lumion saw the problem. A scene suddenly appeared in his mind. Under a specific psychic storm, intangible shadows that didn't belong to the dragon yet bore its aura were stripped away. These shadows included a general seated alone in a tent, a beautiful dancer performing under the general's gaze, a conqueror standing before a massive mound of skulls, a concubine gracefully dancing in his palm, an emperor ascending a sacrificial altar alone, and a favored consort smiling at the sight of beacon fires rising in the distance. These shadows represented successive generations of high-ranking figures who had aligned themselves with the city of Calamity. They were a jumble of influences that had imparted some degree of consciousness, thoughts, and inclinations to the malevolent dragon. Lumion envisioned using psychic authority and a specific mental plague to temporarily strip away these external consciousnesses, rejecting them to the edges of the dragon's being. This would return the malevolent dragon to its most primal and authentic form. As such, the malevolent dragon would become a pure symbol of calamity, a walking embodiment of destruction, incapable of controlling its own instincts. This created exploitable vulnerabilities. As the scene took shape in Lumion's mind, the malevolent dragon, which was straining against the chains, suddenly stiffened. One by one, intangible shadows separated from its body. The dragon's left head, with its iron-black eyes, was instantly tinged with blood red. The expression on the right, the beautiful woman's head, turned mad. Even the central, chaotic head began spewing all-encompassing colors from its drilled apertures. The declared future from a visionary was unfolding. The blood-colored sea quaked violently the very next second. An indescribable aura of destruction and madness descended upon the scene. The demons on the chains trembled uncontrollably, while Lumion's right and central heads were forced to bow. The malevolent dragon's white-bodied head, with its crazed blue eyes, swiftly reflected Lumion's body within its gaze. It perceived his fragile balance and the point of calamities. Detonation. Without hesitation, the dragon lunged forward. In its eyes, Lumion's body began to collapse. From within, exploding into chaos. Catastrophe descended. This was a strike against Lumion's greatest vulnerability, his precarious balance. For the now instinct-driven malevolent dragon, what would happen to Lumion in the event of such a collapse didn't matter. Its sole desire was destruction, the return of all things to chaos. Lumion's figure shattered abruptly, voluntarily turning into a mirror. Yet, even with his preemptive use of a mirror substitution, the catastrophe traveled through. The connection between the avatar and his true body, spreading to him. This was the nature of the city of Calamity. As long as a connection existed, it could curse, affect, and spread catastrophe. Lumion's half-female, half-male body shimmered in one corner of the blood-colored sea. Both sides of his form began writhing as though they intended to devour each other. Meanwhile, the central head lost its connection and control over the heads on the right and left. Within Lumion, the uniqueness of the primordial demoness, the uniqueness of the Red Priest, and the demoness of Apocalypse Beyonder characteristics and Conqueror erupted into violent conflict. Each sought to end the current equilibrium and dominate the whole. Illusory, cracking noises echoed as the invisible connections within Lumion, linking his various traits, were forcibly severed by the catastrophe. However, this did not cause Lumion's body to collapse catastrophically. Instead, it shattered. The protections maintaining his balance. Grafting. That protection was grafting. Shortly after becoming a dual-pathway true god, Lumion had enlisted Mr. Fool's assistance to graft the uniqueness and Beyonder characteristics within him into a cohesive whole, stabilizing his existence in a peculiar manner. He had made similar preparations before facing the primordial demoness. Now, the grafting had shielded him from one catastrophic collapse of his balance, but it could only do so once. Beyond this, even the Lord of Mysteries Klein could no longer intervene. What transpired here? Lumien's 3 heads continued to spin, each turning toward different directions. Had he not spent the past month adjusting his state and further stabilizing his psyche, and Spirit Lumien, who had relied on grafting to escape the predicament, would still have taken the inevitable turn, albeit less catastrophic. As his 3 heads rotated, Lumien managed to barely regain control of Cheek's face. He raised one arm on his right side. Chapter 1154, Calamity of Destruction. As Lumien clenched one of the arms on his right side, the void before him collapsed entirely, meeting its apocalypse. It formed a vortex of chaos that contained all colors and possibilities. Just as an apocalypse was an ascendant form of catastrophe, chaos was an ascendant form of apocalypse. Catastrophe led to the collapse of an entire system. Apocalypse deepened that collapse into a total explosion of contradictions, entangling all into one. Chaos represented the singularity in a convergence, the conclusion after the total explosion. Thus, the chaos of the Chaos Demoness could not be applied directly to a stable and balanced target. A catastrophic collapse must first be created in the designated area, followed by the total explosion of contradictions to form a substantial vortex of chaos. Only then could it spread outward to affect the target. As soon as the vortex containing all colors appeared, it began spreading toward the malevolent dragon. It encountered an invisible barrier, unable to directly reach the dragon's massive body. This was part of the sealing mechanism. The malevolent dragon was incapable of creating catastrophes or launching attacks within the area it occupied or where the iron-black chains extended. Otherwise, it would have destroyed the sealing chains through self-inflicted damage long ago, returning to the sea. After all, as long as even a single flame of its being remained, it could rebuild its body. This limitation restricted both the malevolent dragon and Lumien. The vortex of chaos churned violently against the invisible barrier, pulling and shredding it in an attempt to consume it. Yet the barrier's power seemed endless, showing no signs of faltering in the short term. Around the dragon ceiling, high-ranking figures from the Western continent, such as the Celestial Master and the Holy Monk, successively unleashed their powers. Layer by layer, they decoupled the seal, creating a breach in the area where Lumien was attacking. The vortex of chaos quickly broke through the invisible barrier, extending toward the malevolent dragon's enormous body. On the surface of the chains binding that part of the dragon, the demon carvings, rather than showing anger as they faced the encroaching chaos, wore expressions of joy. They straightened their backs, lifted their heads high, and their terrifying visages of green faces, sharp fangs, bare bones, and oozing pus radiated pride and relief. The vortex, containing all possibilities, swept them in, quickly dissolving them into nothingness. The corresponding chains fractured and fell into the chaos. That section of the malevolent dragon's body was also torn apart. Deep red flames, iron-black bones, white spikes, and black fur all dissipated into the vortex of chaos. All 3 of its heads tilted back simultaneously, letting out agonized howls. The affected part of its body broke apart. Without the binding chains, it ignited prematurely with black flames that restrained madness, destruction, and chaos. The swathes of dark flames collided with the approaching chaos, plunging the blood-colored sea into instant darkness. Light, sound, and motion all ceased to exist. Both forces annihilated each other simultaneously. As Lumien prepared to capitalize on his strike, to unleash catastrophe, herald apocalypse, and initiate wave after wave of warfare, a surge of madness erupted from deep within his mind. The occasional state he was in ended prematurely. He lost control, he went mad. This was because the malevolent dragon was an incomplete origins of disaster. Unless it deliberately restrained itself, its corresponding symbols would inevitably influence the surrounding area. For Lumien, 2 latent calamities were most prominent: his fragile balance and the fact that he had already lost control and succumbed to madness, only temporarily lucid due to the Fool Klein's wish. The first had already been triggered earlier, and now, the second was inevitably manifesting as disaster. The central head on Lumien's body lost all reason. its expression twisted with madness. At the same time, the chaotic vortex face on his left shoulder suddenly developed two holes, as if organs had been forcibly gouged out at the positions of its eyes. This face took over his entire body. A virtual persona. It was the virtual persona from the visionary pathway. Over the past month, besides stabilizing his state and helping the Tarot Club members, as well as those he still cared about in the protected zones, Lumion had been contemplating potential challenges in his battle against the malevolent dragon. Thanks to the Fool Klein's awakening and accommodation of Sephra Castle, Lumion gained deeper understanding and mastery over symbols and their influences. He learned the nature of the origins of disaster, calamity of destruction, as well as their potential impacts on himself. To counter this, he had used the visionary's abilities to implant a virtual persona in himself. If his primary consciousness lost control and descended into madness, this temporary persona would immediately emerge, fusing with the chaotic vortex face to take over his body. The chaotic vortex face was chosen because only its status and rank could suppress the other faces and the uncontrollable madness of his primary consciousness. The virtual persona, a near-exact replica of Lumion but with subtle differences, barely restrained his frenzied instincts. At that moment, an endless black void appeared before him, along with a star larger and brighter than the sun. The star's core collapsed on a massive scale, releasing unparalleled light and heat. A sea of unimaginable brilliance surged forth, just seconds away from engulfing Lumion. The central head on Lumion's body burst into maniacal laughter. Is this also a damn calamity? At the border between the western continent and the fog sea, high above the grayish-white fog, the nest-like, 10,000-meter-high peak on the blood-red moon began to tremble, sinking inch by inch. The halted fusion resumed, though not at the same rapid pace as when the blood moon first rose. Among the countless manifestations of Klein surrounding the moonlit world, some were engaging in infighting, while others remotely influenced the mother goddess of depravity, albeit only causing interference. Somewhere in the ruins of the southern continent, within a concealed area protected by slight corruption transmitted by the Mother Tree of Desire through the chained god, the grotesque followers of the Mother Tree of Desire oozing pus, with misplaced facial features, or bearing animalistic traits like rabbit ears, skinny pig limbs, and sheep torsos, or writhing in agony under ceaseless curses, simultaneously received messages from Sua and Tyrie. Come to the altar. Ha ha ha, the mother goddess of depravity is about to succeed. After accommodating the brood hive, she will assist us according to her pact with the Lord, the primordial God Almighty. This is what we gained in exchange for the loss of the Tree of Shadow. Upon hearing the name Mother Goddess of Depravity, many of the followers underwent grotesque transformations, sprouting genitalia, staining blood red, or swelling as fetuses prepared to tear their way out. These Beyonders staggered toward the altar. Sua and Tyrie, in their madness, were indifferent to their states, or perhaps didn't even consider it. Confronted by the exploding sea of light, Lumion ignited. He transformed into an invisible, colorless flame before becoming pure light. In a sun-like state wreathed in fire, he met the raging, searing, terrifying sea of light. Lumion was absorbed into it. His outer flames extinguished and reignited repeatedly, while his inner luminous consciousness alternated between disintegration and cohesion. As the explosion neared its end, he morphed into a vortex of chaos, absorbing the surrounding light and heat to reconstruct his body. Relying on the chaotic vortex face's status, rank, abilities, and its affinity with light, Lumion barely survived this calamity. Yes, the calamity of destruction encompassed universal symbols, and a supernova explosion was undoubtedly one such calamity. Similarly, as the calamity of destruction represented a universal-level symbol, the scope of the city of calamity could be infinitely small or infinitely vast. Immediately after, Lumion transformed into light, and at the speed of light, raced toward the location of the malevolent dragon he sensed. At that moment, an indescribably deep darkness emerged in the adjacent starry sky. The darkness couldn't be directly seen or truly perceived. It was identifiable only through the distorted gases and the slow-spinning disc-like structure surrounding it. The light that Lumion had become bent uncontrollably toward the darkness, entering the rotating structure of diffuse material. This too was a calamity. A true calamity of destruction. Lumion realized he had only one path to survival, to quickly pass through the earlier breach and enter the malevolent dragon's territory. There, the malevolent dragon couldn't launch attacks or create calamities, otherwise it would have freed itself long ago. Amid the bending light, Lumion abruptly reverted to his fiery giant form. Clusters of his intangible flames flew toward the spinning disk's core, followed by the iron black bones that made up his frame. Seizing a fleeting opportunity, a vivid banner-like mark emerged on the forehead of the central head. He was invoking the sacrificial ability of the Red Priest, offering tribute to the malevolent dragon and pleading for its aid. In a normal state, the malevolent dragon would have ignored its enemy. But now, with the external consciousnesses and inclinations temporarily stripped from it, the malevolent dragon was a pure creature of instinct. Receiving sacrifices and providing its help was an ability etched into the Beyonder characteristics, authority, concepts, and symbols of the hunter pathway. The malevolent dragon would instinctively, uncontrollably respond to Lumion, even if it led to its own downfall. This was why Lumion had begun the battle, by forcing the dragon back to its godhood and instincts with the omniscient eye. As time slowed to a crawl, Lumion, now missing most of his body, received the malevolent dragon's response. "Ha-ha," his central head laughed maniacally. The darkness and its surrounding distortions dissipated in tandem. That individual for which it came was the same reason it vanished. Before the malevolent dragon could react, Lumion activated a contract mark on his body. Chapter 1155, Tao. Lumion's figure abruptly disappeared into the boundless cosmos, following the mystical connection established by the malevolent dragon's response to his offering, transporting himself to its domain. Surrounding him were layers of dense, overlapping colors and wailing souls. The spirit world. Unless entirely and specifically isolated, every place was connected to the spirit world and the astral world. This was one of the symbolic meanings of a pillar. However, waiting for Lumion was an overwhelming brilliance that swept away everything. It was as if two galaxies collided, tearing through the spirit world. Lumion did not linger in the spirit world. Before the exploding sea of light engulfed him, he transformed into an abstract symbol and concept, entering the astral world. An infinite flood of light, heat, and matter surged after him. Reaching out with both hands, Lumion created a door directly within the astral world, amidst a composition of symbols and concepts. A painted door, layered and intricate. The door was instantly opened, and Lumion's figure disappeared from the astral world. His eyes then beheld the entwined, colossal forms of the malevolent dragon. Finally, he had arrived at the domain where the dragon lay coiled, a place where it could not unleash calamities. He reached this location through a door. The contract seal he activated was not one from Zetus, as that form of transportation belonged to spirit world creatures and could not access the astral world or open a door. Instead, he used a newly acquired contract, Seal 1, obtained a month ago from and Sparrow. By its nature, the contracts of a contractee lost the ability to forcefully compel agreements or obligations once they reached higher levels of power without the qualitative enhancement provided by Inevitability. However, if both parties willingly agreed to and honored the contract, and the contractee's body and soul could bear the power transmitted by the other party, it remained effective. Such mystical connections, though, were fragile and could not sustain more than two uses, being easily disrupted. Before facing the primordial demoness, Lumion had ventured into the astral world, where he sought angel-level boons of true gods for his puppet soldiers. He had also signed a contract with and Sparrow, who wielded the door pathway's uniqueness, to prepare for situations where he couldn't rely on his puppet soldiers. In that prior battle, while the primordial demoness had indeed held back, so had Lumion, keeping some of his cards hidden. Earlier, Lumion waited until the sacrificial ritual took effect, and the malevolent dragon responded before activating the contract's seal that represented high-level power from the door pathway. This was to confuse the dragon with his persistence and journey, catching it in a moment of distraction so that it would not detect or disrupt the contract connection in time. Additionally, the ritual strengthened the mystical connection between Lumion and the dragon, ensuring he could locate it and reach his destination, despite the dragon's potent fog of war. The negative effects of signing a door-related uniqueness contract with and Sparrow originally manifested as frequently getting lost and encountering hostile, dangerous entities. However, after being fooled by the Fool Klein, the drawback changed to potentially getting lost and encountering hostile entities only while using the contract's abilities. In the current scenario, the most hostile and dangerous entity to Lumion was undoubtedly the malevolent dragon. Once Lumion opened the door to enter the sealed domain of the malevolent dragon, he immediately felt the calamities stemming from the dragon's influence subside. The power of the wish returned, and he once again entered his state of occasional lucidity. The malevolent dragon roared, emanating powerful conquest and charm, but despite its ferocity, it could not easily break free from the dragon-sealing chains and the countless demons holding it down. While relying on the chaotic vortex face on his left shoulder to resist the conquest and charm without yielding quickly, Lumion stood above the dragon within the blood-colored sea. He deactivated the virtual persona and turned his gaze toward the terrifying, grimacing demons on the dragon-sealing chains. Having learned from Mr. Fool about the origins of the chains and demons, Lumion's expression was filled with respect and admiration. Using a phrase he had deliberately learned from Franca in the Western continent's language, he addressed the demons, "Fellow Taoists, please aid me in ending this calamity." The terrifying, twisted demons suddenly froze. "Fellow Taoists," this ancient title, seemingly long lost to history, echoed in their ears. Their fierce expressions softened. On their green and white phantom-like faces, there was a look of reminiscence. Still straining to maintain their positions along the various nodes of the chains, ensuring that the malevolent dragon remained sealed and could only use abilities like conquest and charm within the domain, some of them extended their hands to straighten their crooked, tattered crowns. Others painstakingly tidied their rotting, flesh-exposing garments. Some lifted trembling hands to wipe the bloodstains from their faces. A gentleman must not lose his crown, even in death. The Hayali sex leader, standing beside the dragon-sealing well, also heard Lumion's words. As a high-ranking figure of the River of Eternal Darkness, he slightly relaxed his control and suppression over the demons. The demons raised their heads and looked upward, shouting to Lumion in unison, "Fellow Taoist, I shall aid you." These cries interwove and echoed, spreading in waves. With their permission, Lumion quickly incorporated them into his army, making them his teammates and soldiers to resist the dragon's forceful conquest and terrifying charm. One after another, the layered phantom images of the demons materialized behind Lumion. These were their mirror selves. The demons at the bottom of the blood-colored sea numbered in the tens of thousands, if not more. While maintaining the chains and the seal to prevent the dragon's escape, they awaited Lumion to lead their mirrored selves in a devastating attack against the dragon's true form. Lumion's 6 arms either ignited intangible flames, formed chaotic vortices, grasped soul-freezing black flames, held up an illusory red altar, carried a grayish-white aura, or raised a scorched bannerall, simultaneously unleashing attacks on the dragon's massive body. These 6 powers, belonging respectively to the Red Priest and the Primordial Demoness, intertwined to form a giant black flaming sword of destruction. The demons' mirror selves also launched their own attacks under Lumion's rank, especially those who had once belonged to the Hayali sect and its related factions. They obtained approval and blessings from the Hayali sect's leader outside the dragon's sealing well and the underworld Taoist within the River of Eternal Darkness, each borrowing a droplet of the colorless, dark river water. These droplets transformed into countless illusory arrows that filled the sky, flying toward Lumion's sword of destruction. Some were repelled by the Red Priest's team abilities, while others merged into it. What was the Tao? The Tao was generations of perseverance, capable of moving mountains. The Tao was a spark that could ignite a prairie fire. The Tao was struggling against the heavens with endless joy. The malevolent dragon roared, unable to unleash calamities or disasters within this domain. It could only rely on abilities like conquest and charm. It was restricted, and so was Lumion. The destruction Lumion unleashed remained confined to the mirror world, unable to reach reality. Meanwhile, the dragon's true form was not within the mirror. It was sealed and constrained. The demons who had borrowed the river of eternal darkness's water, both their mirrored selves and true forms, succumbed one after another to the erosion of the Sephira's power. Yet none showed pain. Their expressions were calm and serene, with smiles of expectation and hope. The remaining demons, seeing the black flaming sword of destruction draw ever closer to the dragon, also smiled. Come strike us. As more droplets of the river of eternal darkness merged, the giant flaming sword Lumion had created grew smaller and darker. Soon, it transformed into a sword of normal size, one that any human could wield. The sword, entirely dark, continued to contract as though compressing the concepts of time, space, creation, death, destruction, and renewal into a single point. As the mirrored attack neared the dragon's domain, the celestial master, holy monk, and others around the dragon ceiling well made their phenomena increasingly evident, merging them into the well. With a crash, the blood-red waters surged, breaking chain after chain. At the final moment, the high-ranking figures of the Western continent lifted the seal, allowing calamities and apocalypses to erupt in the dragon's domain. Lumion's attack pierced through the mirror world, entering reality and striking the malevolent dragon's heads. Behind him, the demons dissipated one by one due to the erosion of Sephira's power. In front of him, more demons crumbled under the force of destruction. Seeing this, a surge of intense emotion erupted in Lumion's heart. He shouted loudly, "Fight!" Fighting meant giving your all, pressing forward unyieldingly. Fight meant sacrificing with great ambition, daring to change the heavens and the earth. Fight! With this cry, Lumion drove the unstable, dark sword into the dragon's entwined necks. Immediately, a small, dark singularity formed there, tearing apart surrounding flesh, flames, steel, and bone, consuming all authority, concepts, and symbols. The malevolent dragon's entire body arched back, emitting a soundless howl. Then, along with the sealing chains and the demons, it was devoured by the singularity. The darkness destabilized, expanding into an explosion that released immense light and heat. One by one, all of Lumion's mirror substitutions shattered, and his body appeared outlined on the edge of the domain. He looked ahead, seeing only emptiness. Nothing remained. But at that moment, a frenzied, violent aura from the dragon began to pervade the void again. Its massive body was reforming. As a consciousness derived from the city of Calamity, its spirit was indestructible. Once its physical form was obliterated, it could soon be reborn from the city of Calamity. The Western continent's cultivators had not killed the dragon back when they could seal it in a domain where most of its powers and calamities were nullified. They had understood it was pointless. Seeing this, Lumion wasn't disappointed. He had been prepared. The second phase of the battle was about to begin, a pure clash of consciousness. Chapter 1156, The Battle of Consciousness. Taking advantage of the malevolent dragon's scattered consciousness and unformed spirit, Lumion, who had just engaged in battle using the ritual and the Fool Klein's reality-bending ability, rapidly expanded his figure, summoning his physical body from within the protected zone. Almost simultaneously, Klein in the astral world created an opening in the grayish-white fog that blanketed the Western continent. With the mother goddess of depravity fully accommodating the brood hive, even if the seal on the Western continent were completely lifted, she would not currently destroy the continent. However, her symbolic influence and natural power would still radiate outward, so Klein maintained the seal, merely opening a door that connected the interior to the outside for Lumion. Lumion, now three-headed and six-armed, shot out of the protected zone and teleported himself to the depths of the grayish-white fog, appearing above the dragon ceiling well. He dove in, arriving beside his consciousness and spirit. The two instantly overlapped. Lumion grew immensely large, his 3 heads gazing in different directions while all 6 arms were raised. Leaping out of the now unsealed dragon ceiling well, he hovered above the bustling metropolis. Stretching his hands downward, he pulled at something heavy from a distance. The people within the city suddenly felt the sky darken, and the ground trembled noticeably. An image of the city was forcibly extracted by Lumion from its physical form. Within this image, the citizens were grotesque. Some were reduced to a single head dragging a bloody, skeletal spine, others were well-dressed but headless, and some were swollen, their features obscured. This was originally intertwined with the actual metropolis, with secret doors and intersecting timelines connecting the two. The City of Calamity. Lumion's massive body sank abruptly, plunging into the extracted image of the city. The City of Calamity shrank rapidly and bizarrely, entering Lumion's body and swiftly moving toward his brow. Lumion intended to seize the moment, before the malevolent dragon's consciousness was fully reborn, to forcibly accommodate the City of Calamity and then confront and merge with it. The next second, the city's image froze at Lumion's brow. His consciousness and spirit were immediately drawn into it. He saw a staircase ascending to infinite heights, at the end of which lay a divine throne stained with dark red blood. On the steps, the dragon's body quickly took form, coiling to block his path forward. In the real world, deep within the blood-red full moon, the pounding heartbeat grew intense again. The nest-like peaks seemed to resonate, their sinking accelerating. The accommodation of the mother goddess of depravity with the brood hive progressed further, showing no signs of slowing. Within the grayish-white fog directly beneath the blood-red moon, the madames and ladies, under the core power of the mother goddess of depravity, stood one after another, turning their gaze toward their leader. This figure, a beautiful woman with a full moon-like face radiating maternal glory, spoke to her companions. "We must return to the embrace of the mother. She has mobilized more of the chaos primogenitor's power to accelerate her fusion with the brood hive. We must return to her embrace, restore her power, and help alleviate her burden." Seeing confusion on their faces, the woman added, "The chaos primogenitor is the original sin of the universe. Although merely sequence O of the Valley God pathway, it carries significant symbolism. That symbolism represents the nascent, original creator of the next universe. Nurturing it is one of the mother's most vital symbols, and a key reason she remains a pillar even after the brood hive separation. Even as a mother, she cannot overly wield its symbolic powers without risking instability or further complications." Understanding dawned on the ladies and madames, their expressions reflecting varying degrees of reverence born of the knowledge imparted. Together, they chanted in unison, "Praise be to you, Mother of all things. Praise be to you, eternal evil. Praise be to you, the true Great Mother Goddess." Amidst their praises, these bestowed and beyonders transformed into beams of red, black, or brown light, streaming one after another into the blood-red moon and merging with it. A hidden corner of the world of Ruin's South Continent. The bizarrely shaped Rose School of Thought Beyonders and Mother Tree of Desire followers flocked densely near an altar, their numbers overwhelming. Atop the yellow, pyramid-like altar, a figure wrapped in bandages, thorns, and roses hung motionlessly, appearing to bind all curses and desires, on the verge of erupting. Chained God Talsna. Following the vortex incident and the descent of the crimson moon, this deity had effectively perished. His body, consciousness, and spirit were entirely corrupted by the mother tree of desire, acting as her proxy. Now he would serve as the primary sacrifice for this ritual, forcibly opening a passage, with the mother goddess of depravity's aid allow the tree desire ascend within. The barrier. Of course, if the barrier shattered under the mother goddess's assault, it would simply return directly to the great existence, the mother tree of desire. When the sacrifices were ready, the thoughts of Sua and Tyrie radiated outward from in front of the chained god. The ritual. Begin the ritual. Within the consciousness space, corresponding to the city of Calamity. Seeing the malevolent dragon's body rapidly forming, the three-headed, six-armed Lumion suddenly disassembled. He split into 6 consciousnesses and 6 figures. These included his primary consciousness, Auror's consciousness, Jenna's consciousness, the dull and unresponsive chaotic vortex consciousness, primordial demoness Cheek's consciousness, and Blood Emperor Alistair Tudor's consciousness. Though not entirely fused, they had partially merged, cooperating, conflicting, or entangling to form a fragile balance while portions, corresponding to Umbella and Zetus, had fully integrated with Cheek and Tudor, becoming indistinguishable. In the real world, Lumion could not break this balance or separate these distinct consciousnesses. However, in this space, where they had a degree of independence, they could unite or divide. If Lumion succeeded in accommodating the city of Calamity, his consciousness would eventually form a unified whole indivisible, even under similar circumstances. This was the distinction between dual pathway true gods and great existences. The 6 consciousnesses coalesced instantly. Lumion pulled the statue-like chaotic vortex face consciousness, along with Auror's and Jenna's consciousnesses, a step back, disappearing from the dragon's impending attack. This left only primordial demoness Cheek and Blood Emperor Alistair Tudor in place. Cheek gazed deeply into the Blood Emperor's eyes, then fixated longingly on the dragon, as if saying, "Finally, this moment has come." Behind her appeared a figure clad in a black skeletal dress, the mirrored oldest one's feminine aspect. Similarly, behind Blood Emperor Alistair Tudor, the mirrored oldest one's masculine aspect emerged clad in white armor. In the real world, these figures were forbidden from meeting or merging. But in the consciousness space, Cheek and Tudor could briefly reunite, provided Lumion withdrew the chaotic vortex consciousness. This reunion could only occur once, as it would severely wound both Cheek and Tudor. Left unchecked, it could lead to the true birth of the mirrored oldest one's consciousness. Lumion was now gambling on this symbolism to counter the dragon's consciousness, seizing every moment. Instantly, the malevolent dragon's consciousness transformed the space into an infinite, dark cosmos filled with scattered calamities. Cheek and Tudor drew close, accompanied by their mirrored forms. The entire universe froze, all calamities losing their vitality, their light and heat. Extinguished, plunging into total silence. Then the most violent explosion erupted, massive amounts of matter scattered outward, forming stars, suns, seas, and various life forms. The malevolent dragon's consciousness dissolved in the prior freeze and was shattered amidst the current creation, reforming into disparate entities. Once again, it dissipated, reconstituting within the city of Calamity, where it would recover. Before long, the figures of Cheek and Tudor merged into a single sphere, twisting and writhing as they struggled to fully integrate. At this moment, a chaotic vortex face emerged from within, separating them into 4 positions: north, south, east, and west. Annihilation and creation became unstable. The next second, Lumion, Auror, and Jenna returned, towering as giants. They forcibly dragged the weakly reborn malevolent dragon's consciousness close to them. Under these circumstances, the chaotic head of the malevolent dragon and the chaotic vortex face became strongly attracted, exerting a powerful pull toward convergence. They originated from the same place, they were one to begin with. The chaotic vortex face and chaotic head merged, drawing each other to a central point to fully unite. This act separated Cheek and Tudor, including their mirrored forms. The instability of annihilation and creation ceased abruptly, having finally prevented the true birth of the mirrored original creator's consciousness. Lumion, Auror, and Jenna were forced to return to the body containing the chaotic vortex face. In doing so, they and the malevolent dragon were now inseparably close, breathing audible. Forms distinct. Neither could evade, neither could retreat. Chapter 1157, Special Symbolism. The malevolent dragon's camel-like head, adorned with antler-like horns and covered in blood-red fur, lunged past the chaotic head and violently collided with Lumion's face, devouring it. Lumion did not back down. He bit into the dragon's head, tearing at its eyes, nose, and cheeks. Iron-black scales began to protrude from Lumion's face and neck. This was a symbolic manifestation of the struggle and merging of consciousness. In such situations, creating calamities and causing severe disasters would inevitably lead to self-inflicted harm. The dragon's other head and its snake-like jade-white body entwined with the heads of Auror and Jenna. They both charmed and cursed one another, black flames embodying destruction and ferocity igniting and wrapping around them. Having disrupted the malevolent dragon's consciousness twice and forcibly merged before it could fully recover, Lumion had finally reached an equal footing with his opponent. But it still wasn't enough. The malevolent dragon's consciousness would not remain weakened forever. Amid their tearing and biting, Lumion clasped his two hands together, and a corresponding vision emerged in his mind. Fuzzy, ethereal figures returned to the malevolent dragon from all directions, reintegrating into the once unified consciousness. They were the consciousnesses of the City of Calamities, Tao integrators, that Lumion had previously separated. Because they had been separated, they had avoided destruction in the earlier battle. Now, Lumion used the power of a visionary to reintegrate these separated consciousnesses back into the malevolent dragon, reuniting them and throwing its consciousness into chaos. This stirred inclinations, emotions, and reactions within the dragon. Thump thump. The heartbeat deep within the blood-red full moon's chaos primogenitor continued to pound violently, causing the mountain-like brood hive to sink faster, now more than halfway submerged in crimson. Thump thump. The sound of the heartbeat resonated in a hidden corner of the world of ruins on the southern continent. Sua and Tyrie, conducting their ritual, seemed to have grown hearts of their own, their beats echoing the sound. They watched as Beyonders and Bestowed transformed into masses of flesh, merging into the chained god Talsna. The mummified figure wrapped in bandages, thorns, and roses rapidly sprouted into a tree of desire, extending toward the astral world. The time has come. The help from the mother goddess of depravity has arrived. Excited, Sua and Tyrie spread incomprehensible thoughts while merging into the tree atop the pyramid altar. For these fervent beings, returning to the mother's body was the highest honor. The tree of desire grew rapidly, seemingly about to touch the astral world's barrier and tear a large hole into it. Suddenly, it tilted and twisted, collapsing toward the symbols, concepts, and representations that formed Lord of Mysteries Klein. This happened because the help from the mother goddess of depravity had not arrived. Sua and Tyrie had been deceived, misjudging the timing. This was because they had been marked by Klein long ago. When Lumion confronted the primordial demoness, the entire tarot club had mobilized to assist. But hidden within that action was an unknown purpose unbeknownst even to the major arcana card holders. To lure out the evil god Angel Sua, Tyrie, and others who had been hiding using the powers of the Mother Tree of Desire and the Mother Goddess of Depravity. At the time, Sua and Tyrie had indeed escaped the entanglement of Angel of Time Palez, Angel of the Holy Spirit Rionette, and Ma'am Hermit Catlia. But unbeknownst to them, Klein, fully awakened as half a great old one, had silently followed, discovering the secret hiding place of the indulgence faction of the Rose School of Thought, other followers of the Mother Tree of Desire, and where chained god Talsna was. If not for the fact that the chained god had effectively perished, and his uniqueness had been deeply corrupted by the Mother Tree of Desire, which rendered purification impossible in the short term. As it would aid the Mother Tree of Desire, establish a new, firm mystical connection with the tenebrous world Sua and Tyrie would have long been parasitized and controlled, leaving them no chance of survival to this day. However, Klein had taken precautions. The moment this area had any anomalies, he could sense it and respond accordingly. Upon discovering that the Rose School of Thought was conducting a major ritual involving the uniqueness to open the astral world's barrier and create a passage, Klein had refrained from stopping them outright. Instead, he applied fooling and deceit, causing Sua and Tyrie to misjudge the timing and redirect the ritual's target toward himself instead of the Mother Tree of Desire. The next second, the tree extending into the astral world rapidly collapsed toward Lord of Mysteries Klein's location, instantly condensing into a bloody mass encapsulating the chained god's uniqueness. Klein immediately grafted this mass onto an area above the gray fog. Within the consciousness space, the malevolent dragon, destabilized by the returning Tao integrator's consciousnesses of the city of Calamity, grew bewildered. Its madness subsided, and it no longer purely followed instinct. Seizing the moment, Lumion activated another contract mark on his body, a new one. Acquired a month ago. His eyes turned dark, and the clothing manifesting from his consciousness billowed. The malevolent dragon froze as if it had forgotten it was devouring and merging with Lumion's 6 consciousnesses. Fooled. Using a contractee's power, Lumion had borrowed the fooling ability from the fool Klein. It could only be used twice. If the malevolent dragon had remained purely instinct-driven, fooling would not have been so effective. Deceit would have worked better. But Lumion had deliberately caused the city of Calamity's Tao integrators to return to the dragon's consciousness, blending seamlessly as a part of it. Since they were already fused with the dragon, its instincts harbored no resistance or rejection toward them. Taking advantage of the malevolent dragon being fooled, and its consciousness still in a weakened state, Lumion's 6 arms worked in pairs to grasp the dragon's iron-black body, its jade-white snake-like body, and the formless body supporting its chaotic head. Lumion's 5 faces twisted in unison. Manifesting as a colossal giant, he ripped the malevolent dragon's 3 bodies apart with an ear-splitting tear. Crimson flame-like blood sprayed everywhere, splattering onto the staircase ascending infinitely high. Lumion's central head opened wide and swallowed the dragon's iron-black body, including its head. 2 of his other arms pressed the malevolent dragon's jade-white body and beautiful head, forcefully shoving them between the closed eyes of Auror and Jenna. His chaotic vortex face then sucked in the majority of the malevolent dragon's chaotic head. The malevolent dragon resisted desperately, struggling against Lumion's merging attempt. It sought to create a calamity to destroy both Lumion and itself. If successful, while its now 3rd time-destroyed consciousness would enter a deep slumber within the city of Calamity, waiting centuries or more to reawaken or gradually revive, its enemy would also die completely and irreversibly. At this moment, as Lumion devoured the dragon, he smiled, his thoughts echoing within the malevolent dragon's spirit. It's useless. Even if I die, there's Medici and the city of Calamity's current cultivators. Once you're in a deep sleep, you won't be able to resist their accommodation. This was a lie. Neither Medici nor the current strongest cultivators of the city of Calamity were in a position to accommodate it anytime soon. But such a lie sufficed to deceive the dragon and its fooled state. The malevolent dragon hesitated. Lumion followed with another thought, smiling. I'm not the first sacrifice, nor will I be the last. You've seen my state. If you choose to merge with me, in a few minutes, when your consciousness fully recovers, I won't be able to maintain balance. You'll replace me. This was the truth. Boom! A thunderous heartbeat echoed from the depths of the blood-red moon's chaos. Primogenitor. Even with countless marionettes and avatars interfering, the mountain-shaped brood hive sank heavily, completely engulfed in crimson. This was the extremely special heartbeat of the Chaos Primogenitor about to be born. It was fundamentally different from earlier beats, symbolizing the Chaos Primogenitor's imminent entry into reality. This moment heralded the emergence of a new original creator, a being even the mother goddess of depravity could only summon once every major month or 2,160 years. Such a phenomenon could not be repeated without catastrophic consequences. If she borrowed this special symbolism for less than 2,160 years, the Chaos Primogenitor would truly descend into the real world, a consequence the mother goddess of depravity couldn't predict. All she knew was that it would be a devastating catastrophe for her. Detecting the crisis, she instinctively ignored everything else and prioritized fully merging with the brood hive. And afterward, even in a weakened state for centuries, she could still escape with the brood hive, even if she failed to seize anything else. Boom! With the echo of that heartbeat and the manifestation of the special symbolism, the invisible barrier of the astral world began to undergo ominous changes. The barrier, originating from the original creator, vanished entirely, disappearing into thin air as if its original master had recalled it. Even Lord of Mysteries Klein was powerless to stop it. The apocalypse had arrived. And it came in this way. At that moment, Klein performed two actions. First, he extended slimy, eldritch tentacles into the thin gray fog and pulled the astral barrier back from history, placing it in front of entities like the Circle of Inevitability and other great old dominators. Of course, the historical projection of the astral barrier lacked the oldest one's status much. Like the contradictions between historical projections and uniquenesses. Without the oldest one's status, this astral barrier could only hold for 2 or 3 seconds. Second, Klein grafted nearly all living beings and their corresponding environments from the Western continent into the protected zones. Chapter 1158, What Has Been Will Be Again. As soon as Klein completed these two actions, the blood-red full moon ascended into the sky. Immediately afterward, the crimson liquid enveloping the moon surged upward, coalescing into a colossal figure in an instant. This figure emitted an incredibly terrifying suction, drawing forth grayish-white fog from the infinite heights and revealing the crimson moon and the strange, brownish earth. It seemed as though these elements wished to return to their mother's embrace, but were held back by the gray fog. Similarly, the Beyonder characteristic of the beauty goddess within the protected zone broke free of its seal and approached the gray-white fog's edge. Law of Beyonder characteristics convergence. Although the mother goddess of depravity was considerably weakened after accommodating the brood hive, she could still utilize the law of Beyonder characteristics convergence to directly reclaim the uniqueness of the mother pathway, the uniqueness of the moon pathway, and the corresponding sequence 1 Beyonder characteristics, as long as there was no opposition on the same level. Taking advantage of the mother goddess of depravity's focus on reclaiming her possessions, Lord of Mysteries Klein lifted the seal over the entire Western continent, causing the grayish-white fog there to vanish abruptly. Now, only 5 Sephiroth Watchers, the Celestial Master, the Holy Monk, and 3 others remained on the Western continent. They did not fear the natural dispersal of the mother goddess of depravity's power or its accompanying symbolism. As Klein removed the Western continent seal, the 8 stars before him grew exceptionally massive, each eager to shatter the illusory barrier of historical fog and seize the Sephira and uniqueness they craved. This sight stirred a sense of despair and fear in both the god of steam and machinery, Stiano, and the god of knowledge and wisdom, Harabergen. They could tangibly feel the oppressive aura emanating from the great old dominators. At this moment, Klein's voice echoed within their minds, "There's still a chance." The gods instinctively turned to Klein and saw the Lord of Mysteries, cloaked in a black trench coat, gloved in dark leather, and holding a star-encrusted cane, surrounded by grayish-white fog. Carrying the weight of history, he stepped into the illusory barrier to confront the 8 great old dominators beings as vast as stars. The god of knowledge and wisdom, Harabergen, understood that Klein's "there's still a chance" was addressed to them and the archangels. After Klein had fully awakened and become the true Lord of Mysteries, Beyonders below Sequence 1 and ordinary humans were no longer in danger. If the situation became truly untenable, Klein could abandon the Sephiroth, uniquenesses, and Sequence 1 Beyonder characteristics, and lead the planet's entire population of normal races to a remote, habitable edge of the universe. In the absence of conflicts of interest or instinctual desires, no great old dominator would willingly oppose the Lord of Mysteries. But for gods like Harabergen and archangels outside the Mysteries pathway, escape was impossible. Even if they lowered their status, allowing avatars to flee, their avatars would likely be corrupted once their main bodies were devoured by the great old dominators. There would be no means of preservation. This was likely their last chance. Realizing the Lord of Mysteries could not hold off the 8 outer deities for long, Harabergen turned his gaze to the real world, toward the protected zones. A liquid of pure chaos, encompassing all colors and possibilities, had seeped out, coalescing into a massive cross. On this cross hung a figure, formed entirely of radiant light, with a head that retained a human shape, adorned with a thick, pale golden beard. A long shadow with 5 heads trailed behind him, while a golden sun quietly hovered behind his head. The figure opened his eyes, revealing a pair of clear, infant-like golden irises. He nodded toward the god of knowledge and wisdom Harabergen and lord of storms Leodero within the astral world. "Come, my kings of angels." Amidst the reverberating, layered voice, Harabergen and Leodero were momentarily dazed. It was as if they had returned to the past, following the light and hope. The god of knowledge and wisdom, Harabergen, flew out of the astral world, revealing his true form. It was a brass dragon the size of a city, capable of expanding even larger. The dragon's body resembled a soft, foldable tower of thick, illusory books, each bearing a brass eye. The closer one moved toward the dragon's head, the darker and more ominous the layers of books and eyes became. At the dragon's brow, a nearly black brass vertical eye opened, gazing at the cross and the figure upon it. The brass dragon suddenly ignited, enveloped in formless, colorless flames and quiet, eldritch black fire. Dragging his elongated body and blazing tail, the dragon hurtled toward the figure on the cross. At that moment, the god of knowledge and wisdom, Harabergen, chose self-destruction, merging with Grisha Adam. This was not an entirely good thing. It had its dire consequences. Grisha Adam was still battling the primordial god Almighty's will and was at a disadvantage, with no chance of becoming the omnipotent and omniscient one. In the short term, Harabergen's residual consciousness would help Grisha Adam resist the primordial god Almighty, forming a fragile new balance. This would allow Grisha Adam to better control the body and provide stronger protection for the protected zones after the great old dominators shattered the barrier, ensuring it remained untainted by the outer deity's power and corruption until Lord of Mysteries Klein seized the opportunity to transfer everyone during the chaos. In the long term, however, integrating the White Tower pathway's uniqueness at this moment would enhance the primordial god Almighty's will and spirit, accelerating his recovery, significantly disadvantaging Grisha Adam in their struggle. Within the protected zone, Harabergen, clad in a plain white robe threaded with brass threads, looked skyward and sighed deeply. In the astral world, the Lord of Storms, Leodero, appeared in human form, a stern middle-aged man clad in black armor and wielding a trident. He glanced at the western continent, illuminated by scarlet moonlight, its entry sealed, and snorted at the Evernight goddess, Ammonizes, and the god of steam and machinery, Stiano. "The storm will not destroy itself, nor will it surrender." Crackling sounds erupted as the King of the Skies, Emperor of the Seas, Lord of Calamity, and God of Storms transformed into layers of entangled ball lightning. He shot down from the astral world at near-light speed, straight toward the crimson moon and the colossal figure. The storm illuminated the skies, illuminating the entire world. Within the consciousness space. Boom! Lumion and the malevolent dragon both heard that peculiar heartbeat. With the former severely damaged, the dim cheek and tutor faces grew clear once more, and his central chaotic vortex face began to spin faster. Meanwhile, the dragon's 2 lateral heads instinctively sought to merge, but were blocked by Lumion's mouth and its own chaotic head. Now, taking advantage of the moment, Lumion, in his colossal form, forcibly swallowed the dragon's iron-black body whole. Under this influence, the beautiful head that had been trying to merge with its other half ceased, resisting, and fused with the faces of Auror and Jenna. This brought back the imprints of Auror's and Jenna's past selves left in the mirror, which swiftly repaired the corresponding fragments of their souls. Lumion fully accommodated the malevolent dragon. Immediately, he felt a torrent of madness, ferocity, and destructive intent rampaging within him. These were partially absorbed by the chaotic vortex face, partially drawn away by the lingering consciousness of the City of Calamity DAO integrators, and partially suppressed by the combined wills of Lumion, Auror, and Jenna. On both sides of Lumion's body, bulges began to form and writhe rapidly, each developing into a new body. These new bodies were connected to his original flesh, tightly adhered and partially fused. On the right was a purely female figure clad in a sacred white robe, her hands milky and ethereal. Her head featured Auror at the front and Jenna at the back, able to rotate freely in any direction, unrestrained by a neck. On the left was a half-male, half-female body, with a head composed of the cheek face, the chaotic vortex face, and Alice de Tudor's face. It wielded a charred banner in its hands. In the center was Lumion himself, adorned with long, blood-red hair and iron-black eyes. A prominent design of a true dragon from the Western continent was etched between his brows. Suppressing the madness and will of the malevolent dragon, Lumion turned his head to the right. Auror and Jenna's eyelashes quivered lightly before their eyes opened in unison, revealing. Smiled. Lumion exhaled suddenly, a mixture of relief, emotion, and regret in his mind as he communicated telepathically. It really is possible to resurrect, in this way. Unfortunately, it won't last more than a few minutes. Lumion meant that the balance within his body would not hold for more than a few minutes. This balance was predicated on the weakened state of the malevolent dragon's consciousness and will. Once the malevolent dragon recovered, the balance would inevitably collapse. The two types of uniqueness in his current body were closely linked to the mirrored original creator, counterbalanced by the chaotic vortex face corresponding to the primordial god Almighty. This trifecta of forces maintained a delicate equilibrium. Although Lumion, Auror, and Jenna's bodies had achieved corresponding status levels, and their wills had been sufficiently strengthened, they were only supported by two sequence 1 Beyonder characteristics each. In this situation, should the malevolent dragon's consciousness awaken, Lumion, Auror, and Jenna would have little means to resist, unless the primordial god Almighty actively sought resurrection within the chaotic vortex face, forming a larger and more stable framework. But alas, no such fortune would come to pass. This was the consequence of being forcibly driven and filled to reach this point. With her hair turned black, her eyes restored to deep brown, and her appearance and charm elevated to above the sequences, Auror listened to Lumion's sentiments. Her expression remained calm, and she smiled gently, her voice soft. When I died in Cordu village, I did feel wronged, angry, and resentful. But when you became a demoness of unaging and I began to sense everything around me, to perceive what was happening, I gradually came to terms with it. Death isn't always a bad thing. When I learned about the dragon lock and its story, and when I saw the actions of those souls just now, I found even greater peace. Our predecessors and forebears could sacrifice themselves, so can I. Death can be as light as a feather or as heavy as a mountain. I am willing to accept the destiny that awaits me and to act accordingly. The head rotated, and Jenna's increasingly radiant face turned to Lumion. With a smile, she said, "When I killed Hugues Artois, I thought, even if I die, I must avenge my mother and those victims. That bastard can't keep laughing. When I advanced to become a demoness of unaging, I thought, even if I die, I must save you. You still have unfulfilled wishes." Now, it brings to mind something Franca once joked about. Would you rather be a coward for a lifetime or a hero for 5 minutes? To die with you and Auror to save everyone, I think that's the most romantic thing in the world. As Lumion listened, his heart gradually calmed, his self-destructive tendencies easing. He lifted his head to gaze at the blood-stained throne high on the steps, his smile radiant as he said, "Then let's complete the final step of accommodation." In the real world, the mass of entangled lightning approached the blood-red moon and the colossal figure at near light speed. It tore through the void but quickly froze beside the crimson full moon. Each strand of its light was tainted scarlet, gaining new life as they detached and scattered. The terrifying lightning mass rapidly disintegrated. Its two brightest remnants were guided by Klein through grafting toward the cross above a protected zone. In the next moment, the explosion and shockwave from the lightning unfurled, erupting with a deafening roar. The natural light of the crimson moon shattered and dissipated, revealing breach. In the astral world, the Evernight goddess, Ammonizes, holding a golden bird-shaped ornament in her hands, stepped forward, leaving a single remark for the god of steam and machinery, Stiano. "It's our turn to stake our lives." The god of steam and machinery, Stiano, was about to follow when he suddenly sensed something and turned his gaze to the heights of the real world. A deep crimson meteor inexplicably appeared, dragging a long tail of flame as it plunged toward the blood-red moon and the colossal figure. The entire sky and world were engulfed in crimson fire. In the year 1360, as July faded to its final days, crimson rained from the heavens. Chapter 1159, Oath of the River Styx. As the crimson meteor descended, the entire world outside the protected zones erupted in flames. Across the cosmos, catastrophic disasters across various star systems momentarily froze before either intensifying or subsiding. Behind the great old dominators attacking the astral barrier, hand-drawn black holes and their accretion disks materialized. The energy seas, depicted like paintings, quickly receded, plunging into cold, deathly silence. Numerous calamities descended upon this place. These calamities were deliberately engineered by Lumion as symbolic manifestations triggered during his full accommodation of the city of Calamity, and his advancement to the origins of disaster, calamity of destruction. He harbored no illusions that these indiscriminate calamities could seriously harm the great old dominators. His sole aim was to sow chaos, giving Mr. Fool a brief respite. At that moment, the sound of plucked strings suddenly resonated. The black hole and its accretion disk, already like hand-drawn illustrations, grew thinner and smaller, losing their conceptual weight. The black hole, now a true painting, instinctively tore at the dimensions bearing it, attempting to absorb them within and alter the current state. A massive, terrifying mouth abruptly appeared, biting down on the canvas, carrying the black hole and devouring it whole. Multiple abstract stomachs emerged, expanding and contracting as they fiercely struggled against the undigested entities. Primordial hunger, the symbol of devouring and insatiable convergence, the cleanser of all things. Other outer deities also took measures to suppress the calamities erupting behind them. Meanwhile, the crimson meteor was swallowed by the muddy radiance emanating from the blood-red moon. The ocean of blood-stained light alternated between destruction and rebirth, gradually slowing the meteor's approach toward the colossal figure. However, beyond this sea of blood, everything else was set aflame by the crimson meteor. Even the moonlight that once illuminated the western continent was burned away, vanishing completely. Seizing this opportunity, taking advantage of the brief chaos among the great old dominators and the reduced pressure on the illusory barrier, the Lord of Mysteries, Klein, sent forth a projection of himself and turned his gaze toward the protected zones. Within the protected zone, Trier remained tranquil. On the terrace, Queen Mystic Bernadette had already taken out her crown adorned with dark gemstones, holding it in both hands. The crown abruptly flew into the air, leaving the protected zone and ascending into the skies over the western continent. Accompanying it were the brass-bound book descending from above the gray fog and two beams of light, one from behind the cross and the other from within the protected zone. In the blink of an eye, they arrived before the magnificent stone door standing amidst the clouds, falling into the hands of a towering figure crowned with an emperor's diadem and veiled by cascading tassels. The figure nodded toward the astral world before turning away, returning to the summit of the 33 heavens and seating himself on the throne of the celestial theurge. He immediately placed the crown adorned with dark gemstones atop his head, overlapping it with the emperor's crown. His hands clutched the brass-bound book tightly, while the two beams of light spiraled for a second before merging into his body. Within the protected zone, the disappearance of the Black Emperor's uniqueness prompted Queen Mystic Bernadette to let out a soft sigh. This had been one of Klein's true purposes when Lumion visited her with a prophecy as an excuse. Through the genie's description of the urgency of the situation and his suggestion to temporarily strengthen the nation of disorder, Queen Mystic Bernadette immediately understood Mr. Fool's intent. He intended to borrow the Black Emperor uniqueness. At that moment, Bernadette had already made her decision. Behind her, the figure of Empress Royale wearing a luxurious golden crown, materialized. With a complicated tone, she said, "As long as the order and rules he established remain, he can still be resurrected." Bernadette murmured to herself, "Can someone with the nation of disorder, with all its uniquenesses and beyonder characteristics, truly become a great old dominator?" No, the nation of disorder's consciousness is interwoven with too many external spirits. It's not a complete birth and remains chaotic. Even with all its components, it cannot undergo a fundamental transformation. It may take decades or centuries for a new, unified consciousness to emerge, enabling the shadow of order to truly manifest in reality. The only way to instantly elevate the nation of disorder to the level of a great old dominator is to unseal and release Genie. However, what Genie might do after escaping his seal is entirely unpredictable. For now, the Lord of Mysteries can only temporarily enhance the nation of disorder to a state close to that of a great old one, allowing it to play a role in the upcoming battle, Empress Royale explained plainly. She paused for a moment before adding, "Even if the nation of disorder births a new consciousness and becomes the shadow of order before his resurrection, with the Lord of Mysteries' help, he could still revive through the rules. However, he would only be able to reclaim 2 portions of the Prince of Abolition beyonder characteristics." Queen Mystic Bernadette turned to Empress Royale and fell silent for a moment before asking, "And what about you?" A look of contentment and solace appeared on Empress Royale's face. If the apocalypse passes, the mirror world should have a relatively normal ruler. By then, the reflection world within the mirror will no longer be dark. Following the Lord of Storms, Leodaro's suicidal attack, and the descent of the Calamity of Destruction, the mother goddess of depravity's blockade over the Western continent was completely broken. Evernight goddess Ammonizes, and the god of steam and machinery Stiano, seized the opportunity to descend from the astral world to the Dragon Lock Tower. The former wore a layered yet unadorned black classical gown, her face shrouded in a veil, ethereal and graceful. The latter appeared as a middle-aged man, seemingly composed of numerous depictions of civilizations, which finally coalesced into a man in his prime. Evernight goddess Ammonizes nodded at the sect master of the Hayali lineage, communicating telepathically. "Let us begin." The Hayali sect master closed his eyes, and a broad, dark, colorless river flowed out of the void, reaching the Evernight goddess. Within the illusory dark waters, figures dressed like the Hayali sect master appeared, floating and sinking. Among them, the most lucid was a figure wearing a rusty iron crown, with pale whiskers fluttering at his chinthy underworld Taoist. Evernight goddess Ammonizes pointed at the silently flowing river of eternal darkness and spoke with her mind. "Let the river of eternal darkness bear witness. I, Ammonizes, pledge to strengthen the Hayali lineage, ensuring all disciples achieve balance between internal and external cultivation and attain characteristics. Should I break this oath, I shall suffer a backlash from the Sephra, and I shall sink eternally to the river's depths." Having already reached an agreement, the underworld Taoist nodded slightly. He extended his pale right hand, with a texture like jade yet marred by cracks oozing yellow pus or sprouting white feathers, and placed it atop the Evernight goddess's head. "You shall be sect master." With these words, streams of radiance rose from the river of eternal darkness, weaving into complex, orderly symbols that entered Ammonizes' body. Ammonizes found herself standing in the broad, dark river, where the shadows and bones of past Hayali sect masters gnawed at her arms, back, and soul. Already in partial control of a tributary of the river of eternal darkness, Ammonizes remained calm, resisting the chaotic consciousness infused with the spirits of countless Tao integrators. The straight, illusory river flowed through her body and emerged from the other side. God of steam and machinery Stiano sat cross-legged before the celestial master. The latter's intent echoed in his mind. "You have 2 choices. First, acknowledge me as your master and join my sect. I will grant you the supreme clarity talisman and pass down the position of celestial master to you, allowing you to control what you call the knowledge more. However, this carries a risk." As the intent reverberated, silhouettes began to emerge in the moor behind the celestial master. They were dressed in feathered robes and high crowns, their faces either hideous or decayed, exuding intense malice. They are the celestial masters and accomplished cultivators of past generations. Under the influence of the unborn ancient mother, every celestial master, since the first celestial master's integration with the Tao, must possess corresponding bloodlines and complete cultivation. You lack these. Through the Supreme Clarity Talisman, I can help you accommodate the knowledge more in a short time. But afterward, you will face backlash. Whether you can endure and resolve the resentment of past celestial masters and accomplished cultivators, or avoid being drawn into the moor to become one of the wandering spirits, I do not know. The second choice is to acknowledge me as your master and join my sect. I will grant you the 3 caverns and 5 thunders talisman. After corresponding with fellow Taoist Zhou, I have improved the 3 sovereigns Calamity dispelling formation based on the experiences of predecessors. With this, you can join me as a true disciple in powering the formation. You will lend me your power, allowing me to integrate with the Tao briefly to combat the vile demons from beyond. In an instant, the celestial master's thoughts were fully understood by God of Steam and Machinery Stiano through the infusion of knowledge. In the same manner, Stiano conveyed his question. Can either method result in the emergence of a temporary Great Old One? The celestial master, holding his horsetail whisk, shook his head. Neither. We both still lack time. Unlike the new master of the Hayali lineage, you have not yet preemptively gained partial control of the Tao. These 2 choices can only bring us close to the Tao, not fully integrate into it. Knowing time was pressing, God of Steam and Machinery Stiano deliberated briefly before kneeling to give his answer. I am willing to acknowledge you as my master and become part of the formation. The celestial master seemed disappointed, as though his hoped-for liberation had not been achieved. He pressed his horsetail whisk against Stiano's shoulder. In the interest of urgency, we will simplify the rites to granting a title and talisman. From this day forth, your Tao name shall be True Blessing. Chapter 1160, Transforming Barbarians to Buddha. Within the solemn Buddhist land, adorned with glazed and amber decorations, countless Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, Arhats, and Wisdom Kings sat atop Mount Sumeru, attentively listening to the great Buddha whose golden body filled the space between heaven and earth, delivering profound teachings. In that moment, vibrant clouds illuminated the sky, flowers fell like rain, and golden lotuses blossomed from the ground. Suddenly, 2 silvery streaks of light flew in from the outer world, landing on either side of the great Buddha and transforming into distinct figures. To the left of the great Buddha's golden body appeared a boy of about 8 or 9 years old, dressed in a child's formal suit with a bow tie, his baby-fat face framed by medium-length silvery hair. To the right stood a young man, draped in a linen robe, his features soft and elegant, and his long silver hair flowing freely. These were none other than Will Ossipton, the angel of Mercury from the Church of the Fool, and our Roborose, the angel of fate from the Aurora Order. Will accommodated the uniqueness of the fate pathway and held a sequence 1 snake of Mercury Beyonder characteristic, while Ouroboros had 2 snake of Mercury Beyonder characteristics. As soon as Will Ossipton and Ouroboros appeared, the Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, Arhats, and Wisdom Kings who had been intently listening to the Buddha ancestors' teachings simultaneously turned their gazes upon them. Their expressions betrayed greed and yearning, as though all of them wished to draw near, sniff deeply, or take a bite. On either side of the great Buddha's face, 2 mouths suddenly split open, revealing gleaming, razor-sharp teeth. Clang! The sound of a bell echoed from infinite heights, and time froze for a second. The great Buddha regained a dignified and compassionate expression, and the hideous mouths on his face disappeared. Seizing this moment, the holy monk within the Dragon Lock Tower returned to the Buddhist kingdom. He glanced around, pressed his hands together, and softly recited, "Merciful Buddha." As his voice reverberated, the holy monk transitioned from corporeal to ethereal, taking a single step to merge with the great Buddha's golden body. The great Buddha glanced to the left and right, speaking in a calm yet majestic voice. I thank you both for your efforts. Seeing this, Will Ossipton quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Imitating the great Buddha's posture, he crossed his legs and sat down to the Buddha's left, sitting side by side. Ouroboros maintained a serene expression, as he also assumed a lotus position on the Buddha's right. Immediately afterward, the Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, Arhats, and Wisdom Kings below transformed into beams of various colored lights. They swiftly returned to the great Buddha's golden body, merging into one entity. All Buddhas converged to their origin. While everyone had a Buddha nature, there was only one Buddha in the world. Meanwhile, the master of the Shadow Cottage departed the Dragon Lock Tower, returning to the boundless, tenebrous world hidden deep beneath the earth. Here, another figure already laboriously, his ice-blue eyes piercing beneath the brim of his semi-tall hat. You're unwilling to accept this fate too, aren't you? The master of the Shadow Cottage said, smiling as he looked over. Would you be content if you were in my shoes? Laboriously retorted. Master of the Shadow Cottage shook his head. If they want to consume us, they'll have to pay a price. Fellow Taoist, we've known each other spiritually for a long time. How about collaborating this time? I came here precisely to cooperate. Laboriously's voice suddenly grew louder, as though he had returned to his Farbody era. Haha, the master of the Shadow Cottage laughed heartily, and together with Farbody, they stepped into the pitch-black, shadowy world without hesitation. In the real world, as Lumion, in the form of a crimson meteor, drew closer to the true body of the mother goddess of depravity, his progress became increasingly arduous. Finally, he saw the colossal figure clearly. It was as if countless birthing organs were haphazardly piled together, with swirling smoke and crimson moonlight intertwining to form an accretion disc-like extension that served as clothing. Yet this massive figure had a head resembling that of a human woman. Her features, facial structure, long brown hair, and crimson eyes were flawless, embodying the very concept of beauty. She was the symbol of beauty in the universe, radiating an unmistakable maternal brilliance. At that moment, even Lumion hesitated to strike. However, attracted by beauty, Cheek's face, Auror, and Jenna, driven by Lumion's will, used charm on the mother goddess of depravity, seemingly seeking to draw closer to her. As a result, the mother goddess of depravity did not immediately attack Lumion, who stood in a three-bodied, three-headed, six-armed form. Yet her symbolic nature continued to influence the surrounding area. As Lumion drew nearer, he quickly felt the effects of new life. The weakened consciousnesses within him began to experience a new life. Cheek's consciousness and Tudor's consciousness gained new life. The will of the primordial god Almighty gained new life. The divided consciousness of the mirrored original creator gained new life. Even the consciousness of the malevolent dragon gained new life. With the malevolent dragon's rapid recovery, the suppression exerted by Lumion, Auror, and Jenna's wills on her faltered. What had been a fragile balance capable of lasting several minutes seemed poised to collapse immediately under the effect of new life, with unforeseeable consequences. In the face of these changes, Lumion neither feared nor panicked. Instead, he seized the opportunity to break free from the allure of beauty. Smiling, he lifted his head to gaze at the astral world. Lord of Mysteries Klein, who was now guarding the astral world alone, withdrew the illusory barrier and turned toward the real world. Like a magician about to perform, he raised both hands. He did not immediately transfer humanity from the protected zones. Such an action would undoubtedly cause a significant commotion. While it would be simple for Klein to shield a few dozen or a few hundred people, and quietly move them to the edge of the universe without the Great Old Dominator's knowledge, the Great Old Dominators would not be fools to let the billions of surviving humans escape unnoticed. Of course, if there were only one or two Great Old Dominators outside the barrier, Klein might have had a way to briefly reduce them to fools. But now, 8 of them stood watch. During a previous Tarot Club meeting, the Magician Fours had speculated that a pillar could contend with 2 Great Old Ones. Jaemin Sparrow had remained non-committal at the time, still a proxy. Now fully awakened as the Lord of Mysteries, Klein's answer was, that judgment was both correct and incorrect. Correct, if confronted by great old dominators with specific symbols capable of countering the Lord of Mysteries' abilities, marionettes, parasites, blink, etc. In such cases, Klein could only rely on the unique symbolism of a pillar to contend with two at most. Incorrect in that, in the absence of such countermeasures, there was no fundamental difference between battling 2 or 8 great old ones. Among the great old dominators outside the barrier, several possessed symbolisms that countered Klein's abilities. Therefore, he dared not be overconfident. He intended to wait until the great old dominators rushed in impatiently after the barrier cracked and plunged the situation into chaos, allowing him to secretly evacuate the beings within the protected zones. At that moment, the great old dominators would be fixated on the Sephiroth and uniquenesses, disregarding everything else. Even if they noticed Lord of Mysteries Klein's secretive actions, they would not expend any effort to interfere. Yet this plan was not foolproof. Certain great old dominators with relevant symbols might secretly inform their followers to disrupt the evacuation. The great old dominators themselves had no interest in Beyonder characteristics below Sequence 1, but their followers might think differently. Hearing the cracking of the illusory barrier behind him, Klein shifted his gaze to the mother goddess of depravity and the origins of disaster Lumion. Lumion, now fully displaying his three-bodied, three-headed, six-armed form, gazed at the mother goddess of depravity who had just escaped charm. Half in appreciation, half in jest, he laughed. "This is exactly what I've been waiting for, to let you impose new life on me." The charm was to ensure that you wouldn't develop vigilance or spiritual forewarning, allowing the new life influence to occur naturally. As long as I am not dead, the symbolism of the mother goddess of depravity within me remains valid. Previously, my rank was too low, and I lacked the corresponding elements. Using this symbolism, I could only disguise myself as you to provoke the brood hive's rebellious will through Mr. Fool's fooling. It was difficult to truly harm you. But now, I am an above the sequence's great existence, differing from you only in the unique symbolism of a pillar. And the new life you naturally imposed just activated the feminine and masculine halves of the mirrored original creator within me. Isn't this equivalent to me also nurturing the original creator? This is remarkably similar to your nurturing of the chaos primogenitor, the original creator of the next universe. The most critical corresponding element is now complete. The genie previously hinted at using my uniqueness and Mr. Fool's symbolism. Combined with the warning about your impending accommodation of the brood hive, it became clear. You possess a unique symbol of limited use pointing toward the original creator, one I can align with. After Mr. Fool's full awakening, he did not rush to become the Lord of Mysteries, deliberately deceiving you while roaming the continents and gathering concealed truths through your followers. Thus, I've come straight for you, waiting for your instinctive and indiscriminate influence to awaken the mirrored original creator within me. Moreover, with the brood hive assimilated by you, Lugano, who once belonged to you, now pledges allegiance to me, and the phoenix egg deep within the underworld will soon be swallowed by me. We are more alike than ever. You are the great mother who nurtures the oldest one, Umbella and Zetus. So am I. In the blink of an eye, Lumion, in his giant form, conjured the grafted phoenix egg into his hand and swallowed it in one gulp. Then he brought his 6 arms together, forming a massive black flame sword bound with destruction and chaos, and drove it into his own body. At the same time, he looked at the mother goddess of depravity and smiled brilliantly. Now I am equivalent to you, killing me equals killing you. Chapter 1161, Pillar Symbolism. The mother goddess of depravity, having broken free from charm, began to change as soon as Lumion took hold of the phoenix egg. Her colossal body rapidly collapsed inward toward her abdomen, as though transforming into a nest or womb, reverting herself to an embryonic state for rebirth. This process would reset all symbols associated with her, except those intrinsic to her being, erasing external mystical correspondences. Lumion would no longer be able to exploit the mystical law of similarity to equate himself with her, thereby killing her by killing himself. Previously, the mother goddess of depravity had refrained from using this method to rid herself of symbolic influences for two reasons. First, she had just descended into the barrier by leveraging her symbolic powers when she was immediately fooled and deceived by the fool Klein using the core aggregation instinct of godhood. She was then guided into the grayish-white fog, sealing the western continent. Her focus was on reclaiming the broodhive, and she did not wish to reset herself and lose useful symbolisms. Second, during the process of accommodating the broodhive, rebirth was impossible, as it would reset her progress to zero. As the mother goddess of depravity began to collapse and reset herself, Lord of Mysteries Klein, in the astral world, abandoned the maintenance of the illusory barrier. Listening to its creaks as it neared shattering, he raised his hands, revealing a massive door of light tinged with bluish-black hues deep within the shadows of his black trench coat. Sephra Castle. Klein was now fully utilizing one of the core symbols of the Lord of Mysteries. With a resounding clang, the mother goddess of depravity's collapse and rebirth slowed noticeably. What would have been instantaneous now required 2 or 3 seconds to complete. Chain. This was one of the core symbols of the Lord of Mysteries. Control over change slowing, accelerating, halting, or introducing errors into transformations. The mother goddess of depravity's attempt to revert to an embryonic state and reset her symbolisms fell under this domain. Previously, Klein had not used the symbolism of change to influence the mother goddess of depravity's accommodation of the broodhive, because doing so required full exertion of Sephra Castle's power. At the time, he needed to maintain the barrier and contend with the other 8 great old dominators. Furthermore, the mother goddess of depravity, having invoked the unique symbolism of the chaos primogenitor, was in a prolonged state of weakness that couldn't be recovered using new life. This made any influence over her transformations significantly more effective. With the mother goddess's collapse into an embryonic state delayed, Lumion the Origins of Disaster smiled brilliantly yet resolutely as he drove the massive black flame sword, imbued with destruction and madness, into his own body. This act embodied the symbolism of disaster. In an instant, flames of destruction erupted from within him, consuming his body, the consciousness of Cheek, Alistair Tudor's consciousness, the divided halves of the mirrored original creator, the remnants of the primordial god Almighty's spirit, the consciousness of the malevolent dragon, and even Lumion's own consciousness, along with those of Auror and Jenna. Lumion's body began to collapse catastrophically, nearing its annihilation and return to chaos. To bring disaster upon oneself and embrace destruction was the truest embodiment of the origins of disaster, the calamity of destruction. Amidst the silent, roaring black flames, Lumion turned his head, exchanging smiles with Auror and Jenna, both of whom bore expressions of pain. He then looked back at the mother goddess of depravity, his face twisted yet serene with delight. He saw black flames, imbued with destruction and chaos, erupting within the crimson-glowing mother goddess. Her semi-collapsed colossal body crumbled layer by layer, ejecting various birthing organs that were swiftly reduced to ash in the enveloping fire of destruction. Having ascended to become the origins of disaster, Lumion no longer required Mr. Fool's assistance to fully harness symbolic powers, especially those capable of bringing calamity. The mother goddess, flawless in her beauty, a concept that equaled beauty itself, threw her head back slightly and let out a banshee-like scream filled with agony. Many of the Kleins surrounding the area withered instantly, collapsing into death and returning to the embrace of Mother Earth. The entire planet lost its vitality. The stars in the sky dimmed, and tremors reverberated throughout the boundless cosmos. Reality quaked. The accelerated collapse of Lumion's consciousness and body gained a boost from death and desolation, further amplifying his destruction. This, in turn, worsened the mother goddess of depravity's collapse, leaving numerous remaining organs lifeless. As the mother goddess of depravity was reduced to a thin, womb-like shell surrounding her colossal form, the black flames of chaos and destruction extinguished or could no longer penetrate deeper. The indestructible. This was the mother goddess of depravity's symbolism of indestructibility. Her indestructibility nature meant that, like the primordial God Almighty and the celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings, her spirit would never be eradicated and would gradually recover over time. It also represented the indestructibility of her soul and body. The mother goddess of depravity would never perish. Unless she encountered the original creator, who could make the impossible happen, or the fourth pillar symbolizing the end to everything was born, or she overextended the chaos primogenitor's unique symbolism. Of course, Klein and Lumion had never aimed to truly kill the mother goddess of depravity, aware of her honorific title and indestructibility as the indestructible. Their plan had always been to severely wound her and drive her out of the astral barrier. At this moment, the mother goddess of depravity, having used the chaos primogenitor's symbolism and entered a prolonged state of weakness, slowed her recovery from the influence of new life. Simultaneously, Lumion's exploitation of symbolic correspondence and the Calamity symbol had dealt her a devastating blow, fully achieving the first stage of a magician's performance plan. The problem, however, was that the second stage could never be realized, as the astral barrier was no more. Lord of Mysteries Klein remained calm and unaffected by disappointment. Raising his star-studded cane, he infused the bluish-black door of light's projection with his will. His eyes reflected the image of the mother goddess of depravity, reduced to her last organ and embryonic state. Banishment and sealing. Previously, attempting to extract a pillar in reality from the planet would have been nearly impossible. But now, with the mother goddess of depravity severely wounded, an opportunity had emerged. As starlight fell, the mother goddess of depravity's distorted form changed. She transformed into a colossal, ethereal oak tree, rooted deeply in reality, supporting the heavens, and intertwining herself with the fabric of the real universe. Pillar symbolism. The mother goddess of depravity invoked her dominion over reality, embodying the symbolism of a pillar. The immense, incomprehensible oak tree trembled violently, yet remained firmly rooted in reality, unable to be banished or sealed. A wilderness unfurled around it as a greenish mistletoe-covered branch broke from the treetop, flying above Lumion's black flame-wreathed, crumbling form and raining down dew-like droplets. The fire of destruction engulfing Lumion were swiftly extinguished, and his collapsing body was halted by the effects of new life. Among the consciousnesses within him, only his, Auror's, and Jenna's were revitalized, restoring balance for a few more minutes. At that moment, the mother goddess of depravity chose to save him. Of course, saving him was also an act of self-preservation. She did not want Lumion to die prematurely before the symbolism was removed, worsening her weakened state. Nor did she want him to lose balance and unleash something potentially terrifying, which could reflect through their symbolic connection and lead to the chaos primogenitor's emergence in the real world. As the dew-like droplets fell, the immense oak tree supporting the world leveraged Klein's banishment powers and vanished from its location. The pillar in reality, the mother goddess of depravity, left the planet and reappeared beyond the solar system. She transformed into a crimson liquid, enveloping a gas giant, and began reverting to her embryonic state, initiating new life to reset her form. This time, though no influence was exerted by Lord of Mysteries Klein's symbolic power, the severe wounds and compounded weakness delayed her recovery. The symbolism of destruction seemed to obstruct new life, carefully avoiding agitating the now dormant chaos primogenitor. From a great distance, the Crimson Planet continued to gaze at the location containing parts of herself. While severing symbolic connections and healing her wounds, she patiently awaited a new opportunity. When the remaining great old dominators descended into fierce competition, weakening or suppressing the Lord of Mysteries, and she could return to reclaim all and gain even more. Lord of Mysteries Klein did not pursue the mother goddess of depravity to strike her again, and Lumion did not exploit symbolic connections for further self-destruction. Both understood the mother goddess of depravity's indestructible nature. Severely wounding and driving her away for a period was already their anticipated outcome. Any additional efforts risked unforeseen consequences, such as awakening the chaos primogenitor. More pressing matters loomed, as Klein heard the faint but definitive sound of shattering behind him. The last barrier he had pulled from the fog of history had completely collapsed. What Lumion saw next was a terrifying star cluster composed of erupting suns. The lifeless planet beneath his feet was violently torn apart into fragments, ceasing to exist. Chapter 1162, A Distant Planet. As the planet was torn into fragments in an instant, the three-headed, three-bodied, six-armed Lumion remained completely unaffected. How could Calamity itself ever be harmed by disaster? At some unknown point, he had already taken out the box of the Great Old Ones, encrusted with various gemstones, and directly opened its third layer. Inside, there was nothing yet clear, and unnerving sounds of chewing and digestion emanated from within. Almost simultaneously, the right hand of the body housing Auror and Jenna reached inside, pulling from the void a mass of chaotic liquid that contained all colors and all possibilities. Then, that hand clenched into a fist, absorbing the liquid into a chaos vortex it created. It annihilated the contents within, incorporating them into Lumion's own consciousness and spirit, specifically into the feminine aspect of the origins of disaster, thus balancing the residual corruption that could not be entirely eradicated. As Lumion performed this action, a massive cross above the protective zones caused an even larger tide of chaos to surge forth, engulfing the zone completely. The next moment, the terrifying gravitational pull of the immense star cluster and the disintegration of the fragmented planet caused the protective zones and the chaos sea that submerged it to tremble violently, as if on the brink of total collapse. The massive cross began to bend noticeably. Yet no matter what, the protective zones remained stable, for the time being at least. Now, Klein felt the great old dominators rushing to breach the barrier. Seizing the opportunity, he directed the projection of the bluish-black door of light into the protective zones, where it scattered into countless starlit fragments. The chaos sea enveloping the protective zone abruptly contracted, retreating back into the shadowy figure on the cross. All that remained was a patch of deep darkness and a few dangerous artifacts. The protective zones vanished. They disappeared entirely. Lord of Mysteries Klein instantly transferred billions of humans, countless other species, and the scenes from the dream to a target planet at the edge of the universe. It was like a magician's trick-drape a cloth over the table, then whip it away, and the objects underneath were gone. Within the protective zone, still functioning but with only 5 minutes left, the magician Fors, standing in her home in Backland, suddenly froze for a moment. She said to Zio, Franca, Anthony, and Ludwig, "There's no need for me to transfer you anymore. We've already reached our destination. Everyone has." Franca was stunned. She had thought she would still have one final chance to make a decision. It wasn't until Madame Magician finished speaking that she, Madame Judgment Zio, Ludwig, and the others realized the environment around them had already changed. At that moment, the magician Fors frowned slightly and said, "Enemies are approaching from space." As she spoke, Fors stretched out her right hand. With a burst of dazzling starlight, she conjured a fantastical screen in front of her. On the screen were shadowy figures traversing different dimensions, as well as faint, unattainably high humanoid shapes, leaping toward the current planet. Sequence 2 Dimensional Shadow and Sequence 1 Observer of the Painter Pathway, and there's more than one of them. Have they discovered Mr. Fool's transfer of the protective zones and seen through the deceit, locating this planet from a higher dimension and sending their blessed? While Madame Magician Force consciousness resonated, the figures, however, did not directly descend into the current dimension. They stopped instead. They understood that relying solely on their angelic powers would not be enough to deal with the numerous and powerful prey. They began summoning visitors, seeking reinforcements. This was their habit. They were not mindless creatures driven by instinct to hunt recklessly without considering alliances. The next second, one grotesque creature after another arrived through hostels. Some were women with closed eyes, weaving webs of fate. Others wielded illusory, silvery dirks that seemed capable of severing the threads of fate and cutting off branches of the river of fate. Some belonged to different species, appearing humanoid or bizarre. All had 3 heads and 6 arms, with expressions ranging from malice and rage to sorrowful numbness, compassionate serenity, or blank incompleteness. Some were radiant beings of starlight with 6 pairs of wings, while others were colossal, transparent dragons, attempting to drive a small asteroid toward the planet at the edge of the universe. Others were draped in black robes, revealing only writhing snakes or tentacles beneath. Still others had no physical form, existing only as whispers deep within living beings' hearts. Some wore fresh flower wreaths, appearing beautiful, holding wooden bows and arrows like true deities. Others resembled tree-like sea monsters, covered in slimy blossoms and chaos-slick scales, dotted with brown-green tumors. There were beings that looked like dark vortices, filled with gleaming white teeth and tendrils of shadow extending outward, crowned with disparate heads. Others were blobs of liquid containing all colors. Some seemed composed of water-colored time, their massive forms slowing everything around them. Others were hunched, ancient to the point of decrepitude, with loose, wrinkled skin blotched with decay. Aside from their mountainous size, they appeared unremarkable. Some stood loftily, as if holding up the sky itself to prevent it from collapsing, yet their abdomens were entirely hollow. Others resembled immense greenish oak trees that seemed to pierce the heavens. Upon seeing this scene, the Madam Magician Force mind was suddenly flooded with information, drawn from Mr. Fool, Ma'am Hermit, the Chariot Lumion the Chariot, and her own explorations. Sequence 2, Web Weaver, and Sequence 1, Blade of Fate of the Goddess of Fate Pathway. Sequence 2, Sinner, and Sequence 1, Angel of Redemption of the Circle of Inevitability Pathway. Sequence 2, Radiant Angel, and Sequence 1, Star Dragon of the Tide Scholar Pathway. Sequence 2, Great Old One Attendant, and Sequence 1, Voice of the Heart of the Initiator Pathway. Sequence 2, Cupid, and Sequence 1, Leviathan of the Mother Tree of Desire Pathway. Sequence 2, Angel of Devouring, and Sequence 1, Chaos Gastric Juices of the Chef Pathway. Sequence 2, Time Giant, and Sequence 1, God of Decay of the Monarch of Decay Pathway. Sequence 2, the Supreme or Broken Pillar, and Sequence 1, Tree God of the Heretic Spellmaster Pathway. Madam Magician took a deep breath, turned her head, and smiled at Judgment Zio. It's not over yet, we still have work to do. Having spoken, the recently advanced Sequence 1, Key of Stars, stepped out of the protective zone and appeared above the habitable planet she had discovered during her previous travels. She raised her right hand, unveiling a vast and dreamlike starry sky to cover the entire protective zone, sealing it in a defensive barrier. The coming battle could not be allowed to affect the interior of the protective zone, nor could those evil god-blessed infiltrate it. No sooner had Force finished this task than another figure appeared nearby, the Pope of the Church of Evernight, Saint Dabamachi. Saint Dabamachi, now transformed into a giant dozens of meters tall with elongated limbs, grayish-blue skin, and a single vertical eye on his forehead, had ascended to Sequence 1, Hand of God in the Warrior Pathway. His right hand seemed to be made entirely of glowing orange twilight. Summoning pure, dense light imbued with orange hues, Saint Dabamachi added another layer of unyielding radiance outside for seal. Double protection. As Saint Dabamachi wielded his protective power, yet another figure emerged from the protective zone. This was a black-haired, blue-eyed, middle-aged man with a stern demeanor, square face, and high nose, cloaked in a dark mantle. William Augustus, the founder of the Lone Kingdom. William Augustus did not act immediately. He raised his head to observe the tug-of-war between disorder and balance, the evolving order of the battlefield, and the enemy forces formation, carefully calculating the rules and structures he would impose. Such decisions could not afford errors. If situations like mystery weakens here, while reality grows stronger, were imposed, and the enemy deployed something akin to the ship used in the Sea Prayer ritual, those very rules might end up limiting their own side's angels. The Magician Force, about to speak to Saint Dabamachi and William Augustus, saw Zio and Franca appear beside her. Meeting her gaze, Judgment Zio said calmly, "For me, establishing and maintaining order is fundamentally about protection." Force smiled but said nothing. Instead, she turned to Franca. Franca cleared her throat and replied solemnly, I'm not the type to hide behind others. At a time like this, every bit of strength counts. Every bit of light helps. Given her personality, how could she not have fantasized about being a savior, the kind who signed non-disclosure agreements and remained unsung after the fact? Madam Magician laughed. Even if you didn't come, I would have summoned you. Then, through the seal and barriers, she addressed Anthony within the protective zone. Your job is to placate and maintain stability. Anthony hesitated briefly before turning to Ludwig and saying, I'll handle the Trier area. Without waiting for a response, he entered the sea of collective subconscious. His expression was heavy, yet tinged with joy. How wonderful! This time I can do something. I can placate. I can stabilize the rear for the angels. Back then, it may have been naive and laughable, but I didn't join the army for wealth or status. I did it to protect my country and its people. Ludwig neither followed Anthony nor immediately left the protective zone. Instead, he now held a jewelry box encrusted with countless gemstones and a writhing blob of chaotic liquid. From across half the universe, Lumion had hurled the box of the Great Old Ones to him. Staring at the two items, Ludwig's expression fluctuated. After a few seconds, he gritted his teeth and swallowed the chaotic liquid. Chapter 1163, The Gathering. Backland. Justice Audrey stood in the sea of collective subconscious, gazing at the drifting light and shadow and listening to the cacophony of voices. It was as if she were standing at a bustling street corner, feeling the highs and lows of life and the vibrant pulse hidden beneath it all. She turned her head and smiled at the golden retriever, Susie, by her side. Your duty is to placate. As she finished speaking, Audrey's figure vanished from the protective zone and reappeared silently beside the Magician Fours and Judgment Zeo. But I'm just a dog, muttered Susie, left behind in the sea of collective subconscious, her voice carrying a resigned sigh. Rorsted Archipelago, Bayam. The hanged man Alger sat at the edge of the square, outside the church of the sea god, silently watching white doves take flight amidst the comings and goings of people. Suddenly, he heard the voices of a children's choir singing from inside the church. Break, break, break. Alger couldn't help but smile faintly. A howling gale arose, enveloping and lifting him, carrying him upward into the sky. New City of Silver, within the headquarters cathedral of the Church of the Fool. The son Derek nodded to the now exceptionally gigantic Waite Chermont standing beside him. The door to the light has appeared, Derek said. This will be a glorious battle. Waite Chermont, with a dark green sigil tattooed on his bald scalp, replied with a grin. Without further words, Derek transformed into pure and sacred sunlight, soaring out of the protective zone like a radiant golden sun rising into the sky. Seeing the sun ascend and rise higher into the heavens, Angel of the Holy Spirit Rionette Tynecare, who now had a head on her neck, spoke with mild dissatisfaction to her student, Sharon. Those entities are far too hideous. Let's curse them into normalcy. Temperance Sharon nodded slightly, watching her teacher vanish before her eyes. She did not follow immediately. Instead, she closed her eyes and silently assessed her own state. She remembered a teaching her mentor had once imparted to her. Temperance is not about perpetual suppression. It is about rationally understanding oneself and preparing for an explosive moment when it truly matters. Now the time had come. Berserk Sea, aboard the deck of the future. Ma'am Hermit Catlia looked at her first mate, Frank Lee, second mate, Heath Doyle, navigator, Ottilove, and bosun, Nina. A sudden wave of sentimentality rose in her heart. When she had left the Dawn, her only thought was to grow stronger, build her own fleet, and prove herself to the Queen, regaining her recognition. Later, she began to think about leading her crew and fleet to better futures. But now, her task was to protect this world to face and fight against the impending apocalyptic disaster. Perhaps this is the fate of a sage. With that thought, the Hermit Catlia dissolved into a torrent of complex, illusory information, rushing out of the protective zone. Then, she noticed two similar streams of data surging from Trier. A sense of peace and quiet joy settled within her heart. Backland in his own home. The Moon Emlyn sat quietly in a chair, staring at a room full of dolls. He had already learned that the sequence one beauty goddess Beyonder characteristic left behind by the ancestor had not been transferred to the current planet. This was an unavoidable choice. The other great old dominators were undoubtedly vying fiercely for the Sephiroth and the uniquenesses now, leaving them too preoccupied to deal with sequence 1 Beyonder characteristics to the point of personally descending. Once the divine war concluded, if Mr. Fool and other great existences emerged victorious, the sequence 1 archangels or corresponding sealed artifacts that were transferred would naturally remain safe. If the outcome was the opposite, pre-prepared measures could be employed cutting losses by ejecting those Beyonder characteristics, avoiding another targeted assault by the great old dominators. But there was a specific issue. The mother goddess of depravity was not entangled in the chaotic war. She was distancing herself from the area to acquire new life. If the beauty goddess Beyonder characteristic had been transferred with the protective zone, she might very well take the time to come here. In that case, all resistance would be rendered meaningless unless Mr. Fool abandoned the original battlefield. As his thoughts churned, the moon Emlyn stood abruptly, black, membranous bat wings unfurling from his back. The wings flapped as Emlyn ascended into the air, looking down at the ordinary, oblivious sanguine without godhood below, who had yet to realize the environment had changed. He circled overhead before heading beyond the protective zone, his vast bat wings seeming to blot out the sky. Below, several crimson moonbeams emerged from coffins and graves, following the moon Emlyn. Lone Kingdom, Awa County, Tingen City. The star Leonard stared blankly at the sky, feeling that events were deviating from his expectations. He quickly reined in his thoughts and addressed the assembled members of the Blackthorn Security Company. Vacation starts now, everyone go home. But Deacon, aren't we supposed to deal with possible infiltrations by the blessed of the evil gods? Asked the team members, clad in red gloves or black trench coats, their faces filled with confusion. The star Leonard reiterated firmly, go home immediately. This is your mission, this is what you must do. The Nighthawks exchanged puzzled looks but ultimately obeyed the command. After all, the protective zone was not the real world. Perhaps returning home carried a unique symbolic significance or psychological effect. As his team departed, Leonard gazed skyward once more. With his concealment authority, he could sense one angel after another gathering there. Leonard exhaled slowly and closed his eyes, memories of past scenes flashing in his mind. Scenes of Megos's visit to the Blackthorn Security Company. His figure quickly faded and was transferred outside the protective zone. Captain, you see this, we are protecting this world. This time, I am not alone. Every angel is fighting alongside me. The star Leonard's figure materialized outside the seals and barriers of the door pathway, where he saw the old man, Pallas, separate from him and coalesce into a figure nearby. He also spotted the ascetic-looking Madame Ariana and the youthful-featured, yet prematurely gray-haired Antigonus, along with other familiar angels. Then the voice of Red Angel Medici echoed in his ears. Everyone, I want you to join my Legion. To become part of the Red of War Legion, combining the powers of all angels into one unified force rather than fighting individually. The star Leonard understood Medici's intention. He did not refuse and nodded in agreement. Franca also heard Medici's words, but did not immediately respond. It wasn't resistance, but rather a thought that occurred to her. Judging by the changes in the box of the Great Old Ones, Lumion should already be the origins of disaster, calamity of destruction, with Jenna and Auror revived. That means they are great existences now, existences tied to war. And I am a member of their team, an ally of the essence of war. I wonder how extensive the effective range of a legion is for a great existence. Symbolically, it should span the entire universe, but in terms of tangible abilities, it's likely limited. If I'm still within range, couldn't I share Lumion and their rank and power, becoming a smaller-scale origins of disaster, calamity of destruction to wreak havoc on this battlefield? With this thought, Franca sought to borrow power on the spot. Unfortunately, she failed. Is the range not extensive enough, Or has some great old dominator used their symbolism to disrupt Lumion and the team's abilities? Franca muttered under her breath and reluctantly chose to temporarily join Medici's legion. At the same time, she saw the War Angel, with fiery hair like a burning blaze and clad in blood-stained black armor. In between Medici's brows, a crimson, dripping banner emblem had already manifested. He had long completed the sacrifice to the essence of war and undoubtedly received its feedback and aid. Otherwise, even with 2 sets of Weather Warlock Beyonder characteristics, the range of the Legion's influence would not have sufficed to connect all the angels. There were simply too many gathered in such a constrained space spanning about 20 kilometers. Now, with the backing of the essence of war, he was far better equipped to handle the situation. Feeling the agreement and participation of one angel after another, Red Angel Medici looked at the outer deity angels, assembling in another dimension, and laughed coldly. His expression was both disdainful and solemn. Violet flames ignited in his hands. Once I followed the Lord, saving humanity and ushering in glory. Now I still remain. I will continue to protect it all. Author's note: this chapter is a bit short, but I feel it is just the right stopping point for the chapter. More content would be unnecessary. Chapter 1164, Know Thy Enemy. When vast clusters of suns exploded, tearing apart planets and pulling all matter toward themselves, a pervasive grayish-white fog appeared. Within it stood Klein, wearing a half-silk top hat and a long black trench coat, his figure slightly distorted as he faced Supernova Dominator, one of the great old dominators. At the same time, Klein sensed an almost untouchable shadow emerging from a higher dimension. He scrutinized the spirit body threads, preparing to interfere, manipulate, influence, and disrupt them. High-dimensional overseer. This was a great old dominator capable of countering abilities such as parasitism, marionettes, and blink. He wielded the corresponding symbol. Dimensionality. From higher or lower dimensions, spirit body threads were tangible and real, something that could be touched. Blink only allowed movement on a small scale, while those parasitized were bound together into one entity. This rendered the unique, ubiquitous nature of the Lord of Mysteries avatars ineffective. Combat against the high-dimensional overseer could only rely on Klein's true body. Thus, as long as the battlefield contained the high-dimensional overseer, Klein could only leverage pillar symbolisms while contending with one additional great old dominator. However, in a one-on-one situation, the dimensionality symbolism of the high-dimensional overseer did not completely suppress the Lord of Mysteries change symbolism, which included space-time. These forces mutually counteracted each other. Just as the King of Spacetime could hinder the Lord of Dimensions from freely traversing dimensions, Klein could rely on symbolism like foolishness to turn the tide against the high-dimensional overseer. Klein couldn't truly kill him, but could defeat him, banish him, and make him suffer significant losses. Apart from the high-dimensional overseer, 3 other entities could disrupt the Lord of Mysteries' ability to manifest in countless forms and fight multiple foes simultaneously. Monarch of Decay, Inextinguishable Ravings, and Primordial Hunger. The Monarch of Decay's symbols of decay and certain death made it so that the death of an avatar equaled the death of the main body, and the decay of an afterimage equaled the decay of the main body. Inextinguishable Ravings seemed to share his origin with the residual psyche of the original creator within the Beyonder characteristics. It was the source of all ravings, capable of ignoring the interference of marionettes, avatars, and afterimages to directly project his voice into Sephiroth and uniquenesses, transmitting his madness and implanting his intent. Moreover, he did not have a true physical form, but attached himself to certain objects, causing them to exhibit specific colors or appearances. Primordial Hunger symbolized the instinct of convergence. Through this mechanism, he could forcibly pull Klein's true body to his side. Furthermore, if he devoured an avatar or marionette, he could absorb and erase the corresponding abilities, reducing or even temporarily nullifying their symbolic influence. Without these 4 great old dominators, Lord of Mysteries Klein would undoubtedly be able to hold off the remaining 4 on his own. While he might not secure a decisive victory, he would certainly not lose or allow them to disrupt other battlefields significantly. If the Mother Tree of Desire were still complete, as the source of curses, she would have been fully capable of cursing avatars and marionettes to indirectly curse the true body. Unfortunately, she has currently lost that aspect of symbolism. The uniqueness of the chained and two of her abomination beyonder characteristics were still sealed by Klein, and the tenebrous world resisted her influence. A more reality-oriented Great Old Dominator like Supernova Dominator could rely on symbols and concepts like density, gravity, and attraction to influence spacetime and distort dimensions. However, for the Lord of Mysteries, who controlled change and could turn falsehood into truth or truth into falsehood, mere indirect interference was sufficient to stall him without engaging directly. The Circle of Inevitability wielded symbols of past, present, future, cycle, and destiny, which theoretically could impact avatars, marionettes, and the ability to blink. However, it was effectively countered by Klein's combination of the concepts of King of Spacetime, Beacon of Destiny, and Error. If the Lord of Mysteries lacked any of these targeted concepts, the Circle of Inevitability would have had a chance to reverse the suppression or even gain the upper hand. But Klein had all three. The King of Spacetime countered past, present, and future, and Beacon of Destiny countered cycle, and Error countered destiny. The Goddess of Fate symbolisms primarily centered on the domain of fate, particularly conscious manipulation, which made her an appealing opponent for the Beacon of Destiny's foolishness symbolism. As for her other significant symbolism, eternal life, Klein had no intention of actually killing her, so it posed no major concern. Based on prior intelligence gathering, divinations, and prophecies, Klein has long understood which entities to intercept and which to redirect elsewhere. His hope was to hold off 3 to 4 Great Old Dominators on his own, creating opportunities for breakthroughs on other battlefields. How should one guide the unwanted Great Old Dominators to other places while keeping those intended for containment? Beyond employing fooling and deceit, one must also have a general understanding of the goals of these Great Old Dominators. This was one of the preparations Klein had made over the past month. The high-dimensional overseer desired Sephiroth related to rules, order, and spacetime. Through divination and prophecy, Klein deduced that he sought either the Nation of Disorder or the River of Eternal Darkness. If the Great Old Dominators concentrated their efforts to press the Lord of Mysteries back into his coffin, the high-dimensional overseer would also likely seek to accommodate the uniquenesses of the door and error pathways and take control of Sephira Castle. Inextinguishable Ravings was highly likely to covet the knowledge more and aimed to control the Chaos Sea, accommodating the uniquenesses of the Hanged Man, White Tower, and Visionary pathways. Primordial Hunger would not miss any opportunities related to chaos or primordial qualities. His objective appeared to be consuming the City of Calamity, ingesting but not digesting the Chaos Sea, and absorbing the uniquenesses of the Hanged Man, pathway, and others. However, Klein suspected that Primordial Hunger might lose control over his convergence instinct and directly swallow the Chaos Sea. If this occurred, the situation would become even more complex and troublesome. The Monarch of Decay was relatively easy to deduce. His goals were either the City of Calamity or the River of Eternal Darkness, though he could only choose one. The Mother Tree of Desire would prioritize reclaiming the tenebrous world and its corresponding uniqueness and sequence one beyonder characteristics. This was an instinctual drive of her godhood. The Circle of Inevitability undoubtedly coveted the Key of Light the most. However, the City of Calamity and the River of Eternal Darkness were also within his scope, as these pathways symbolized destined conclusions and various calamities. Additionally, similar to the high-dimensional overseer, if the Lord of Mysteries were defeated in a joint effort, the Circle of Inevitability would not shy away from seizing control of Sephira Castle and accommodating the uniquenesses of the Fool and Error pathways. Supernova Dominator's goals were harder to pinpoint. Klein speculated that he desired the City of Calamity to embody the symbolism of universal catastrophe, the knowledge more to enrich his star systems and civilizations, and the Nation of Disorder to complete the order and rules beyond celestial mechanics. Furthermore, he was likely interested in the Chaos Sea and the uniquenesses of the sun and storm pathways. The goddess of fate similarly prioritized the key of light. However, if Sephra Castle was left vacant, her goals would align with the circle of inevitability. As for the Chaos Sea and the associated uniquenesses of the White Tower and visionary pathways, Klein felt there was a certain probability of her interest. Having roughly understood these intentions, Klein already had a plan for what to do next. First, he did not graft the Western continent's Buddhist kingdom or the tenebrous world to somewhere near him. Instead, he proactively detached himself from the astral world. Suddenly, at an infinite height overlooking the entire world, Lord of Mysteries Klein, wearing black gloves, a dark trench coat, and holding a star-encrusted cane, appeared. He was extraordinarily immense, towering over all creation. Raising his right hand, he snapped his fingers with a sharp crack. With this motion, grayish-white fog immediately enveloped the spirit world, covering the entire universe's spirit world. Supernova Dominator, high-dimensional overseer, and other great old dominators instantly lost their connection to the spirit world and could no longer exert any influence over it. The Lord of Mysteries, the dominator of the spirit world. This was a direct utilization of pillar symbolism. From that moment on, for a set period, no creature could enter the spirit world without Klein's explicit permission. All their abilities, authorities, and symbols related to the spirit world were rendered ineffective. The three pillars differed significantly in how they wielded their respective symbols. For example, the Mother Goddess of Depravity, as the dominator of reality, could not seal off reality to prevent unauthorized entry or expel all adversaries. Such actions were unachievable. She could only impose a continuous weakening effect on targets within reality. However, on the other hand, reality was the foundation of the universe. Unless everything ended, reality would eternally exist. Thus, the Mother Goddess of Depravity possessed the characteristic of indestructibility, never to perish. As long as she wished, she could not be displaced or sealed. While the Lord of Mysteries sealed the spirit world, Lumion, with 3 heads and 6 arms, waited for his target to appear. Since he was not yet dead or collapsing, it was time to execute the next phase of the plan. The plan was to take the initiative and devour a great old dominator. If the great old dominators could absorb another Sephra to approach pillar status, so could he. The origins of disaster, calamity of destruction. Do you great old ones lack Sephiroth within yourselves? Whatever you can do, I can do too. As for the indestructibility of your psyche, or the potential consequences of devouring you, I'm already dying, so why should I care? Lumion had long identified his target for this purpose, and made preparations in advance. For example, he had reinstated the title of Malady God within his sick church. Previously, the Malady God referred to the monarch of decay. Chapter 1165, 2-star dominions. After sealing off the spirit world and sensing the intrusion of the remaining great old dominators, Klein turned his attention to the Evernight Goddess, who had not yet fully accommodated the river of eternal darkness, and the Celestial Master, who was still making final preparations, both masters of a Sephra. Klein seized the remaining moments to take one crucial action. Using the authority of the door pathway, he transferred all the remaining people and objects not aligned with the outer deities from this star dominion to another, significantly more distant star dominion. This was both to buy more time for his allies and to scatter the enemy forces, splitting the battlefield and minimizing interference between the symbolisms being utilized in each area. Klein could have replicated the balancing abilities of the Justiciar pathway to evenly split forces across battlegrounds, but this would have had limited effect on the great old dominators and would have hindered his ability to intervene in the other battlefield. At the level of the great old ones, it was possible to respond to prayers across the universe and exert influence on it as a whole. However, in actual combat, the immediate area of effect was usually limited to a single star system or the radiation zone of a black hole. This level of influence was mainly achieved by reality-oriented symbolisms like those of Supernova Dominator or Calamity of Destruction. In simpler terms, Lumion could reduce or increase the frequency of disasters across the entire universe, or create disasters in any known location. but his sensing range did not exceed a large star system unless pre-established mystical connections existed in those areas. During combat, Lumien's short-term symbolic impacts also remained mostly confined to this range, with only minor, manageable disruptions spreading throughout the universe. The farther from the battlefield, the weaker the disturbance. In this context, using the power of the door pathway to separate the two battlefields by distance effectively reduced Klein's susceptibility to the negative effects of the symbolic influences wielded by outer deities like the high-dimensional Overseer and the Monarch of Decay. At the same time, it preserved his capacity as the King of Spacetime to intervene in the other battlefield when necessary. This was also a tactic to manipulate the enemies, redirecting their target objectives and scattering their actions. Klein could then allocate time to intercept those he wished to confront, avoid those he had to bypass for now, and deceive those he hoped to mislead. Neither Lumien, the Evernight goddess who was in the process of accommodating the river of eternal darkness, nor other Sephira holders like Grisha Adam opposed the Lord of Mystery's transfer, allowing the Star Dominion to transform. Lifeless planets and several stars from different directions emerged before them. With their objectives abruptly removed, the great old dominators immediately prepared to leap through the astral world to pursue them. None of them sought to stay behind and confront Lord of Mystery's Klein. Though many among them deeply coveted Sephira Castle, the uniquenesses of the Fool, Door, and Error pathways, their instincts told them that it was easier and more practical to pursue the Sephiroth that had not yet developed full consciousness. Why take the immense risk of engaging a pillar to seize his Sephiroth? Besides, it wasn't as if they could fully accommodate it. Even if some great old dominator was tempted to target the Lord of Mysteries, they had to consider a harsh reality. They couldn't act alone. And without the uncertain mist to coordinate and unify them into an alliance, none dared bet on receiving support if they stayed behind. If left alone against Klein, the fate of Genie could very well repeat itself, albeit with much greater difficulty. The roles of hunter and prey could reverse. As some of the great old dominators entered the astral world, Grisha Adam, in a different star dominion, suddenly showed an expression of pain. He immediately broke free from the massive cross he was bound to, transforming into a radiant giant whose head reached the astral realm. Beneath his feet lay the Chaos Sea, encompassing all colors and possibilities. Behind him trailed a long shadow with 5 heads, while a sun blazed at the back of his head. Storms and lightning swirled around him, and in his hands he held a white tower made of books, adorned with brass eyes. He raised his right hand and pointed toward the astral world. Instantly, abstract concepts and symbolic markers there descended into chaos, delaying the great old dominators from reaching this star dominion. Lord of the astral world, Grisha Adam, temporarily achieving balance through the return of the uniquenesses of the White Tower and Tyrant pathways, forcibly manifested a state close to that of a great old one, and employed the most critical symbolism of omniscience and omnipotency to disrupt the astral world, buying time. The great old dominators, now delayed or disoriented in the astral world, or still preparing to enter it, simultaneously encountered Lord of Mystery's Klein. The goddess of fate appeared with 3 bodies standing side by side, all female in form and dressed in simple but elegant white dresses. The figure on the left had hollow eyes and swiftly used both hands and an illusory loom to weave silvery drops of destiny into a net, which converged into streams. These streams flowed to the middle body, which lacked arms, arriving at the present node of the River of Fate, merging into it and surging toward the void's edge. The figure on the right was headless, holding an illusory silver-black knife in its hands, cutting away portions of the River of Fate's tributaries. The weaver of all fates, the symbol of ultimate judgment, the eternal goddess of the future. As the goddess of fate was about to enter the astral world, distorted shadows emerged within the silvery, illusory River of Fate. They swam from the past and future toward the present node, and toward the true form of the goddess of fate. This brought a tolling, causing the flow of the River of Fate to stagnate. Meanwhile, Supernova Dominator, composed of countless exploding suns, found himself surrounded by one starry door after another. These brilliant doors filled the cosmos, bending and shattering under his intense, gravitational pull. Yet, every time a door broke, another appeared in its place, covering the star dominion and blocking the path to the astral world with countless layers of overlapping gates. Layers upon layers of doors. The mother tree of desire resembled a humanoid giant tree covered in chaotic scales. Its surface was adorned with enticing crystalline fruits, glistening alluring flowers, various metallic emblems, black hearts, bare tumors, and coins from different civilizations. At the tree's upper reaches were two heads. The lower head was male, eyes closed, exuding bizarre desires. The upper head was female, with green hair and a face of extraordinary beauty, possessing a charm that spoke directly to affection. One after another, Kleins wearing half-silk top hats and black trench coats surrounded the mother tree of desire in the void. All were marionette-stead people, puppets devoid of desire. Simultaneously participating in 3 battles, Lord of Mysteries Klein also turned his gaze to the circle of inevitability. This was formed by 3 bodies arranged in a circle. The one facing left was pitch black, with a sinister, malicious visage seemingly composed of the deepest, most chaotic sins. The one facing forward was silvery, emaciated, and filled with pain. The one facing right radiated pure, redemptive, holy light, emanating solemnity and compassion toward all things. The light of the 3 bodies intertwined into a silvery black hue. After brief deliberation, Klein decided not to stop the circle of inevitability from entering the astral world. This was based on Genie's first hint. The circle of inevitability will bring calamity, but is also the universe's most powerful and genuine angel of redemption, a key to surviving the apocalypse. In this matter, Klein chose to trust Genie. If his side failed, many great old dominators coveting the nation of disorder would turn to seize the magic wishing lamp, leveraging its connection to the uncertain mist to strike down and devour him in his weakened state. For the moment, Klein's battlefield would remain relatively stable, with occasional bursts of change and intensity. However, the other battlefield would inevitably descend into chaos. One of the essences of fate was chaos, and placing the circle of inevitability there increased the likelihood of creating opportunities amidst the disorder. Opting not to intercept the circle of inevitability, Klein seized the chance to blink to Primordial Hunger, who was eager to reach the astral world, tossed a deceit, and disappeared. Primordial Hunger was a dark vortex revealing bared white teeth and chaotic liquid, encompassing all colors. His exterior no longer featured elongated black shadows with different heads, as they seemed to have been consumed by himself long ago. After being struck by deceit, Primordial Hunger's ring of gaping white teeth snapped twice. Without finding anything amiss, he ignored the deception and proceeded straight into the astral world. His illusory stomach gurgled, awaiting the digestion of his most delectable meal. Grisha Adams' influence on the astral world didn't last long, only 2 or 3 seconds, before 5 great old dominators reached their target star dominions through various means. At that moment they lost sight of the light. The already dark universe seemed even more deathly still. Distant stars, the radiant giant. Striding across the chaos sea, Lumion with his 3 heads and 6 arms as the origins of disaster, and other entities were submerged in intense, inky blackness. An illusory, straight, unfathomable, colorless river flowed forth from the darkness, heading toward the 5 great old dominators. Upon its phantom waters, nothing could float. Asteroids attempting to cross the river sank into its depths, yet one figure stood unwavering on its surface. It was an extraordinarily massive female figure, clad in a layered but unadorned black gown, with an iron crown upon her head and a thin veil covering her face, rendering her features indistinct yet imbued with a tranquil beauty. Her body was studded with points of starlight. Pale wings sprouted from her back, while 2 short, darkly furred arms each extended from under her ribs and armpits, clutching a dusk orange greatsword and a black, knight-like scythe. Her exposed forearms and hands appeared like sculpted jade, cradled an illusory book formed of coiled feathered serpents. Eternal darkness. Evernight goddess Ammonizes had finally accommodated the river of eternal darkness, with the assistance of the lingering consciousnesses of the Tao integrators from the Hayali lineage. Chapter 1166, Battle Royale. When Ammonizes became eternal darkness, on a distant planet at the edge of the universe, Red Angel Medici was leading an angelic legion. Though fewer in number at Sequence 1 compared to their enemies, they had more Sequence 2 Beyonders equipped with Grade O sealed artifacts as they fought against the invading outer deity Blessed. Within this legion, Azek Eggers suddenly noticed his soul's condition improving, while the decay powers nearby were suppressed and weakened. Pale Empress Japalink Eggers experienced the same. They immediately understood the reason, tinged with both melancholy and relief. Eternal darkness had been born. From now on, the underworld would no longer be without a master. Eternal rest would have a destination, and even time would have an end. Across many planets in different star systems, corpses that had been summoned with great difficulty suddenly slept once again. Civilizations beleaguered by undead plagues were astonished to find that all their undead creatures had collapsed lifelessly in the wilderness. Among the myriad changes brought by the strengthened symbolism, eternal darkness Ammonizes simultaneously struck at the 5 great old dominators with her terrifying dusk orange greatsword and her dark, bizarre scythe, while opening the book formed of coiled feathered serpents. Suddenly, dusk was consumed by darkness, pallor faded into eternal rest, and time and space fell silent, as if they had been swept into that colorless, shadowy river. The straight river surged forward, aiming to carry the 5 great old dominators to the ultimate stillness of death. The final destination was tranquility. At this moment, watery streams of time appeared ahead of the river of eternal darkness. These emanated from the monarch of decay, whose body was the size of a planet, covered entirely in golden plating resembling an alien mummy. Between the gaps of the golden plates, greenish-yellow pus oozed out, slowing the flow of the river of eternal darkness and dragging the region's time toward its conclusion. The monarch of decay extended his left hand, which was not covered by gold. It was riddled with blue veins, rotting flesh, yellow-green blood vessels, and deeply wrinkled skin. This hand blocked the surging eternal darkness. Everything fell still, all light vanished. 2 nearby planets were reduced to dust but remained frozen in place. In the still and unchanging dark silence, a massive sword wreathed in black flames that bound destruction and chaos pierced through the stillness, breaking the silence with its sound. It came from beyond the darkness, slashing toward the monarch of decay, who was still partially trapped by the eternal darkness. Its arrival subtly but terrifyingly altered the deathly stillness, and these changes would manifest upon the monarch of decay. Origins of disaster Lumion had descended. As the sword of destruction, which drove the still dark silence, was about to strike the monarch of decay, silver-black light appeared in Lumion's eyes. It came from the circle of inevitability. Lumion and the circle of inevitability were meeting in the truest sense after. Lumion had become the calamity of destruction, with only a few minutes left to live. The Mercury-like present self of the circle of inevitability had, at some unknown moment, contorted into a visage of pain and suffering, clasping its hands before it. He was using the sufferer's power to reenact his past torments and impose them upon Lumion. Almost simultaneously, Lumion felt an unimaginably massive suction force that diverted him and the sword of destruction away from the monarch of decay, pulling him toward the circle of inevitability. This was the aftermath of the original creator's awakening, when portions of Sephiroth had been torn away and drawn to Earth. At that time, the circle of inevitability had also been affected, enduring great suffering to prevent his Sephira from being forcibly extracted or split. Now, he was imposing that torment upon Lumion to draw him closer and protect the monarch of decay from serious harm. If the mother goddess of depravity, mother tree of desire, or son of chaos had similar suffer powers, and used them now, Lumion would have suffered tremors in his Sephira, rendering him weak and incapable of using his powers for a short time, even if his Sephira wasn't wholly extracted or partially consumed. For now, his attack target was merely forcibly redirected, without any additional effects. While the present self of the circle of inevitability wielded the sufferer's power, the quiet mercury-like river of fate emerged, and the future self selected one tributary, forming a hand seal to anchor it in place. Lumien's sword of destruction struck toward the circle of inevitability but narrowly missed, grazing his body. Meanwhile, Lumien clenched both hands on either side. Before the circle of inevitability, chaos encompassing all colors and possibilities formed a vortex. Behind him, a black hole with an accretion disk symbolizing his existence emerged out of thin air. Calamity of destruction. Lumien wasn't merely trying to annihilate the circle of inevitability within this calamity. He also sought to leverage the destructive effects of the black hole on time and space to delay the high-dimensional overseer, primordial hunger, and inextinguishable ravings, buying more time for the celestial master and the god of steam and machinery. Amid the double calamity, the three continuously orbiting bodies of the circle of inevitability resembled a small boat in a tempestuous sea, always precariously skimming the vortex and black hole's uncertain regions and weak spots dangerously close, yet never succumbing, as if predestined to remain unaffected here. Elsewhere, the dark shadow traversing dimensions was slowed by the terrifying black hole and chaotic vortex, taking an entire second longer to ascend dimensions before lunging toward the Sephira holders, such as the Celestial Master. No one could discern what had affected the inextinguishable ravings, only that the frenzied voice in their hearts paused for a second before resuming and distancing itself from the origins of disaster and eternal darkness. Both inextinguishable ravings and the high-dimensional overseer deemed Sephiroth easier to handle than the great existences like Lumien and Ammonize's end. Among those Sephiroth lay what they desired most. Thus, they stayed behind to help the Monarch of Decay and the Circle of Inevitability to swiftly incapacitate and restrain their opponents. They abandoned their allies and charged straight toward weaker prey that they coveted more intensely. No, not allies. Since the injury and retreat of the Uncertain Mist, they and the Monarch of Decay, as well as the Circle of Inevitability, could not even be considered temporary allies. Primordial hunger greedily bit into the chaotic vortex, but influenced by the symbolism of the origins of disaster, he failed to devour the corresponding abilities and authorities. Nevertheless, he managed to create a gap through his bite, allowing him to charge toward his target. At this moment, Lumien felt a sudden wave of disappointment. It wasn't because he had only managed to stall the high-dimensional overseer, inextinguishable ravings, and primordial hunger for 1 second. Rather, his spiritual intuition had finally confirmed one thing: this was not the end of the universe. The origins of disaster could not merge with eternal darkness to form the fourth pillar, symbolizing the final end. In other words, it wasn't the birth of the fourth pillar that would bring about the end of the universe, but the universe reaching its true apocalypse that would give rise to the fourth pillar. The current conditions were not sufficient. Thus, if the situation became hopeless, Lumien would have no way to surrender himself, allowing the origins of disaster to integrate with eternal darkness, thereby birthing the fourth pillar to drag everyone into death and restart the universe. He had lost a crucial deterrent. White mist then enshrouded the Star Dominion, and Lumien began suppressing the perceptions of all the great old dominators present. Under the cover of the fog of war, Lumien, wielding the sword of destruction, projected his thoughts into the mind of eternal darkness Ammonizes. Become my ally. Ammonizes, holding the dusk-orange greatsword, the dark scythe, and the strange book, hesitated not at all. She gently nodded and replied, "Okay." The moment she agreed, her perception was restored, and she shared in all of Lumien's abilities and authorities, but not his symbolisms. It wasn't entirely impossible to share symbolisms, but the sharer could only utilize them to a limited extent. The same applied to Lumien. Elsewhere on the battlefield, the high-dimensional overseer, wielding the symbolism of truth, was unaffected by the fog of war. He lowered his spatial dimensions and appeared before the Nation of Disorders 33 levels. The celestial Thyrch's projection was just shy of completing its preparations and couldn't react in time. At that moment, the decayed figures wandering across the knowledge moor all gathered behind the celestial master. the god of steam and machinery, Stiano, sat inside a formation. Across from him was something he had painstakingly constructed over a long period, specifically designed to temporarily wield the uniqueness of the hermit pathway. It was a massive figure draped in a black cloak. Beneath the hood, the figure's visage shimmered with cold metallic light, with red beams shooting from its eyes. At last, the celestial master opened his eyes and stood up. He grew incomparably massive, forcing the high-dimensional overseer to look up at him. Versed. An infinite height away, a pair of indifferent, clear, emotionless eyes appeared, seeming to contain an entire universe. Under his gaze, the celestial master rapidly thinned, becoming a paper figurine and melding into the surrounding scenery as part of a painting. This was the Lord of Dimensions, the eye overlooking the mortal realm, the source of all illusions, and the creator of the painting world. The celestial master, now part of the painting as a paper figurine, swiftly turned incorporeal, transforming into a torrent of complex and massive information, thereby breaking free from the confines of the painting. Information was not restricted by lower dimensions. Humans were conglomerations of information, and paintings were as well. With the celestial master buying time, the celestial Thyrch's projection finally completed. His final step. Holding a brass book, he stood up, his grand voice echoing in layers and rapidly transmitting his intent: the 3 realms and 6 paths shall unite as one. In an instant, all dimensions higher, lower, and the current one became interconnected, as though overlaid with layer upon layer of glass barriers. As a result, the high-dimensional overseer could no longer increase dimensions unscathed, nor could the celestial Thyrch's projection lower dimensions without maintaining his influence on the battlefield. With their companions' resistance in place, the Buddhist kingdom of light fully retracted, transforming into a massive golden Buddha that filled the heavens and the earth, though it appeared somewhat illusory. Within the tenebrous world, countless black shadows gathered, coalescing into a pitch black fiend dripping with viscous fluid. The fiend had 2 heads, one belonging to the master of the Shadow Cottage and the other to Farbody. Chapter 1167, Inextinguishable Ravings. As the pitch-black fiend fully materialized, a terrifying raving echoed from deep within, as if originating from the very source of existence. This awakened madness within the Sephra itself caused all negative emotions and rampant desires to explode uncontrollably. Whether it was the master of the Shadow Cottage's head or Farbody's, both instantly lost their ability to think, their vision filled with twisted crimson and flickering black shadows. Simultaneously, this terrifying raving resonated equally from the Sephra, uniqueness, and beyonder characteristics of every living being within the star dominion. The celestial master froze in the void, while the decayed figures gathered within the knowledge more simultaneously raised their heads and let out pained howls. Behind the celestial Thyrch's projection, similar figures with veiled faces emerged one after another, their hair and beards bristling in agitation. The illusory golden Buddha trembled as if on the verge of shattering. The philosophical essence, the inextinguishable ravings, the symbolism of life spirit, and the eternal consciousness. The raving primarily awakened the spiritual imprint of the original creator, which resided within all Sephirot, uniqueness, and beyonder characteristics. No one could escape it, no one could remain unaffected. However, compared to those Sephirot, uniqueness, and beyonder characteristics directly derived from the original creator, the tenebrous world was much less affected in this regard. This was because it had been torn from the mother tree of desire, rather than a product split from the original creator. Even so, the abyss and the chained pathways, heavily laden with desires and malice, were highly volatile. The master of the Shadow Cottage and Farbody, lacking the critical uniquenesses, were already the weakest among the 4 quasi-old ones. As a result, the pitch-black fiend nearly disintegrated and lost control, becoming utterly powerless for a moment. Compared to the tenebrous world, great old dominators like the high-dimensional overseer and the monarch of decay were less impacted by the terrifying raving, barely able to endure it. This was because they were not direct descendants of the original creator's 3 children, but offspring of the union between the original creator and the mother goddess of depravity. With an intermediary layer, the spiritual imprint of the original creator within the Sephiroth, uniqueness, and Beyonder characteristics was relatively weak. For them, this was an opportunity. Fortunately, after a brief moment of chaos, the Celestial Master and the Celestial Thyrch's projection began to unleash their powers wildly and irrationally upon the outside world. One flooded the region with an ocean of knowledge, while the other distorted all surrounding concepts, authorities, and symbolisms. When the effects of the inextinguishable ravings subsided, the master of the Shadow Cottage and Farbody were astonished to find themselves still alive, with their other allies similarly unscathed. Neither the high-dimensional Overseer nor inextinguishable Ravings had managed to seize the opportunity or achieve their objectives. As long as the Key of Light existed and retained a measure of consciousness without succumbing to madness, he would naturally bring good fortune to himself and his companions. He was the symbolism of fate. The influence of inextinguishable Ravings extended across this star dominion. Even eternal darkness Ammonizes was not spared, feeling a madness from the source that seemed to want to seize her consciousness and claim her body. Ammonizes immediately put herself into a state of slumber, letting her thoughts, spirit, and even the madness within her Sephiroth fall into stillness to escape the influence. The Monarch of Decay, understanding what was happening, seized the opportunity to release a vast and overwhelming suction force from his golden-plated body. This was the power of Beyonder characteristic convergence from his Sephiroth. The force could pull every being within the Star Dominion toward him. The Monarch of Decay indiscriminately activated this convergence, unwilling to waste time allowing the fog of war to decay and die naturally. Both Eternal Darkness and Origins of Disaster were closer to him than other great old dominators or Sephiroth and would reach him first. The still slumbering Ammonizes passed through the fog of war and was instantly drawn to the front of the Monarch of Decay. The Monarch of Decay immediately stopped the convergence, preventing other great old dominators or Sephiroth from interfering with his upcoming attempt. He extended his massive, rotting left hand, yellow-green and veined with blue, pressing it toward Eternal Darkness Ammonizes from a distance. Sure hit, certain death. But as the Monarch of Decay reached out his hand, Eternal Darkness Ammonizes transformed into Origins of Disaster Lumion. The moment Lumion sensed the effects of the convergence, he realized the Monarch of Decay's intent. Using the authority subordinate to the essence of war, he swapped positions with Ammonizes. They were a team, and their positions could be exchanged at any time. Now, it was Lumion who faced the rotting left hand. Like the outer deities, Lumion was barely affected by the inextinguishable Ravings. This wasn't because the spiritual imprint of the original creator within his Sephiroth, uniqueness, and Beyonder characteristics hadn't been awakened. On the contrary, as one of the Calamity pathways prepared for the original creator's resurrection, the madness within him was the most intense. However, the incomplete mirrored original creator symbolism within him had corresponding masculine and feminine consciousnesses that were actually strengthened under the influence of the Ravings. This enhanced consciousness and symbolism of the mirrored original creator controlled the awakened spiritual imprint, allowing Lumion to retain his ability to think and fight, though it significantly shortened the fragile balance within him. Facing the inevitable strike imbued with certain death, Lumion's main head and the face of Auror both turned to look at the Monarch of Decay. His other head rotated as well, alternating between the faces of Alistair Tudor and Cheek. Their gazes reflected the Monarch of Decay's form into a deep mirror world, where celestial bodies rapidly began to form around him. Under the lingering effects of the terrifying Ravings, the Sephiroth, uniqueness, and Beyonder characteristics of the Monarch of Decay suddenly erupted into an indescribably horrifying spiritual storm. This came from the spiritual imprint of the original creator. Normally, the Monarch of Decay could endure the resulting tremors and influence, as his spiritual imprint of the original creator was not strong due to being a child of the original creator and the mother goddess of depravity. But this was not a normal situation. Lumion forcibly activated the incomplete mirrored original creator symbolism, further amplifying the spiritual imprint within the monarch of decay. And then, disaster struck. Origins of disaster. Lumion simultaneously utilized this symbolism. The monarch of decay, swept up entirely by the spiritual storm, fell into chaos. His outstretched left hand froze, torn between continuing the attack and retreating to end his own life, aiding the triumph of the madness within. Seeing this, Lumion smiled and shared the powers of the now-awakened eternal darkness Ammonizes, striking the monarch of decay with a dusk-orange greatsword of bound destruction, a vortex of chaos, a decelerating blade of twilight, and a deathly blackness of pallor and tranquility. These forces both repelled each other and exhibited strange fusion. As the horrifying transformation was about to occur, all of Lumion and Ammonize's abnormalities vanished, and the dense white mist before them dissipated. This region reverted to the moment before Lumion created the fog of war, before the monarch of decay fell into madness and chaos. Circle inhabitant. A shadowy vortex, rimmed with sharp teeth, did not linger near Lumion, but instead raced toward the enormous luminous figure upheld by the Chaos Sea. He was heading to devour Grisha Adam. This was a deceit from the Lord of Mysteries Klein. Against primordial hunger, the symbolism of foolishness had little effect, but deceit did. Klein exploited primordial hunger's instinct for convergence and desired target, forcibly guiding him to seek the Chaos Sea he could merely control rather than the city of Calamity he could accommodate. This gave Grisha Adam, who had achieved temporary balance, time to hold off primordial hunger, while other great old dominators would likely target weaker Sephiroth, avoiding the truly great existences. This, paired with the birth of eternal darkness, allowed the Knowledge More and the other three Sephiroth to hold off three great old dominators, giving Origins of Disaster Lumion a chance to face the Monarch of Decay one-on-one. This was the intended plan, though inevitable developments and unexpected variables arose. Now, however, something had changed. The circle of inevitability had begun aiding the Monarch of Decay, forcing Ammonizes to remain and join Lumion, leaving the four Sephiroth to fend off two great old dominators on their own. Crack, crack. Primordial hunger continued devouring the luminous figure and chaos before him, only to grow hungrier the more he ate. It was all fake, all mere envisioned illusions. Suddenly, the Chaos Sea quaked, and Grisha Adam's enormous luminous figure wavered, sinking halfway into the depths. Inextinguishable Ravings. The attack, which awakened the spiritual imprint of the original creator, had an extraordinary effect on Grisha Adam, inheritor of the primordial god, Almighty's titles of creator, and the omniscient and omnipotent one. The madness that erupted within the luminous figure rivaled that of Lumion, who accommodated the city of Calamity. But without the relevant original creator symbolisms to suppress it, Grisha Adam fell into chaos. Primordial hunger did not seize the opportunity to devour him, but instead paused and began consuming the voices echoing within his own mind. They tasted rather good. Amid the undulating Chaos Sea, Ammon, donning a pointed soft hat and classical black robe, leaned against a massive cross, tossing a crimson sphere seemingly composed of the concept of beauty, filled with countless shadows of people, and catching it again. Glancing at the battle outside the Chaos Sea, Ammon clicked his tongue and chuckled to himself. Why am I here? I should be causing mischief outside the protected zones. Unexpectedly, I can still participate in battles of this caliber. Chapter 1168, easily triggered malice and desire. When the inextinguishable ravings reverberated, targeting the spiritual imprint of the original creator, Ammon, who had long since transitioned to the inevitability pathway, was largely unaffected. His Sequence 1 identity as the Angel of Redemption was fully capable of suppressing the madness and chaos originating from the Sequence 2 Trojan Horse of Fate. Under the protection of the Chaos Sea, Ammon patiently observed the battlefield, especially where the four Sephiroth were engaged in fierce combat with two great old dominators. He waited for an opportunity, perhaps only a single chance. Patience was a virtue he had always possessed. On a distant planet, Leading the Angelic Legion, Medici found the situation improving after weathering the initial 2 waves of attacks. More angel-level Beyonders left their protected zones to join the battle, including ancient angels like Arihag and Hermes, who had previously remained hidden, as well as the remaining Western continent cultivators who had finally understood the gravity of the situation. The invading outer deity blessed were disorganized, forming only small, scattered groups of a few to a dozen at most. Furthermore, they seemed to be rejected by the spirit world itself. Except for the subordinates of the high-dimensional overseer and those with limited access to the astral world, the rest had lost their ability to teleport and blink. Even the Beyonder powers derived from the Inevitability pathway Angels Contracti had largely failed, as their contractual partners were mostly spirit world creatures. These outer deity blessed had also lost their spiritual intuition and their ability to quickly recover spirituality via the spirit world, among other disadvantages. Red Angel Medici, overseeing the battlefield, quickly identified the key targets for the next phase: dimensional shadows and observers. After a dozen seconds, he found an opening. The entire Angelic Legion, originally blocking the protected zones, suddenly vanished, leaving behind only a barrier of light and seals of starlight. The invading outer deity blessed were momentarily stunned. What they truly desired was the angel-level Beyonder characteristics. Their prepared attacks landed on the barrier of light, causing it to tremble violently but not shatter completely. The Angelic Legion reappeared in a corner of the sky battlefield, beneath the thin shadowy figure lurking in an inaccessible height. Teleport. Mass teleportation. Immediately, several angels in the Legion acted according to prearranged mental channel communications. The magician Force extended her hands, creating a dazzling, dreamlike door of starlight at an inaccessible height. She forcibly opened a door to a higher dimension. Antigonus swiftly made a wish and realized it. My wish is for most of the observers' revival arrangements to fail. He avoided wishing for all revival arrangements to rewards fail, wary that some might be miracles beyond his level to disrupt, potentially warping the entire wish. As long as most of the opponent's revival setups were neutralized, forcing him to retreat and spend more time reviving, the strategic objective would be achieved. The faster the revival arrangement, the easier it was to disrupt. Those beyond Antigonus' miracle and possibly involving higher dimensions would likely require more complex, secretive processes, consuming additional time for a sequence one observer. This was typical logic. Though unforeseen exceptions could occur, the target might have arrangements involving higher levels or means to quickly revive himself. Regardless, it wasn't Antigonus' responsibility to deal with those. As a Legion member, he only needed to fulfill his assigned task. In the territories of the Life School of Thought and the Aurora Order, 2 mercury-colored serpents had already been prepared. One blessed Red Angel Medici, while the other, using the open dimensional door, imposed a heavy misfortune upon the target. This arrangement handled unforeseen circumstances. Justice Audrey, the ancient dragon Arihag, a massive rabbit, and other angels of the spectator pathway hovered above the Legion, placating each member's minds to counter the terrifying voices echoing within. Meanwhile, angels like the Star Leonard and Saint Vive intercepted nearby outer deity blessed, preventing them from aiding their targets. The entire Legion functioned like a seamlessly coordinated machine, each part performing its role with precision and order. Demoness of Catastrophe, Franca shared her demoness's black flames with Medici, watching as the Red Angel's iron-black eyes swung his terrifying greatsword bound with destruction toward the observer. The observer immediately fled to another dimension, but behind him, one starlight door after another opened, keeping him tethered to reality. The black flame greatsword of destruction slashed through the starlight doors, finally striking the observer. The observer twisted and disintegrated, becoming illusory. This was not his true body, it was a self-created illusion. Cracked. A faint, almost inaudible sound of shattering echoed. Medici's sword of destruction had struck the connection between the illusory self and the true body, hitting a weak point. The illusory observer was ignited by the fire of destruction, and the true body, far away in another dimension, also caught fire with horrifying black flames. The observer let out a cry of pain, his aura rapidly weakening. Although he was not killed outright, he suffered serious injuries. All his revival and recovery setups had been rendered useless. His luck was abysmal. Without hesitation, the observer ascended dimensions again, retreating from the battlefield and never returning. He feared being pursued in his weakened state, and worried that his greedy allies might secretly shift their targets to him. After all, a sequence 1 Beyonder characteristic was at stake. The Angelic Legion, having succeeded in their assault, disappeared once more, avoiding further encirclement and attacks from more outer deity blessed. They returned outside the protected zone, where Saint Dabamachi repaired the barrier of light by driving an orange greatsword into it. The star cluster-like supernova dominator observed the endless, layered barriers of doors blocking his way. Without hesitation, he caused several supernovae to erupt simultaneously. A vast, ferocious sea of brilliant light swept through the region, consuming all the doors and wreaking havoc on the surrounding spirit world. This cleared all obstructions to the astral world, and even helped the Mother Tree of Desire eliminate several clines wearing half-height silk top hats and black trench coats. Suddenly, at the edge of the terrifying sea of light, a cline appeared. Raising his right hand, he snapped his fingers. The supernovae erupting from Supernova Dominator underwent an immediate change and error in their state. They began to collapse violently toward a single point. This immense gravitational collapse pulled the Supernova Dominator's star cluster form, threatening to create an unimaginably massive black hole. The Cline who snapped his fingers was quickly consumed by the sea of light, evaporating with no resistance. But the Supernova Dominator was forced to stabilize his structure, lest the intense gravity and exaggerated explosions destroy his body. When he finished, the endless, layered doors reappeared around him. Cline's primary focus was directed at the Goddess of Fate, attempting to leverage restraint to find an opportunity to severely wound and drive away this eldest daughter of the Mother Goddess of Depravity, even in a 1-against-3 situation. At this moment, the Mother Tree of Desire, relying on the symbolism of desire, had already located the true body of Lord of Mysteries Cline. However, Cline paid no heed to this discovery, instead swiftly grafting the surging desires in his heart onto various marionettes one by one. Some of these marionettes became greedy, others furious, others filled with love, and still others overwhelmed by longing. Yet, they were quickly released from manipulation and died on the spot. The remaining marionettes continued to blockade the Mother Tree of Desire. Almost simultaneously, the shadows wandering the River of Fate suddenly surged upward, forming a massive black trench coat. Foolishness. Cline wielded the symbolism of foolishness against the Goddess of Fate. In the battlefield, where the 4 Sephiroth clashed with the 2 great old dominators, the high-dimensional overseer had already seen through the truth. From a higher dimension, he discovered the weaknesses within the aggregate forms of the Celestial Master and the Celestial Theurge's projection. He swiftly ascended to the 10th dimension, intending to directly disrupt the internal connections of these aggregates from there. At this moment, the Celestial Master swung his horsetail whisk. A vast flood of knowledge spanned multiple dimensions and poured into the mind of the high-dimensional overseer. This knowledge was not only vast and complex, making it impossible for even a great old dominator to fully absorb in a short time, but it also activated sequentially, transforming into grotesque and bizarre illusory creatures that tore at the high-dimensional overseer's thoughts, consciousness, and spirit. These creatures even instigated rebellion among the high-dimensional overseer's pre-existing knowledge, causing them to become animated and mutinous. Demons of knowledge, the secrets of madness. The high-dimensional overseer immediately fell into chaos, trapped in a battle against himself. His turmoil brought about changes in all dimensions. The illusory, coiled strings around him unfurled and formed a painting that enveloped the Celestial Master and the Celestial Theurge's projection. As the Celestial Master and the projection entered the painting, it became filled with suns, planets, and a variety of rules and principles. The high-dimensional overseer did not expect this to seal the two Sephiroth, but merely set the exit in a concealed location to buy time and suppress both the rebellion of his own knowledge and the influx of external information. The Golden Buddha noticed this and immediately sought to reboot the process to return the Celestial Master and the Celestial Theurge's projection to the real world. But before he could complete this task, distorted figures began to emerge from his golden body: Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, Arhats, and Wisdom Kings. These were the lingering spirits of the former Tao integrators. They had all been awakened and corrupted. This was the effect of Inextinguishable Ravings. He was the symbolism of the spirit of living beings. For aggregates composed of multiple spirits, Inextinguishable Ravings were their nemesis. Conversely, eternal darkness could put chaotic and complex spirits into slumber. The pitch-black fiend faced an even graver fate. Countless shadows emerged, gnawing at its own body. The master of the Shadow Cottage and Farbody could only exert all their effort to suppress and fight against themselves, unable to do anything else. A tranquil and silent darkness spread from the distance, soothing the chaos of the Golden Buddha and the pitch-black fiend, allowing these two Sephiroth to barely escape their predicament. However, this darkness was swiftly disrupted by the Monarch of Decay. Realizing they would have to endure the effects of Inextinguishable Ravings on their spirits repeatedly, and that Ammoniz's assistance might not always be as timely as it was now, the master of the Shadow Cottage and Farbody exchanged glances, their eyes burning with resolute malice. Time to risk everything. They would make sure their devourers paid a heavy price. The pitch-black fiend immediately triggered an explosion of all the desires it could sense in his surroundings. The concentrated desires gathered by Inextinguishable Ravings detonated. Unable to find the knowledge more temporarily, he shifted his target to the tenebrous world. For him, this was not an optimal choice, one he would usually avoid, but it was still an option. With desire ignited and unable to care about anything else emerging from the depths of the pitch-black fiend's heart, it transformed into frenzied thoughts and formless consciousness that ravaged Farbody and the master of the Shadow Cottage's souls, seeking to overwhelm them quickly. Farbody and the master of the Shadow Cottage burst into laughter. This was exactly what they wanted. They seized their final moments of clarity to curse themselves and everything attached to them. Everyone would die together. Blood-colored flames erupted across the pitch-black fiend's body, transforming it into a gigantic rabbit while turning the previously formless Inextinguishable Ravings into the rabbit's consciousness and spirit. The blood-colored flames continued to burn, intent on consuming all life in the vicinity. From within the Chaos Sea, Ammon observed the scene. Though surprised by Farbody and the master of the Shadow Cottage's choice, he still stood up. He had waited for this opportunity. Raising his hand, he used pre-obtained authority to retrieve an item from Sephira Castle. It was the uniqueness of the chain pathway. This uniqueness bore the corruption of the mother tree of desire, which even Lord of Mysteries Klein could not remove in the short term. It was also a vital component of the tenebrous world, capable of connecting the mother tree of desire and the tenebrous world, which were originally one entity. Now, Ammon sought to use this connection to transfer the damage inflicted upon the tenebrous world to the mother tree of desire, just as he had once dealt with the uncertain mist. He had not anticipated Farbody and the master of the Shadow Cottage's rapid self-destruction, but had merely intended to exploit the injuries inflicted upon the tenebrous world to achieve his objective. Now that the situation had changed, he was determined to seize the opportunity. Chapter 1169, Assistance. Ammon's monocle radiated a dazzling light. He vanished from behind the enormous cross within the Chaos Sea, wandering the astral world to roam into the deep black void just 2 lunar distances away from the tenebrous world. At that moment, the Golden Buddha had also been caught in the indiscriminate explosion of desires triggered by Farbody and the master of the Shadow Cottage. However, fortune was on his side. The desire occupying his thoughts was primarily one of universal salvation and relief from suffering. As a result, he only froze momentarily before becoming even more fervent in his participation in the battle. In his hands, he conjured a massive tricolor wheel of mercury, lapis lazuli, and deep black, inscribed with complex patterns and symbols. Amidst the grand sermon-like chanting, a nearly formless river of fate emerged, drawn into the enormous divine wheel, which began to turn toward a particular symbol. This river of fate belonged to Inextinguishable Ravings. Under its influence, Inextinguishable Ravings, who had been cursed to have a rabbit's consciousness and spirit, could not free himself from the pitch-black fiend, found himself unable to escape. It was as though destiny itself had entangled him there, forcing him to endure even fiercer curse damage as blood-colored flames ignited him. Even for these great existences, fate retained its mysterious power. This caused all sentient beings in the current star dominion to experience chaotic consciousness and disoriented spirits. The disturbance gradually spread outward to other star dominions, weakening as it extended until it eventually dissipated. Inextinguishable Ravings, the symbol of consciousness and spirit. Meanwhile, on the other side, the high-dimensional overseer in a higher dimension, along with the celestial master and the celestial Thyrch's projection trapped within the dimensional painting, were not fully consumed by the explosion of desires. They only entered a brief state of stagnation. Ammon raised both hands, bringing forth a tiny illusory figure wrapped in layers of bandages, thorns, and roses, allowing it to float before him. The chained uniqueness. Gazing at the uniqueness, Ammon keenly sensed its profound mystical connection with the tenebrous world and the mother tree of desire. He prepared to use the authority of the error pathway to elevate this connection into one akin to that between an avatar and its true body, or oneself, and oneself allowing the damage and consequences to be transmitted to the mother tree of desire. Ammon tilted his head and glanced toward the direction of the Chaos Sea. Clicking his tongue, he gently shook his head. To him, the apocalypse had to end in victory. Even if most of the Sephiroth were lost, and civilization continued on the peripheral planet at the universe's edge, it would merely be a comforting delusion, possibly just a temporary postponement of the apocalypse. This was because the victory of the great old dominators did not signify the end, but symbolized a seismic shift in the cosmic landscape. After seizing the Sephiroth they desired, would they not accommodate them? Once accommodated, powerful entities comparable to the pillars would emerge. By then, if the circle of inevitability accommodated the key of light, Ammon himself would no longer dare leave the planet and could only survive tenuously under the protection of the Lord of Mysteries. Given the premise of failure, this was the optimal outcome. If the mother goddess of depravity were to mend and recover, allowing her to fulfill the contract and aid the primordial god Almighty's return, even the Lord of Mysteries would face a crisis. These two capable and willing pillars could sign a contract through the notary pathway, cooperating sincerely enough to dismantle and seal the Lord of Mysteries, ensuring the celestial worthy could never resurrect. In such a scenario, Lord of Mysteries Klein might not be able to win, but could perhaps avoid destruction. However, the peripheral planet at the universe's edge would be left entirely unprotected. Ammon retracted his gaze and looked at the chained uniqueness before him, chuckling softly. Only I steal from others, when have others ever dared rob me? Before his voice faded, Ammon's monocle emitted an even more dazzling brilliance. This transformed the surrounding void into light, ushering in a white day. Lord of Mysteries Klein was just about to wield the symbolism of foolishness against the goddess of fate when he suddenly dissolved into shadows, sinking back into the river of fate's main current and tributaries. He returned to his strategy of interference, obstruction, and delay. This was because he had agreed to Ammon's request to use the uniquenesses of the error and door pathways. It was also because he had received corresponding information from the spirit world and decided to shift his primary focus to the mother tree of desire. The grotesque, chaotic tree adorned with scales of chaos had been blinded to spiritual premonitions, unable to gather information from the spirit world. Thus, she remained unaware of the developments on another battlefield, until she saw the many Kleins rise into the air, spreading their arms to project starlight-dyed bluish-black doors before them. Only then did a sense of foreboding strike her. Klein had reinforced the mystical connections and corresponding symbolisms that Ammon had reconstructed, linking them across countless star dominions to the current battlefield. Before the Mother Tree of Desire could respond, the familiar roaring of inextinguishable ravings reverberated through her psyche, wreaking havoc on her consciousness and spirit. Then blood-colored flames engulfed her, and she let out a howl of pain. Her massive arboreal body began collapsing, morphing into a giant rabbit with scales of chaos. Klein had anticipated a similar scenario, but had not expected the Mother Tree of Desire to be so severely injured. Just as he could not foresee the instability of the pitch-black fiend's emotional state, which had exploded at the slightest provocation. As he prepared to seize the opportunity to seal or even slay the Mother Tree of Desire, the chaos-scaled rabbit erupted with ferocious aggression and greed. She exploited the cursed mystical connection against herself, unabashedly releasing the gathered forces to drag herself toward the tenebrous world battlefield. The Mother Tree of Desire vanished into the astral world, bypassing Klein's attempts to block her. Every event has both a good side and a bad side. This was a fundamental rule of the universe, and the reverse was equally true. Klein's marionettes raised their coats and extended their right hands into the void, attempting to graft the mystical connection between the Mother Tree of Desire and the tenebrous world onto one of the marionettes, hoping to return the rabbit with scales of chaos without her realizing it. At that moment, crimson moonlight descended, and an illusory, slightly damaged oak tree grew from the mystical connection between the Mother Tree of Desire and the tenebrous world, solidifying the corresponding symbolism. Klein's attempt to graft failed. Mother Goddess of Depravity. The Mother Goddess of Depravity had assisted the Mother Tree of Desire remotely. Klein was both surprised and unsurprised. He was unsurprised because he had long known that the Mother Goddess of Depravity and the Mother Tree of Desire had signed a contract witnessed by the primordial God Almighty. The latter had sacrificed the Tree of Shadows to help the former bypass barriers. The former now owed assistance, which she could provide by exerting influence remotely from the astral world through the corresponding contract. What surprised Klein was the speed at which the Mother Goddess of Depravity had recovered, having reset her state and healed her injuries faster than he had anticipated, no longer worried about Lumien's influence. Though she still needed to remove the suppression of the symbolism of destruction to fully heal, she was already daring enough to intervene in the battlefield remotely, a true testament to her symbolism of new life. Naturally, the Mother Goddess of Depravity was still weakened from using the Chaos Primogenitor's special symbolism. Until she was fully healed, she would not descend directly while bearing dual negative impacts. With this interference, Klein failed to stop the Mother Tree of Desire. The massive rabbit with scales of chaos leapt from the astral world to the burning tenebrous world. Weakened and desperate, she let out a resounding roar, awakening the survival instincts of all sentient beings in the region. In an instant, the Golden Buddha turned and fled far away. Ammon, clutching the chained uniqueness, wandered back behind the enormous cross in the Chaos Sea. The high-dimensional overseer, along with the celestial master and the celestial Thyrch's projection, also chose to retreat for a moment. Within the tenebrous world, the heavily cursed Inextinguishable Ravings developed certain thoughts and emotions. His current state was dire. Among the great old dominators, there were still some who could accommodate his associated Sephra. A weakened hunter could become prey. Driven by his overwhelming survival instincts, Inextinguishable Ravings instinctively fled the tenebrous world, attempting to return to formlessness and escape to another star dominion to hide. Without interference from the Golden Buddha, his attempt succeeded. At this moment in the tenebrous world, the consciousness and spirits of the Tao integrators had already been utterly consumed, likewise for Farbody. The Mother Tree of Desire seized the opportunity, using her powers of convergence to forcibly absorb the shadowy world. Then, in her form as a colossal rabbit, she hugged the tenebrous world and fled into the astral world without any hesitation, leaving everything else behind. Severely injured, She no longer cared about recovering the chain of abyss uniquenesses or their corresponding Beyonder characteristics. All she desired was to hide and recover while fully accommodating the tenebrous world. Everything had happened so quickly that by the time the Mother Tree of Desire disappeared from the Star Dominion, the efforts of Origins of Disaster Lumion and Eternal Darkness Ammonizes to block her had just arrived. Klein, whose form had been flickering due to the interference of the Mother Goddess of Depravity, finally stabilized and reappeared. Klein instantly assessed the overall situation and realized that despite the temporary loss of the tenebrous world, his side had gained the upper hand. The three Sephiroth needed to deal with one great old dominator. However, vigilance was still required. Inextinguishable Ravings, despite fleeing in a burst of survival instincts, might surreptitiously return to observe the situation. If Klein's side had not gained a decisive advantage by then, he might rejoin the battle. Thus, time was of the essence. Klein planned to continue delaying the Goddess of Fate and Supernova Dominator while pursuing the Mother Tree of Desire. He aimed to reclaim the tenebrous world while she was still severely damaged and had yet to fully hide. Meanwhile, he would occasionally interfere with the Circle of Inevitability to create opportunities for Lumion and the Evernight Goddess. The next moment, his high-frequency flickering figure stopped. He directed his gaze toward the Chaos Sea. Crimson moonlight fell from the astral world, bathing the enormous luminous figure, bringing new life to all consciousnesses. This included Grisha Adam, as well as Heribergen and Leodero, and also that of the primordial god Almighty. The primordial god, Almighty's consciousness, was already on the verge of taking over. Chapter 1170, Past Symbolism. When the crimson moonlight descended, Klein immediately realized that Grisha Adam likely couldn't hold on much longer. He had been barely maintaining a fragile balance, temporarily reaching quasi-great Old One strength, only through the merging of Heribergen's and Leodero's consciousness. Once granted new life, the accumulated latent issues would swiftly manifest. If the primordial god, Almighty, truly gained the upper hand, and the Mother Goddess of Depravity returned fully healed, the situation would become irredeemable. At that moment, three contingency plans formed in Klein's mind. The first plan had the Evernight Goddess forcibly put Grisha Adam and the primordial god Almighty's consciousness into slumber. This would buy more time, or perhaps allow Klein to find a way to kill Grisha Adam, putting an end to the possibility of the primordial god Almighty resurrecting with the Mother Goddess of Depravity's assistance. The issue with this plan was that it would release primordial hunger. At that point, it would likely take a substantial bite out of Grisha Adam, and this insatiable entity would inevitably seek out Lumion, attempting to accommodate the city of Calamity. Combined with the possible return of Inextinguishable Ravings in a short while, the situation would spiral completely out of control. The second plan utilized the change symbolism to delay the adverse changes in Grisha Adam, keeping him as a buffer against primordial hunger. Klein would give up chasing the Mother Tree of Desire and recovering the tenebrous world for now. Instead, he would focus on delaying the Goddess of Fate and Supernova Dominator while joining the battle between the remaining three Sephiroth and the high-dimensional Overseer. The goal would be to heavily wound or eliminate this great old Dominator as quickly as possible. This would free the Sephiroth to assist Lumion and the Evernight Goddess, potentially bringing that battlefield to a swift resolution. If the primordial god Almighty had not yet resurrected by then, the situation would be brought under control and significantly improve. The downside to this plan was that if Klein became deeply entangled in the fight against the high-dimensional Overseer, he would struggle to manage the Goddess of Fate and Supernova Dominator in the other star dominions. Should they intervene, the situation could become even more chaotic and deteriorate further. The third plan was to once again use the change symbolism to allow Grisha Adam to hold on a little longer. Meanwhile, Klein would avoid the battle with the high-dimensional Overseer, refrain from interfering with the Circle of Inevitability or joining Lumion and the Evernight Goddess's battlefield, and not pursue the Mother Tree of Desire. Instead, he would focus all his efforts on confronting the Goddess of Fate and Supernova Dominator. Although it would be a 2-against-1 situation, the symbolisms of these two great old dominators did not directly restrain the Lord of Mysteries. By further utilizing the pillar's symbolisms, Klein had a chance to severely wound the goddess of fate and supernova dominator, forcing them to give up and flee, or temporarily seal them before the primordial god Almighty could resurrect, despite interference from the mother goddess of depravity. Afterward, Klein could exchange places with the Evernight goddess, personally dealing with the circle of inevitability while the Evernight goddess put Grisha Adam into slumber and hold off primordial hunger. In a one-on-one confrontation, Klein was confident he could swiftly deal with the circle of inevitability, racing against time before the mother goddess of depravity healed and descended once more. Even if he couldn't isolate the circle of inevitability, Klein could simultaneously hold back the monarch of decay, enabling Lumion to execute a pre-prepared move that would make the monarch of decay experience what it meant by being the origins of disaster. The only flaw in this plan was that every second would count. Any wasted moment could lead to failure. As for the idea of feeding the uniquenesses of the moon and mother pathways to primordial hunger to provoke the mother goddess of depravity into dealing with him, this approach lacked real feasibility. Unless Lord of Mysteries Klein went to the mother goddess of depravity now, making her succumb to foolishness and completing a deceit, she could afford to wait until the situation grew more chaotic and both sides were heavily wounded before descending. Even if Klein did seek out the mother goddess of depravity, she was still a pillar, albeit weakened and injured. He wouldn't be able to spare his attention for the other battlefields for some time. Klein made his decision in an instant. His high-frequency flickering figure raised its coat. Chain. The symbolism was applied to the enormous luminous figure, immediately delaying the adverse effects of the crimson moonlight. Next, Klein transferred Ammon from the Chaos Sea to the peripheral planet at the universe's edge, leaving behind only the chained uniqueness and sequence one beauty goddess Beyonder characteristic from Lilith, which he grafted into Sephira Castle. After completing this, Klein's flickering figure disappeared from the Star Dominion. He returned to the original battlefield, now fully intent on dealing with the goddess of fate and supernova dominator. In the meantime, Ammon appeared on the peripheral planet of the universe. Still affected by his survival instinct, he hid within the protected zone, not daring to venture out. On the battlefield outside the protected zone, Franca and other angels were stunned to find that the Cupids and Leviathans had simultaneously left the area, entering the universe and disappearing. This significantly reduced the pressure on them. The beautiful Cupids had been firing arrows that stole true hearts, inciting internal strife. Meanwhile, the Leviathans had stirred up jealousy and dissatisfaction among many angels, nearly causing the disbandment of the Red Angel Medici's Legion. It was only thanks to the Star Leonard, Ariana, and other servants of concealment who put the affected angels into slumber, and Justice Audrey and other spectator pathway angels who used hypnosis, placate, or implanted virtual personalities, that the Angelic Legion avoided greater turmoil. Now, for whatever reason, the departure of the Cupids and Leviathans from the battlefield was a welcome relief for Medici, the Legion commander. In the boundless void, sometimes shrouded in the fog of war and other times plunged into darkness, the voice of Lumion echoed in eternal darkness ammonizes his mind. Change of strategy target the circle of inevitability first. Previously, Lumion had aimed to use his preparations to swiftly wound or eliminate the monarch of decay, making him the primary target. He and Ammonizes had nearly succeeded 3 times, but each time, the circle of inevitability had intervened, either resetting the state through loop or exerting influence via the symbolism of inevitability. This caused Lumion to be affected by the symbolism of decay, where anything that can go wrong will go wrong, further destabilizing his internal balance and reducing the time he could sustain himself by another minute. Hence, Lumion decided not to remain trapped in this back and forth. A breakthrough was needed, starting with eliminating the support and the disruptive interference. Although the circle of inevitability was even harder to eliminate quickly, whether through his loop symbolism or his combination of future and destined symbolisms that made him nearly impossible to hit, Lumion felt it was worth a try given the deadlock elsewhere. He also noticed the crimson moonlight and understood the urgency of time. Suddenly, Lumion once again conjured the fog of war to envelop the void, swapping his position with Eternal Darkness Ammonizes. Eternal Darkness Ammonizes now faced the golden mummy-like monarch of decay. The strange book of coiled feathered serpents in her hands flipped open with a rustling sound, displaying only one name written across its pages: Monarch of Decay. Death. Ammonizes invoked the symbolism of death. Time, already slow around the Monarch of Decay, slowed further, pushing his body into the depths of illusory ripples. There it seemed to reach the end of time, the final point of change. The Monarch of Decay did not evade the influence of death. Instead, he used his symbolism as the end of the river of time to delay death until that endpoint, leaving the present unaffected. As Ammonizes dealt with the Monarch of Decay, Lumion, with his omniscient perspective within the fog of war, located the circle of inevitability. The body with Auror's and Jenna's face clenched its right hand. They caused all contradictions in the area to erupt instantly, transforming the apocalypse into a vortex of chaos that swallowed nearby asteroids, along with time, space, and fate. This chaos vortex rapidly expanded toward the circle of inevitability, targeting not his body, but a fixed tributary within the mercury-colored river of fate. It sought to drag this tributary into the apocalypse, returning it to chaos, thereby breaking the circle of inevitability's destined powers. The circle of inevitabilities, 3 bodies began spinning around a single point. He attempted to trigger a loop not yet affected by the chaos vortex, resetting the state of the battlefield. At this moment, Ammonizes suddenly abandoned applying symbolic influence on the Monarch of Decay. Instead, using the team's connection, she unleashed deep darkness like a river from the void near Lumion, pulling time and space into herself and merging them swiftly. Eternal Darkness was also space-time in one. Although this symbolism was incomplete, it managed to halt the circle of inevitability's spinning, suspending him like an insect trapped in amber. Origins of Disaster Lumion seized the opportunity, allowing the chaos vortex to spread over, engulfing the fixed tributary of fate and the preset loop node. Then, the chaos vortex, embodying all colors and possibilities, consumed the 3-bodied circle of inevitability, causing him to collapse into chaos in an instant. Neither Lumion nor Ammonizes paused to confirm their victory, as the Monarch of Decay made the fog of war advance to its end and applied the symbolism of certain death to them. A second later, at the dissipating chaos vortex's center, the dark body of the circle of inevitability reappeared. He had reunited with his mercury-colored and redemptive light-formed bodies, resuming his hand signs. Past symbolism. What was not lost in the past could not be destroyed in the present. Lumion instantly realized one thing: only by using the kind of power associated with the 4th pillar, erasing the very concept of the circle of inevitability's existence and his past history, could he be truly wounded or killed. Of course, the king of spacetime, who held the symbolism of history, might not be able to kill the circle of inevitability, but could certainly inflict suffering worse than death. Chapter 1171, Baiting with One's Own Body. In the original Star Dominion, the goddess of fate, delayed and obstructed by Klein, had already discerned the changes on the other battlefield by gazing into the mercury-colored illusory river of fate. She had prophesied what was about to happen. The armless body in the center of her body spat out an object she had been holding in her mouth. It was a thumb-sized bead with a glassy texture, radiating multicolored hues and naturally exuding a soothing aura that calmed the mind and body. This bead originally belonged to a Tao integrator of the Key of Light. It was a relic left behind after their corpse was cremated. During the Vortex incident, it had been traded by Harrison of Pinglai to Fate's attendant Halois. After Halois recovered, the bead was immediately offered as a sacrifice to the deity Halois worshipped. As soon as the relic was spat out, it flew directly to the body with hollow eye sockets on the goddess of fate's left side. She caught it and wove it into the self-contained mercury-colored symbol that had head connected to tail, incorporating it into the corresponding tributary of the River of Fate. The river of fate surged quietly onward. Just as the golden giant Buddha, who had only recently overcome the effects of survival instincts, prepared to join the Celestial Master and Celestial Theurge's projection in battling the high-dimensional Overseer, a fissure appeared on the Buddha's surface. From within, a pair of hands forged of gold began to tear outward, threatening to shatter the entire body. The follower to whom the relic belonged was now imbued with a new fate, and granted new possibilities. Thus, he had torn through the surface, disrupting the harmony of the three Buddhas, preventing them from acting in unison, and causing the golden giant Buddha to collapse spectacularly. Such was the power of the goddess of fate, who wove fates. On the first day, the original creator awoke and created this world, but reality, the spirit world, the astral world, and fate were still mixed together. On the second day, the oldest one birthed the mother goddess of depravity. Reality gained a foundation, the spirit world and astral world were separated, and the river of fate began to flow. Soon after, the mother tree of desire was born, giving rise to life and introducing evil and desire. Then came the son of chaos, who established order, and with it, shadows naturally emerged. On the third day, the oldest one and the mother goddess united, and the mother of all things gave birth to a firstborn daughter. From then on, the fates of all things began to intertwine, no longer in absolute chaos, but instead forming relative patterns and foreseeable futures. As the firstborn daughter of the original creator and the mother goddess of depravity, the symbolism of the goddess of fate was sufficiently unique. She could weave, guide, and sever even the fates of great old dominators. As long as the fates of all things converged into the river of fate, she would attain immortality. Even if her body were destroyed, her consciousness and spirit could return from the river of fate and manifest a new body. She did not need preset resurrection mechanisms or the reliance on undying spirits that other great old dominators required. Nor did she need to wait ages to revive through a Sephira, uniquenesses, or Beyonder characteristics. However, the essence of fate was infinite chaos. Even the goddess of fate could not fully control it, nor could she ensure the river of fate always flowed according to her woven designs. At this moment, the goddess of fate aimed to disrupt the battle over the Sephiroth, forcing the Lord of Mysteries to divide his focus, and preventing him from confronting her with his full power. If she could delay long enough, her mother would return, fully healed. As the firstborn daughter, she was destined to receive assistance, a privilege the Circle of Inevitability and Supernova Dominator did not share. Thus, she utilized the relic intended for capturing the Key of Light, deploying it early to serve her current needs. As the golden giant Buddha was about to be torn apart from within, deep darkness surged forth, engulfing him and plunging him into slumberous sleep from which he could not awaken in the short term. Only by suppressing his internal issues could the golden Buddha regain control of the situation. This left the Celestial Master and Celestial Theurge's projections to face the high-dimensional Overseer in a 2-against-1 battle, significantly worsening their predicament. Having just returned from the past, the Circle of Inevitability observed the scene and suddenly felt a surge of desire. This came from a powerful instinct to converge, and a greed deeply rooted in godhood. He now had the opportunity to devour the Key of Light. Compared to that, aiding the monarch of decay against the origins of disaster and eternal darkness seemed far less important. Supernova Dominator, unable to glean sufficient information from the river of fate and further hindered by the spirit world's obscuring, grew increasingly agitated. At last, within the astral world, the concept of stars suddenly intensified. One after another, massive, blazing orbs of terrifying radiance descended into this star dominion, radiating unimaginable light and heat. These were dying stars, summoned by supernova dominator stars, nearing the ends of their lifespans. As the ruler of stars, Supernova Dominator wielded the symbolism of weight, density, and fundamental forces, commanding the laws of the boundless cosmos. Normally, he could summon his shepherded stars through the spirit world, creating supernovae or catastrophic black holes, all without compromising his structural stability. But Lord of Mysteries Klein, utilizing his pillar symbolism, had preemptively sealed the spirit world. As a result, Supernova Dominator was forced to spend extra time converting these stars into conceptual forms, sending them into the astral world, and transporting them over here, finally manifesting them in reality. Once these stars amassed in the star dominion, they immediately began attracting and colliding with one another. An immense eruption of light and heat followed, obliterating layers of doors and overwhelming countless clines. Right on the heels of that, the colliding matter rapidly collapsed, emitting unimaginable gravitational force that captured even the expelled light and heat, compressing the entire star dominion inward and slowing time dramatically. Supernova Dominator, now, had an unobstructed connection to the astral world. At this moment, he sensed an enormous bluish-black door of light formed from countless insects at the edge of the light and heat he had captured. Standing beneath the radiance was a figure Klein wearing a silk half-top hat, dark gloves, and a long black coat, holding a star-encrusted cane. Manifesting Sephira Castle, Klein extended his left palm forward. Time, already slowed by the massive black hole, became even slower, as if a clock chime resonated from the bluish-black door of light. Everything stagnated, nearing a complete halt. King of Spacetime. Supernova Dominator was also trapped in the near-frozen time, moving with an unbelievable slowness. He suddenly realized something. Why am I creating a black hole one that contracts space and dilates time? Isn't this helping the King of Spacetime further stagnate time? Could it be that, during the previous battles, I unknowingly came under the influence of the symbolism of foolishness? Supernova Dominator did not hesitate. He immediately attempted to reverse the black hole's collapse into the strongest explosion possible. This would break the spatial constraints and temporal stasis and might even significantly damage the now-manifested Sephira Castle. Of course, completing such a transformation required at least 1 second, but a second in the dilated time zone was far longer than one in the external world. The goddess of fate was nearly sucked into the massive black hole created by Supernova Dominator. Only by weaving her own fate was she able to evade the pull and reach the edge of its influence unscathed. However, she could no longer perceive the fates within that dark region. At that moment, she noticed the emergence of a figure clad in a black coat, wearing a silk top hat, and holding a star-encrusted cane lord of mysteries Klein standing within the giant bluish-black door of light. The mercury-colored river of fate shifted direction, rushing toward Klein. All its tributaries began converging on the door of light, as though it alone represented the true path and the real future. Even the goddess of fate herself was pulled toward it. Beacon of Destiny. The goddess of fate now glimpsed the fate of Lord of Mysteries Klein. Her rightmost, headless body followed the surging mercury-colored river, striking out with an illusory silver-black dirk toward the bluish-black door of light. It sought to sever all tributaries of fate. The final judgment. Seeing this, Klein, now manifesting the Sephira Castle, maintained a calm expression. He spread his arms, lifting his black coat as the bluish-black door of light shone brilliantly. The scene concealed behind him was revealed, a deep black hole that bound even light and heat, preventing their escape. The black hole created by Supernova Dominator. Almost simultaneously, Klein reversed the stagnation of change, pushing it into acceleration. Abruptly, Supernova Dominator's attempted transformation was completed. The black hole became a white hole, erupting with a terrifying sea of burning light and an extreme explosion. The eruption rushed toward Klein, toward Sephira Castle, and also toward the goddess of fate on the other side of the door of light. Klein didn't flee the scene. Instead, he placed a hand over his chest and bowed slightly to the goddess of fate, whose central head had already reflected the blazing sea of light in its eyes. Taking advantage of the moment, he redirected the goddess of fate's attack to the Supernova Dominator on the opposite side of the Sephira Castle, completing the linkage. This was grafting, a manifestation of the symbolism of bizarreness. For Supernova Dominator and the goddess of fate, if they had realized the problem earlier, they could have easily stopped their own attacks, preventing the grafting from achieving its purpose. But this time, Klein had used himself as bait, isolating both sides with Sephira Castle, and amidst his own simultaneous crisis, left them no time to react. Of course, the symbolism of foolishness, which had gradually deepened its influence over time, was the true hero of the moment. In an instant, the terrifying sea of light engulfed Klein's body, shaking the bluish-black door of light. Then, it surged forward, completely submerging and tearing apart the three bodies of the goddess of fate, dissolving them. At the same time, the goddess of fate's strike, symbolizing the final judgment, successfully hit Supernova Dominator's river of fate. Supernova Dominator immediately felt utterly isolated, as if plunged into a deep darkness, unable to locate reality, sense the spirit world or astral world, or even perceive a fate to continue existing. In the now starless dominion, Klein's figure dressed in a black coat and dark gloves swiftly reappeared. He had just died. But he wielded miracles, and resurrection was one of them. Correspondingly, Sephra Castle had also suffered severe damage during this daring attempt. It would not recover fully in the short term, a price Klein was willing to pay to resolve the battle quickly. Klein did not relax, as the battle in this dominion was far from over. He had merely gained a temporary advantage, creating an opportunity that he now had to seize fully. Chapter 1172, Giving You a Chance. Supernova Dominator, having had his tributary of fate severed, now existed without a future, isolated from reality and unable to sense the spirit world or astral world. For those not above the sequences, this would mean watching helplessly as death and an end approached, with no way to reverse fate. Even most great old dominators would lose their powers and authorities in such a state, unable to wield many of their symbolisms. At that moment, a decisive attack from their enemies could prove fatal. The final judgment of fate could not directly kill a great old dominator, but could temporarily strip them of most of their symbolisms, reducing them to a weakened state, rejected by fate itself, a miserable wretch with no future or dreams. At this moment, Supernova Dominator wasn't concerned about the goddess of fate landing another blow. What he feared was the Lord of Mysteries seizing this opportunity to render his existence worse than death. As a great old dominator, while he leaned more toward reality than mystery, he was not entirely without means to escape his predicament. Supernova Dominator quickly caused the myriad explosive suns comprising his body to eject countless particles. Using his symbolism as the controller of fundamental forces untouched and unremovable, he caused those particles to draw closer, triggering repeated nuclear fusions, transforming into various elements, and creating true matter. This matter began forming their own fates, weaving together and attempting to break through the isolation, seeking to rejoin the vast, illusory mercury-colored river of fate. This would allow Supernova Dominator to find reality and return to the river of fate. Within the intricate mercury-colored river of fate connected from head to tail, the consciousness and spirit of the goddess of fate swiftly coalesced, unstoppable and irreversible. Meanwhile, in the other star dominion, primordial hunger had consumed a sliver of chaos, devouring some of the hanged man's abilities. Grisha Adam, with a stoic expression, calmly placated, guided, and managed the situation, showing no sign of failure. To him, the greater threat than primordial hunger was the increasingly revived consciousness of the primordial God Almighty. The golden giant Buddha sat cross-legged in the boundless void, his eyes tightly shut, motionless. The two golden hands extending from the fissures in his body hung limply as it had fallen into slumber. At this moment, he was entirely incapable of resistance, relying solely on the blessing of passive good fortune. This growing vulnerability made the greed and convergence instinct within the circle of inevitabilities, godhood surge uncontrollably. It was as though a miser had spotted a long-coveted treasure suddenly left unguarded, with the added assurance of impunity upon taking it. Eternal Darkness Ammonizes noticed that the circle of inevitability was increasingly fixated on the golden Buddha. She deliberately shifted her focus to the monarch of decay, creating distance from the key of light and the other Sephiroth. A few seconds later, the circle of inevitability could no longer resist his godhood's instinct to converge. His three bodies worked together, setting up several loop triggers on the battlefield before turning toward the key of light. Using the law of Bayonder characteristics convergence, he flung himself toward the golden Buddha, causing the Buddha to be drawn toward him in turn. Suddenly, a straight, illusory dark river flowed forth from the cosmos, heralding the stillness of fate and the proclamation of death. This was a river that did not loop, it always moved forward. Even death itself would dissipate within its currents. River of eternal darkness. Ammonizes, though she was truly above the sequences, was burdened by the lingering consciousness and spiritual residues of many Tao integrators of the Heali lineage. Her condition was less than ideal and required time to adapt and purge the negative influences. Thus, except for her emergence as a great old one to fend off the outer deities, she had refrained from utilizing her concentrated symbolism of the river of eternal darkness. But now, understanding the urgency of the moment, she set aside all other concerns, using this river to forcibly break the remaining loops, prevent the circle of inevitability from accommodating the key of light, and keep him occupied, creating a one-on-one opportunity for Lumion against the monarch of decay. The colorless, illusory river submerged all loop nodes, causing them to instantaneously perish and vanish without taking effect. The river of eternal darkness placed itself between the circle of inevitability and the golden Buddha, transforming into denser darkness that enveloped the area, forcing all three bodies of the circle of inevitability to close their eyes. Symbolism of darkness, compelling thought to silence and inducing slumber. The body of redemptive light on the circle of inevitability's right side also closed its eyes and fell into a state of sleep. Yet, before him appeared countless tributaries of fate, each representing the same possibility, that the circle of inevitability would soon awaken. Symbolisms of future and destined. The circle of inevitability had anticipated his current predicament and prepared in advance, setting the future in motion. This foresight stemmed not only from insights drawn from the river of fate, but also from his clear understanding that the key of light, as the embodiment of fate, would inevitably have absolute good fortune at critical moments, disrupting any attempts to accommodate him. This was why he had not fixed the tributary of fate, representing his successful accommodation of the key of light. It was simply unfixable. Maintaining the dense darkness, Ammonizes extended two hands. Before the destined fate could manifest, she plunged an orange-red twilight greatsword into the darkness's edge and into the void. The dense darkness contracted, the flow of time slowed, converging toward a single point. The fate of the circle of inevitability's destined awakening remained unchanged, but was now delayed, pushed several seconds into the future. Symbolism of space-time in one. Though incomplete, it proved sufficient. After restraining the circle of inevitability, Ammonizes glanced at the golden Buddha. Even she couldn't help but marvel at his fortune. Despite having been schemed against and facing grave issues that forced him into slumber, he had unwittingly drawn the circle of inevitability's attention, granting Lumion the opportunity for a one-on-one confrontation with the monarch of decay. Though it might only last a few seconds, it was still an opportunity. As the essence of war, Lumion naturally wouldn't let the opportunity slip. He unfolded the mirror world originating from the city of Calamity, forcibly dragging the monarch of decay into it. Within this realm lay an endless starry sky. Immediately, massive stars erupted around the monarch of decay, ejecting vast quantities of matter, creating a sea of destructive burning light and expanding explosions. Above and below the monarch of decay, two black holes revealed themselves through accretion disks, tugging at his body in opposing directions and causing the distant mirror world's barriers to fracture piece by piece as if seeking to escape. Calamity of destruction. Time around the monarch of decay grew increasingly sluggish. The intense sea of light dimmed rapidly before even nearing him, decaying with astonishing speed, rendering it less terrifying. The two black holes began evaporating at an unimaginable pace, shrinking steadily. Suddenly, a radiant starlight door manifested amidst the slowed time behind the monarch of decay. Three-headed, three-bodied, six-armed Lumion stepped out, opening the door and wielding a black flame greatsword bound with destruction and chaos. He had used the last charge of his door pathway contract ability. Immediately, he felt his body decaying and rotting, his internal balance accelerating toward collapse. The monarch of decay remained expressionless, as if such things were already dead and decayed. As a great old dominator, his golden mummy-like form was free from the limitations of a human structure. He welcomed the origins of disaster, stepping into a region dominated by slow time and the strongest symbolism of decay. He extended his rotting, pus-seeping left palm toward Lumion, his head having rotated 180 degrees at some point, gazing upon his sluggish-moving target. Sure hit, certain death. Lumion first used the symbolism of calamity of destruction to interfere with the monarch of decay before opening the door not to confuse the enemy, but to buy time for one action. He had transmitted his intent to all his followers: call my name. On the peripheral planet of the universe, Lugano, Leon, and other sick church believers heard the resounding command echo in their ears. They bowed their heads devoutly, repeatedly chanting, "Great Malady God! Great Malady God!" Amid the prayers, the face of chaos on Lumion's left head turned toward the monarch of decay. He seemed barely affected by the slowed time, pulling both time and space into himself. At this moment, the previous and current malady gods finally met. Lumion did not hope that this meager symbolism would equate this malady god with that one, making his injuries synonymous with those of the monarch of decay. The mystical connections between the two remained too weak and the necessary symbols insufficient. The connection between the uncertain mist and the mother tree of desire had been exploitable for mutual destruction, because Genie and the tenebrous world had once been one. Moreover, Emperor Royale and the Chained provided an ideal intermediary linking both sides. Lumion could only become the mother goddess of depravity because she had permitted it, creating those links and ultimately providing the critical correspondences. Currently, none of these conditions were met. Lumion's purpose in enhancing the symbolism of the malady god was not to rely on mystical similarity to wound the monarch of decay, but to offer him an opportunity. For great existences, anyone who invoked their former names and stole their followers would establish a mystical connection with them, allowing them to curse, doom, or even kill the offender or seize their body. If not for the astral barrier and Mr. Fool's protection, Lumion would have long since perished or become the monarch of decay. Now, Lumion deliberately amplified the symbolism of the malady god to give the monarch of decay a chance to possess his body. Chapter 1173, Accommodation. The monarch of decay sensed that the prayers to the malady god were directed at the origins of disaster, creating an overlap in identity and offering him a direct opportunity to seize his target's body. But he didn't take the opportunity. He wasn't foolish. Killing the origins of disaster first and then accommodating the Sephira was the only correct choice. To seize the other's body now would mean engaging in a battle of consciousness and spirit. The monarch of decay wasn't confident of a guaranteed victory at the moment. If he lost, he would end up being accommodated and devoured by the origins of disaster, becoming part of that collective consciousness. Moreover, in such a war of consciousness, defeat would mean no chance of escape, given that his opponent was of the same tier. Thus, any great old dominator with a functioning mind would never take such bait from Lumion. For Lumion, having prepared this plan, there was naturally a follow-up strategy. You're rational, you're not foolish. That's fine, I'll make you foolish. As the believers chanted, "Great Malady God," and the monarch of decay launched his sure hit, certain death attack, Lumion activated the contract mark left by Mr. Fool. He could still use it once. Fooled. This contract, signed after the Fool Klein accommodated Sephira Castle, carried a trace of the foolishness symbolism. As the mark on Lumion's body glowed a bluish-black, the monarch of decay's outstretched left palm suddenly slowed. He hesitated, he stopped. For a being as truly great as the monarch of decay, the fooling imposed by half a lord of mysteries had limited duration and effect. It wasn't potent enough to make him lose all reason and act purely on instinct, but Lumion had never expected it to succeed outright. At that moment, the middle head on Lumion's body laughed, radiating intense provocation, as if saying, "A naturally great existence like you can't even match a lowly one like me who advanced the ranks." If you don't seize this opportunity now, you'll end up being accommodated by me. What's the matter? Did the Mother Tree of Desire ignite your survival instincts so much that you're too cowardly to confront my consciousness head-on? You might as well crawl back into the Mother Goddess of Depravity's womb and be reborn with a new consciousness. Simultaneously, Auror's and Jenna's faces smiled in turn, each glancing mockingly at the Monarch of Decay. Provocation plus charm, symbolic level provocation and charm. Another of Lumien's bodies, the one with the face of a swirling vortex of chaos, followed his main consciousness's lead, activating the City of Calamity's convergence force. The Tudor face brimming with the desire to challenge, and the amused cheek face cooperated perfectly with this attempt, invoking the law of Beyonder characteristics convergence and sending an irresistibly alluring invitation to the Monarch of Decay. Come accommodate this Sephra, take over our body. Still under the influence of foolishness, the Monarch of Decay could no longer control himself in the face of provocation, charm, and the law of aggregation. His vision fixated solely on the hateful, yet irresistibly enticing target before him. Without hesitation, he stepped forward, shedding the golden plating covering his body to reveal a heavily decayed, oozing yellow-green pus-covered body. That body rapidly expanded, instantly enveloping Lumien's three-headed, six-armed body. In the blink of an eye, within Lumien's consciousness space, the blood-stained stone brick floor became covered in a nauseating yellow-green fungal carpet. The Monarch of Decay saw several figures standing before him. Auror with her hair darkened and eyes deep brown, Jenna with an expression of disdain, cheek radiating excitement, Alistair Tudor, eyes blazing with madness, and the stationary swirling face of chaos. Behind them loomed the coiled twin-bodied malevolent dragon. Beyond the malevolent dragon lay the staircase ascending to infinite heights, atop which sat Lumien wearing a white shirt, black vest, and dark trousers, on a crimson-blooded throne, his right foot resting on his left knee, gazing down at the Monarch of Decay with a bright smile. As the origins of disaster who was above the sequences, Lumien's consciousnesses had long since unified into an entity. He was simply using the visionary's ability to manifest 6 arms of his consciousness as 6 figures for ease of unleashing different attacks later. In the real world, his 6 arms could independently employ distinct abilities, though not involving symbolisms. Within the mercury-colored river of fate, as the intertwined destinies coalesced into the goddess of fate's consciousness and spirit, she prepared to surface, to leave this realm and reclaim a body. Suddenly, Lord of Mysteries Klein appeared above her, clad in his black long coat and silk half-top hat. Klein extended his black-gloved left hand. Steal. Klein sought to extract the goddess of fate's consciousness and spirit from the river of fate, stealing it into his grasp. He hadn't attempted this earlier because the goddess of fate had not yet intended to leave the river of fate. Her existence, intertwined with the fates of all matter in the universe, was too heavy to steal. Once she fully regained a body, the Lord of Mysteries would also be unable to directly steal the consciousness and spirit of a great old dominator from her united form. Only this moment presented the opportunity. A strange, tree-like humanoid object coated in black slime floated in front of Klein. It was the sequence one divine abomination Beyonder characteristic of the chain pathway. Once he stole the goddess of fate's consciousness and spirit, he would immediately place it into this formless entity, then use his symbolism to seal her. For the chained pathway's binding symbolism, high-sequence Beyonder characteristics were ideal sealing material. The goddess of fate's consciousness and spirit were uncontrollably drawn out from the illusory mercury-colored river of fate, about to fall into Klein's hand. Just then, crimson moonlight descended, and a broken oak tree grew in the void, fixing the goddess of fate's consciousness and spirit in place. The mother goddess of depravity had come to aid her eldest daughter. Within Lumien's consciousness space, still under the lingering effects of foolishness, the Monarch of Decay stretched his sure hit, certain death left palm toward the malevolent dragon's figure across the void. At the same time, he fully invoked the decay symbolism, slowing the surrounding flow of time and hastening its approach to the terminal point. The malevolent dragon represented by one of Lumien's arms did not dodge and could not dodge. Its two heads spat black flames of destruction, bound with madness toward the decayed palm. Cheek's figure conjured an apocalypse before him, creating a chaos vortex encompassing all possibilities and colors, rapidly spreading toward the monarch of decay's left palm and body. Alistair Tudor's figure revealed a blood-red mark on his forehead, clenched his right fist, and struck the void ahead. The void cracked inch by inch, collapsing space-time toward the monarch of decay, the destruction symbolism from the Red Priest pathway. Aurora did not use the authority of origins of disaster or calamity of destruction. Instead, she shared a corresponding power from her ally Eternal Darkness Ammonizes, summoning dense darkness that silenced everything, enveloping the monarch of decay. Jenna wielded an orange-red twilight greatsword and slashed it toward the monarch of decay. The swirling face of chaos held a pale book formed of coiled feathered serpents, flipping its pages silently. At that moment, chaos, destruction, death, eternal silence, and twilight along with the monarch of decay's previous attack gathered in the consciousness space. Some forces repelled, others blended, swiftly collapsing into a terrifying black dot. The black dot drew the entire consciousness space toward itself, absorbing all forces and causing countless cracks to form, igniting pitch-black flames. Under this influence, time was nearing its end, and space converged toward the unstable black dot. Neither Lumien nor the monarch of decay could escape this consciousness space, unable to avoid the singularity of unified spacetime and all things. Though not yet true fourth pillar power and lasting only briefly, it was enough to kill the consciousness of a great old dominator. Moreover, the loop nodes in this area had been erased, and the circle of inevitability remained restrained by Eternal Darkness Ammonizes, unable to rescue the monarch of decay. Thus, Lumien had no fear of the sure hit, certain death strike. Everyone here would die. It was reminiscent of how the master of the Shadow Cottage and Farbody had drawn inextinguishable ravings into themselves and cursed themselves. The difference was that their consciousnesses weren't strong enough to sustain such a battle or hold back inextinguishable ravings without the key of light's help. They lacked the ability to kill a great old dominator, only capable of wounding one severely. But Lumien was a genuine great existence. Once the accommodation process began, without external intervention, the monarch of decay couldn't escape the battle of spirit. Lumien could harness fourth pillar-related power to obliterate the monarch of decay alongside himself. In the collapsing consciousness space, surrounded by pitch-black flames, the monarch of decay had one thought: kill the origins of disaster first, destabilize the fourth pillar's power, and let it collapse on its own. This was the monarch of decay's only chance for survival. At the top of the staircase leading to infinite heights, on the blood-stained throne, Lumien sat still, surrounded by a cracking consciousness space filled with burning black flames. With his right foot resting on his left knee, Lumien smiled brightly as he watched the monarch of decay desperately trying to kill the figures to destroy him. It's useless. I will die, and so will you. Chapter 1174, The Instinct for Redemption. After several seconds, the Circle of Inevitability finally used the fixed tributary of fate to escape the influence of the darkness symbolism. However, neither he nor Eternal Darkness Ammonizes continued the battle. Instead, they both turned their attention to a peripheral region of the Star Dominion. There, an illusory mirror shattered, and Lumien, with 3 heads, 3 torsos, and 6 arms, emerged. His body was wrapped in rotting green-yellow flesh and burning with deep, pitch-black flames. That massive body, covered in decaying flesh, continued collapsing inward toward a central point. It began with the chest at the center, followed by the right arm, and then the left side of the abdomen. Within the collapsing body, a dark spot emerged, so deep it seemed to contain the entire universe. Each collapse greatly heightened Eternal Darkness Ammonizes' sense of danger, and she quickly realized that the development might not align with their original expectations. When Klein had fully awakened and accommodated Sephira Castle, he had consulted only 2 high-ranking existences to plan their responses to various scenarios. One was Lumien, who possessed the swirling face of chaos and both the masculine and feminine aspects of the mirrored original creator. The other was Evernight goddess Ammonizes, who held the authority of concealment. This prevented Klein's awakening and their plans from leaking. Snake of Mercury Will Ossipton only learned of Klein's awakening in the nation of the Evernight. Klein had helped him accommodate his uniqueness, but he was unaware of the details. Thus, Ammonizes already knew how Lumion, as the origins of disaster, would deal with the monarch of decay and what would unfold in the process. Now, it seemed everything had gone as planned, yet the result appeared to have taken an unexpected turn. The anticipated outcome was for Lumion to create a power akin to the fourth pillar, annihilating both the monarch of decay and himself, while completely erasing the feminine and masculine aspects of the mirrored original creator, Cheek's consciousness, Alista Tudor's consciousness, and the malevolent dragon's consciousness. If Lumion, as part of the fourth pillar by virtue of being the origins of disaster, calamity of destruction, managed to endure the destructive force longer, eternal darkness Ammonizes would withdraw the powers she had shared with him. This would destabilize the fourth pillar's terrifying force. Meanwhile, Lord of Mysteries Klein would employ new birth, grafting, and other methods to potentially save Lumion. However, in doing so, the chaotic cluster of consciousnesses within him might persist, leaving the fragile balance he currently maintained uncertain. Now, this outcome was coming to fruition, yet it seemed something even more horrifying was brewing. Moments later, Eternal Darkness Ammonizes observed strange phenomena surrounding Lumion's rapidly collapsing body. An endless, frozen universe devoid of vitality appeared. Darkness, which seemed intent on swallowing everything and compressing it into a single point, emerged. The symbolism of termination opposing the symbolism of Genesis has appeared. This is not supposed to happen. The universe has not yet reached its end, and the fourth pillar cannot be born. Eternal Darkness Ammonizes' gaze suddenly froze. She thought of a possibility. Lumion's body not only contained the powers that composed the fourth pillar, but also held the symbolisms of the monarch of decay and the masculine and feminine aspects of the mirrored original creator. When the power representing termination collided with the feminine and masculine aspects of the mirrored original creator, which now finally had the chance to interact during this destruction, there was a possibility for the termination power to sublimate into termination symbolism. It had to be known that those symbolisms included, anything that can go wrong will go wrong. Once termination symbolism emerged, even if only briefly, it would be a terrifying event. At best, all life in this galaxy, including the great old dominators, would be completely annihilated, unable to resurrect. At worst, the entire universe would reboot. Eternal Darkness Ammonizes immediately withdrew the powers of death, eternal silence, and twilight that she had shared with Lumion. Yet, origins of disaster Lumion's body, consciousness, and spirit continued collapsing. The arrival of termination symbolism seemed inevitable. At this moment, the circle of inevitability abandoned the golden giant Buddha, representing the key of light, and returned to Lumion's side through the astral world. Seeing this, Eternal Darkness Ammonizes recalled the hint from Genie and did not intervene. Instead, she followed the circle of inevitability back to the original battlefield, closely monitoring the situation. The attacks of the high-dimensional Overseer against the Celestial Master and Celestial Thyrch's projection slowed. He was already preparing to ascend dimensions and flee the galaxy instantly, though even that might not ensure his safety. Primordial hunger, which had been feasting on Grisha Adam, also paused. Acting primarily on instinct, he began showing signs of retreating. The central body of the Circle of Inevitability, with its mercury-colored face of suffering, pointed toward the astral world. The Angel of Redemption, who had been fighting at the edge of the universe, instantly returned to him, transforming into slivery black light that merged into his embrace. The remaining sinners, unsure of what was happening and now lacking the protection of the Sequence 1 Archangel, all chose to withdraw from the battlefield and return to their divine kingdom. Next, the Circle of Inevitabilities left Dark Body, and the right body composed of redemptive light simultaneously caused the illusory river of fate to emerge. The main trunk represented the past that had already occurred, while its tributaries represented futures about to become reality. The future was already determined, and every tributary led to the same outcome. The circle of inevitabilities, two bodies each formed a hand sign. The future redemption body created a new tributary within the mercury-colored tributary, where no other possibilities or developments existed, a tributary capable of preventing the appearance of the termination symbolism. The past sinner body caused the figures of the monarch of decay within the river of fates past to be replaced one by one with figures of the circle of inevitability. Conversely, the original figures of the circle of inevitability were replaced one by one with figures of the monarch of decay. Substitution symbolism. This was the highest level of the substitution spell. Sensing his past being rapidly replaced, the monarch of decay did not resist. Instead, he hoped the circle of inevitability would succeed. He saw the light of redemption. As Lumien's body collapsed further, the circle of inevitability's present sufferer body separated a sequence, one body composed of redemptive light. This body formed a hand sign aimed at Lumien. In an instant, the decayed body of the monarch of decay within Lumien was miraculously switched with the sequence, one body of the circle of inevitability. One returned to the outside world, and the other entered within, completing the substitution. Now, Lumien no longer accommodated the monarch of decay, but rather a sequence, one avatar of the circle of inevitability. As soon as the monarch of decay left Lumien's body, he was instantly covered layer by layer in golden armor plates. However, his surface bore multiple cracks that penetrated the gold and decayed flesh, with deep black flames still burning within. The monarch of decay did not linger and entered the astral world, fleeing far away. Even with the mother goddess of depravity's healing, his wounds would take 60 years to recover. Without appropriate assistance, it would take hundreds or even thousands of years. He dared not remain in this star dominion any longer. Eternal darkness Ammonizes chose not to pursue him. Instead, she continued monitoring the circle of inevitability while assisting the celestial master and celestial Thyrch's projection. Having lost the symbolisms of the monarch of decay, the collapse of Lumien's body and the emergence of termination symbolism slowed significantly, but had not yet stopped. The mother goddess of depravity used her power across space to fix the consciousness and spirit of the goddess of fate, preventing them from being stolen by the Lord of Mysteries. Klein, however, was pleased rather than angered. High above in the boundless gray fog, a marionette that Klein had hidden in advance returned to this star dominion, appearing near the weakened supernova dominator, who had fate stripped. From the start, Klein's true target had been the weakened supernova dominator, whose many symbolisms had been rendered unusable by the final judgment. His initial moves against the goddess of fate were meant to force the still-recovering mother goddess of depravity to fully assist her eldest daughter. This would make it difficult for the mother goddess of depravity to intervene in Klein's subsequent actions against Supernova Dominator. Unlike the Lord of Mysteries, every great old Dominator had their own specialties. Normally, a single marionette of Klein's would not stand a chance against a complete great old Dominator. However, Supernova Dominator had not yet recovered or fully returned after suffering final judgment. Wearing his black coat and half-top hat, Klein produced another abomination Beyonder characteristic, covered in viscous black slime. Raising his star-encrusted cane, he transferred the massive star cluster still unconnected to reality and unable to wield its symbolisms of weight and density into the grotesque tree-like humanoid object. The abomination Beyonder characteristic began to bulge and crack as if it were about to explode. Klein's body then projected a bluish-black illusory door of light. The door's projection landed on the abomination Beyonder characteristic, stabilizing it. The object quickly transformed into a transparent, dreamlike crystal of constellations. Klein then threw this astral crystal into the spirit world, continuing to seal it off. This was to prevent the mother goddess of depravity from aiding Supernova Dominator in escaping. Of course, a great old Dominator like Supernova Dominator, whose consciousness, spirit, Sephira, uniqueness, and Beyonder characteristics were all intact, could not be completely sealed. He was not in a state of post-revival dormancy, but rather leaned heavily toward reality. In 2 or 3 minutes, he would naturally break through the seal and emerge from the abomination Beyonder characteristic. Even if Klein reinforced the seal, it would not delay him much longer. But a 2 to 3 minute delay was sufficient for the current battle. If victory was achieved, Lord of Mysteries Klein would have ample time to retrieve the abomination Beyonder characteristic. While exerting his full symbolic power to seal Supernova Dominator, Klein abandoned his attempt to steal the goddess of fate's consciousness and spirit, allowing her to regain her body. This, too, was an opportunity. Klein's coat billowed as he seized the moment to impose the foolishness symbolism upon the goddess of fate. Initially, he expected the mother goddess of depravity to interfere, but both he and she became simultaneously aware of the developments in the other battlefield. Klein wasted no time. Opening a door, he traveled to the star dominion where Lumion and the others were, leaving behind a high-frequency flickering figure. He deceived the goddess of fate, who was under the foolishness symbolism, causing her to foolishly enter the spirit world as it briefly opened. She intended to use it as a shortcut to the key of light. Around the goddess of fate, a vast labyrinth rapidly formed as the spirit world seal was restored. For a great old dominator in the domain of fate, pure luck could enable her to exit the spacetime labyrinth and escape the spirit world through the river of fate. However, this would take several dozen seconds. Chapter 1175, Bearer of the Eternal Aeon. Within the collapsing and burning space of consciousness centered on the deep black point, Lumion, who had reverted to his three-headed, three-torso, six-armed form, rested his 2 middle arms on the armrests of the blood-stained throne. Leaning back against the chair, he calmly observed as everything in this space headed toward destruction. He was aware of the terrifying transformations resulting from the collision of various symbolisms, but at this moment, he could neither interrupt nor end what was happening. Suddenly, he noticed that the monarch of decay, surrounded by the power of termination, had been replaced by an avatar of the circle of inevitability, composed of redemptive light. Lumion froze for a moment, then couldn't help but burst into laughter, leaning forward slightly. So this is what the hint about utilizing the universe's most powerful and genuine angel of redemption truly meant. Whenever a situation arose that could threaten the entire universe, the godhood instinct of the circle of inevitability would compel him to perform redemption. This was perhaps his most fundamental symbolism, and the reason he had been born as the child of the original creator and the mother goddess of depravity. The goddess of fate symbolized the weaving of chaotic destiny into a semblance of order, forming the foundation of the current river of fate. In contrast, the circle of inevitability symbolized the possibility of salvation in apocalyptic crises brought about by the inherent chaos of destiny, allowing the universe to continue in relative stability until its ultimate end. As the sequence, one avatar of the circle of inevitability substituted the monarch of decay within Lumion's collapsing body, the formation of the termination symbolism noticeably slowed. However, it did not stop entirely and began accelerating once more. Seeing this, the 3 bodies of the circle of inevitability simultaneously formed identical hand signs. His true body began to fade and contract, leaving behind only the light of redemption. Meanwhile, the angel of redemption avatar within Lumion's body rapidly expanded, sprouting a pitch-black past sinner body and a mercury-colored present sufferer body. The circle of inevitability used his true body to replace the avatar, personally entering Lumion's body to face the encroaching power of termination. The universe's most powerful and genuine angel of redemption. The power of termination continued to consume and collapse everything within the consciousness space, pulling it toward the deep black point. At this moment, the 6 arms of the circle of inevitability extended simultaneously, cupping the terrifying black point as though holding a lotus flower. His 3 bodies, simultaneously, bore the ravages of the power of termination. Then, the 3 bodies unfolded in a strange manner that defied human anatomy, encircling the deep black point held in 6 palms, and began to spin. The spinning grew faster and faster. The black turned into mercury, mercury became transparent redemptive light, and the light was dyed black again, repeating over and over. Before long, the pitch-black past sinner body morphed into the initial scene of the termination power's formation. The mercury-colored present suffer body stabilized the current event of destruction. The holy light-formed future redemption body froze the moment when the termination symbolism was about to emerge, but had not yet fully formed. Next, the future redemption body, spinning rapidly, became dyed black once more, transforming into the scene corresponding to the past sinner body. Lumien's collapsing body suddenly reverted to its original state, the state it was in when the termination power had just begun to form, but had not yet transformed into symbolism. His broken limbs, chest, abdomen, and other parts were all restored. Eternal Aeon Symbolism. Using his eternal Aeon symbolism, the circle of inevitability achieved redemption. He immediately allowed his external sequence 1 avatar to replace his true body once again, sealing it within Lumien's body. The true body returned to reality, regrowing the past sinner body and the present suffer body. From now on, the Angel of Redemption avatar would slow the transformation of termination power within Lumien into termination symbolism. It would also assist in balancing the consciousness and spirit of the reviving malevolent dragon. When the delayed transformation once again reached a critical stage, the true body of the Circle of Inevitability would replace the avatar, enter Lumien's dreamscape, and use the symbolism of eternal Aeon to reset the crisis to its initial state. In essence, every day, his true body would endure destruction alongside Lumien due to the termination power. This cycle would repeat daily, eternally. Seeing that the crisis had been redeemed, the Circle of Inevitability did not linger and departed for the astral world. Neither the newly emerging Lord of Mysteries Klein, who had just stepped through a door, nor the massive crimson moon in the sky attempted to stop him. After arriving at a distant region of the boundless universe through the astral world, the Circle of Inevitability manifested the River of Fate once more. In the mercury-colored illusory river, his images, which originally belonged to the Monarch of Decay, had been replaced by his own through the influence of the substitution symbolism. This created a profound mystical link between him and the Monarch of Decay. He discovered a series of weathered, decaying planets and began pursuing the direction they pointed. By the time the Circle of Inevitability had left, Lumien had regained his balance. Once again, he was the genuine origins of disaster and calamity of destruction, now carrying even more active and intense masculine and feminine aspects of the mirrored original creator. These aspects were nearing a convergence, poised to form a symbolism. In an instant, Lumien understood his current situation. For the next hour, he would remain in peak condition, able to wield the full power of a great old dominator. After that, his body would begin collapsing, and the disaster symbolism would become uncontrollable, bringing calamities or disasters to the surrounding star dominion. Only by entering slumber could he minimize such occurrences and slow the completion of the termination power's convergence. This phase would last for 22 hours. The true body of the Circle of Inevitability would replace the failing sequence 1 avatar within Lumien's dreamscape, endure destruction for an hour, achieve eternal Aeon, and reset Lumien's physical state to the beginning. Realizing this, Lumien paused, feeling both amused and reflective. In simple terms, I have a sequence 1 angel of the inevitability pathway sealed within me, resetting my physical state every 24 hours. After all these twists and turns, it seems I'm back to the beginning. However, the essence of fate was ultimately disordered, and the entire situation didn't completely align. During the final hour, what was sealed wasn't a sequence 1 angel of the inevitability pathway, but Inevitability himself. Moreover, the state didn't reset at 6 a.m. every day, but at 12:30 p.m. After a moment of pause, Lumien raised his head. The crimson moon, high above, descended once again. The mother goddess of depravity had once again returned. Faced with this change, the figure of Lord of Mysteries Klein, clad in his coat and top hat, grew abnormally enormous and rose to confront her. Origins of Disaster Lumion dashed without hesitation toward primordial hunger, ready to replace Grisha Adam and confront this great old dominator. Eternal Darkness Ammonizes first enveloped the nearly out-of-control Grisha Adam in dense, silent darkness. With his cooperation, she helped him fall into slumber to delay the revival of the primordial god Almighty, then joined the Celestial Master and Celestial Thyrch's projection in their fight against the high-dimensional Overseer. In the next second, she sensed that the heavily injured Inextinguishable Ravings seemed to have returned. Ammonizes instinctively analyzed the current situation to devise the most appropriate response. At this point, the Mother Tree of Desire, Monarch of Decay, and Circle of Inevitability were no longer capable of returning to the fray and could be eliminated from consideration, along with the uncertain mist. Among those remaining, the Supernova Dominator would remain sealed for another 2 or 3 minutes, likely unable to rejoin the battle in time, making him a negligible factor. Meanwhile, the Goddess of Fate would need another 10 to 20 seconds to escape the labyrinth and leave the spirit world. In the immediate term, the only opponents to contend with were the Mother Goddess of Depravity, Primordial Hunger, the High-Dimensional Overseer, and the still weakened Inextinguishable Ravings. However, if the situation wasn't resolved swiftly and dragged on until the Goddess of Fate returned, or until the Primordial God Almighty's revival progressed beyond suppression, then hope would be lost, and defeat would be certain. With a precise understanding of the circumstances, Eternal Darkness Ammonizes made a decisive call. The Lord of Mysteries would hold off the Mother Goddess of Depravity. Origins of Disaster Lumion would engage Primordial Hunger. The Knowledge Moor, Nation of Disorder, and the soon-to-awaken Key of Light would continue stalling the high-dimensional Overseer. Ammonizes herself would leverage mutual restraint among the symbolisms to ensure that the already gravely injured Inextinguishable Ravings would be forced out of the battle or even eliminated within a short time frame. This had to be accomplished before the Goddess of Fate returned. The primordial god, Almighty's revival, should take slightly longer. Ammonizes immediately caused the dense, silent darkness to spread outward, seeking the formless great old dominator and preparing to manifest the name of Inextinguishable Ravings on the illusory book coiled by feathered serpents. At the same time, Lumion descended above Primordial Hunger. The central body of his body reconstituted the burning sword of destruction, and he projected a thought toward Ludwig at the edge of the universe. "Call me Father." Ludwig, who had already devoured the chaos gastric juices and was playing a pivotal role within the Red Angel Legion, was momentarily stunned before instinctively shouting aloud, "Father." At that moment, Primordial Hunger, shaped like a dark vortex, seemed to hear another version of himself calling the enemy above as Father, utterly baffled. But in the next instant, he sensed a familiar aura emanating from Lumion, the aura of the one who created this world and would ultimately end it. He saw the formation of all things and the freezing of the universe. WH. In the instinct of primordial hunger, a term emerged, Father. He seemed to have encountered his true father. He immediately began trembling and froze in the void. Seeing this, Lumion smiled again. Extracting the power of primordial hunger from the box of the Great Old Ones and helping Ludwig consume, it wasn't just about creating a sequence one archangel to assist in defending the protected zones. Lumion had intended to establish a symbolic connection. Now, Ludwig carried power directly derived from primordial hunger. He had long acknowledged Lumion as his godfather, his father. This was a symbolism. While projecting this symbolism onto primordial hunger wasn't easy, Lumion carried both the masculine and feminine aspects of the mirrored original creator, who was the genuine father of primordial hunger. Of course, the symbolic connection between Ludwig and primordial hunger remained too weak to truly equate Lumion to primordial hunger's father. It could only create illusions and exert some influence. This would have little effect on other great old dominators, but for primordial hunger being driven primarily by instinct, it might work well. Coupled with Mr. Fool's deceit, perhaps could become certain. This was why Lumion had first targeted the Monarch of Decay, so Mr. Fool wouldn't be too occupied to help. Additionally, the contract seal could only be applied to one target at a time to borrow a power. With foolishness, there could be no deceit. Moreover, if Lumion had targeted primordial hunger from the start, the circle of inevitability might have intervened to save him. At this moment, Lumion did not seek Mr. Fool's assistance. After the recent events, the masculine and feminine aspects of the mirrored original creator within him had become far more active and substantial. That was enough to deceive primordial hunger. As primordial hunger stiffened briefly, Lumion ignited his entire body in crimson flames. Wielding the sword of destruction, he descended from the heavens and struck downward. The blade hit the dark vortex of primordial hunger directly. Primordial hunger let out a headache-inducing howl of pain, and the dark vortex spat out what it had recently swallowed, but hadn't yet digested. Terrified, he fled into the astral world, carrying the burning flames of destruction and a body riddled with cracks. Panicked and disoriented, he fled far away from the battlefield. In just 2 seconds, Lumion had grievously injured primordial hunger, driving him away and completing his task. In the name of the Father. Chapter 1176, A Temporary Retreat. Lumion did not pursue primordial hunger, just as he had refrained earlier from borrowing the other 3 powers from eternal darkness Ammonizes to try to kill primordial hunger in one strike. Such an action would have triggered the opponent's survival instincts, helping him overcome his fear of Father and mount a strong resistance, thus exposing the deception. Reaching this point was sufficient. By the time primordial hunger, a great old dominator that relied primarily on instincts, figured out what had just happened and realized the falsity of Father, hours or even days would have passed before he returned still bearing severe injuries. Lumion's decision was to immediately rendezvous with eternal darkness Ammonizes. Together, they would confront the already gravely injured Inextinguishable Ravings, aiming to either eliminate him within 10 seconds or inflict wounds so severe that he would no longer dare to return. At that moment, the Lord of Mysteries Klein imposed the symbolism of foolishness on the newly materialized body of the Mother Goddess of Depravity. However, every part of the Mother Goddess of Depravity was in a state of constant new life, including her soul, consciousness, spirit, and intellect. This caused her to recover her intellect as soon as she became foolish, rendering her immune to the core symbolism of the Lord of Mysteries. For now, Lumion had no intention of joining the battle between the pillars. He quickly arrived at the battlefield where eternal darkness Ammonizes and Inextinguishable Ravings were engaged. The formless Inextinguishable Ravings abruptly vanished, no longer resonating within their minds or affecting their consciousness and spirits. He had fled the battle to observe from another star dominion, awaiting an opportunity to return. Gravely injured, he chose to follow his survival instincts, avoiding the battlefield where 2 great old dominators capable of combining into the 4th pillar's power were present. With the distraction of Inextinguishable Ravings gone, the high-dimensional overseer did not linger either. He ascended to the highest dimension, taking advantage of the Celestial Master and Celestial Theurge's projection having a minimal influence on this domain, and quickly fled the battlefield to hide. He covertly observed the area, waiting to see if another opportunity might arise. At this point, Origins of Disaster Lumion and Eternal Darkness Ammonizes were without opponents. Their gazes simultaneously turned toward the Mother Goddess of Depravity, whose form was adorned with clouds of swirling crimson moonlight and drifting ash, serving as her celestial attire. They prepared to join the battle between the pillars. However, they were acutely aware that if the 2 of them engaged in a fierce fight with the Mother Goddess of Depravity, Inextinguishable Ravings and the high-dimensional overseer would inevitably return to this star dominion. Moreover, the Mother Goddess of Depravity would swiftly heal Inextinguishable Ravings, allowing him to fully unleash his symbolism, which countered collective consciousness and spirits. This could delay them until the Goddess of Fate emerged from the labyrinth, escaped the spirit world, and broke free of foolishness. Although the situation had improved compared to before, the crisis was far from over. Additionally, Lumion and Eternal Darkness Ammonizes needed to remain vigilant over the slumbering Grisha atom. If anything went awry there, They would have to join forces immediately to kill the primordial god Almighty before his revival could be completed. At this moment, they saw Lord of Mysteries Klein take a deliberate step back. His thoughts reverberated through the spirit world, spreading across the star dominion. Does your contract with the primordial god Almighty have a deadline for fulfillment? Origins of Disaster Lumion and Eternal Darkness Ammonizes exchanged glances and chose to trust Mr. Fool's judgment. They did not return to that battlefield, but maintained their vigilance. Despite their precarious advantage, Mr. Fool's sudden decision to negotiate with the Mother Goddess of Depravity indicated that something problematic was happening in the background. The Mother Goddess of Depravity stared at Klein for a second before manifesting the various concepts, authorities, and symbolisms comprising the contract in the astral world. Lord of Mysteries Klein glanced at it, finding the contract drafted by the primordial god Almighty to be exceptionally tight, leaving no exploitable loopholes. Smiling, he raised his star-encrusted cane and replicated the distortion power originating from the Black Emperor pathway. A clause in the contract immediately twisted, though it did not yet form a usable loophole. Almost simultaneously, Klein extended his left hand, gloved in black. Deceit symbolism. Under the dual effects, the clause in the contract finally changed. The time limit is until the conclusion of this event. Klein immediately smiled and addressed the Mother Goddess of Depravity. Why not wait until your period of weakness ends, until you can wield the unique symbolism of the Chaos Primogenitor before fulfilling the agreement? After all, you haven't yet reclaimed the uniqueness of the Mother and Moon pathways, nor achieved all your objectives. This means that the current event isn't over, it's merely reached halftime. There's no rule stating that a single event can't last 2 or 3 millennia. These words, exchanged via telepathic communication, were delivered in an instant. The Mother Goddess of Depravity's flawlessly beautiful head turned toward the high-dimensional Overseer and the Goddess of Fate, who was still 10 seconds away from leaving the spirit world. She casually healed Inextinguishable Ravings. These were the great old dominators who could rejoin the battle within 2 minutes. Next, the Mother Goddess of Depravity shifted her gaze to Origins of Disaster Lumion, Eternal Darkness Ammonizes, Celestial Master, and Celestial Thyrch's projection, and the newly awakened Golden Buddha. Finally, her eyes landed on the face of Lord of Mysteries Klein, scrutinizing him for a moment. 3 more seconds before we continue fighting, Klein's consciousness transmitted. After assessing the situation and determining that the chances of victory were slim, the Mother Goddess of Depravity finally made her decision. Nodding lightly to Lord of Mysteries Klein, she said, "Okay." The weakened pillar wasted no further time. She once again transformed into a crimson moon and vanished into the astral world. Seeing their mother leave, the high-dimensional Overseer and Inextinguishable Ravings also abandoned the fight, retreating rapidly from the Star Dominion. On the planet at the edge of the universe, Franca and the others were astonished to see the outer deity's followers retreat like a receding tide, hurriedly leaving behind numerous corpses. Is it over? Unburdened by the sudden loss of pressure, they felt momentarily bewildered. Red Angel Medici sensed the information filtering through the spirit world. Turning around, he smiled and confirmed, "It's over." Hearing these words, the Star Leonard and the others visibly relaxed. It was as if the sun shone down on them, and a breeze carrying the scent of grass gently caressed their faces. Within the battlefield of the Great Old Ones, seeing Lord of Mysteries Klein return, Eternal Darkness Ammonizes tacitly shrouded the Star Dominion in deeper darkness, concealing all information to prevent any leaks. Klein gazed at the shrinking figure of the Celestial Master, the increasingly shadowy projections behind the Celestial Thyrch, and the Golden Buddha slowly reverting to the Buddhist Kingdom of Light. He sighed and said, "They could only temporarily exhibit power approaching that of the Great Old Ones. I tried to make temporary last longer, but it's still close to ending. More importantly, once the fighting becomes intense, the Mother Goddess of Depravity will realize that I'm as weak as she is." This was the cost of forcing both the Supernova Dominator and the Goddess of Fate out of the battle in the shortest time possible. Lumion immediately understood why Mr. Fool had opted to negotiate with the mother goddess of depravity despite having the upper hand. He had helped her avoid the constraints of the contract. Given the current situation, if the battle continued, Mr. Fool would be tied up holding off the mother goddess of depravity and unable to intervene elsewhere. The celestial master, celestial Thyrch's projection, and the key of light would soon exit the battle. Lumion and eternal darkness Ammonizes would then have to face both the high-dimensional overseer and the healed inextinguishable Ravings. Even as a team, they wouldn't be able to force either out of the fight within seconds. By then, the goddess of fate would return. So, you deceived the mother goddess of depravity to make her overlook your and the celestial master and company's states. Eternal darkness Ammonizes understood Klein's choice, but didn't grasp why the mother goddess of depravity had agreed. Lord of Mysteries Klein shook his head. She only overlooked my state and was fully aware of the celestial master and company's condition. She agreed mainly because she's in a weakened state and fears suffering another loss against me. Meanwhile, the celestial master and company's problems wouldn't directly translate into her ultimate victory. From her perspective, she knows we still have other measures. Hearing this, Eternal Darkness Ammonizes and Origins of Disaster Lumion both turned to the increasingly unstable projection of the celestial Thyrch. Indeed, there was still another way. That was to abandon the nation of disorder, letting the high-dimensional overseer take and Ra accommodate it. Then, they would unseal Genie from the magic wishing lamp, releasing him to return to the nation of disorder and engage the high-dimensional overseer in a battle of consciousness. In doing so, the high-dimensional overseer, no true ally of the other great old ones, would certainly withdraw from the battle and hide in the most secretive location, quietly contending with Genie. Lumion and Ammonizes would only need to deal with the goddess of fate and inextinguishable Ravings, with a good chance of forcing one of them out within 2 minutes. At that point, even if Supernova Dominator broke free from his seal, the situation would only return to a balanced state. The problem with this approach was the loss of the nation of disorder. They would later have to find the victorious high-dimensional overseer or Genie to negotiate terms, ensuring they wouldn't hinder Rozelle's resurrection. For Klein, Lumion, and the others, this was a last resort strategy. But the mother goddess of depravity, a born great old dominator, would see it as an inevitable move. Given the lack of hope for victory and the chance to avoid the contract's constraints, the weakened mother goddess naturally agreed to a temporary truce. Ammonizes cast her gaze toward the still slumbering Grisha atom. There's still one problem. Even in his slumber, it's no longer possible to stop the primordial god, Almighty's consciousness from gaining dominance. Klein and Grisha Atom had tacitly agreed on how to handle such a situation. With a solemn expression, he signaled Eternal Darkness Ammonizes to lift the slumber imposed on Grisha Atom. "I'll do it," Lumion volunteered. Klein glanced at him, then nodded saying, "Wait a moment." He then teleported all the participants back to the original Star Dominion. Standing amidst the vast emptiness of the infinite darkness, Klein's thoughts naturally drifted to the days he had wandered the continent as Merlin, restoring houses and cities one by one. He removed his silk half-top hat, placed it over his chest, and bowed slightly as he said, "My wishes for this Star Dominion to be restored to its state at the end of the previous epoch." Accompanied by his words, the materials left behind by the Supernova Dominator converged rapidly with the scenes from the fog of history. Boom! Dense matter ignited, becoming a blazing star, becoming a sun. Planets took shape one after another, and beneath Lumion and Ammonizes lay a green and blue orb of exceptional beauty. Next, Klein made another wish. "My wishes for Earth to be restored to its state before the descent of the mother goddess of depravity." One by one, buildings rose swiftly from the ground of the beautiful blue planet. Cities like Backland, Trier, and Shanghai were rapidly rebuilt. Farmland was reclaimed, and the oceans brimmed with life once more. Having completed this task, Lord of Mysteries Klein teleported the protection zones and angels from the planet at the edge of the universe back to their original locations, lifting the barrier and restoring all beings to their rightful places. Across the land, the sounds of human voices erupted in joyous celebration. Chapter 1177, God Loves the World. After gazing at the revitalized blue planet for 2 seconds, Klein turned slightly to Ammonizes and said, "I'm ready." Eternal darkness Ammonizes turned toward the slumbering Grisha atom and lifted the influence of the darkness symbolism. A change occurred instantly. The naturally spreading chaos sea fully contracted, leaving only the massive cross and Grisha atom nailed upon it. Grisha atom wore a simple white robe, with rusted nails protruding from his limbs, stained with darkened blood. At this moment, the holy sun, the raging storm, the white tower of books, and the five-headed shadow had all vanished, as if withdrawn into Grisha atom's body. Grisha atom's face, covered with a faint golden beard, slowly opened his golden, baby-clear eyes. He saw Lumion with 3 heads, 3 torsos, and 6 arms, and noticed the sword of destruction held by Lumion's central body. Lumion stared at Grisha atom and the cross for a few seconds, his expression indifferent and his voice low. "Go and fight for your next chance." With that, he raised the massive black flame greatsword that bound madness and chaos. Grisha atom shifted his gaze downward. He saw the green-blue planet below, the eastern, northern, southern, and western continents, the 5 oceans, the bustling cities, the peaceful villages, and the people still laughing, crying, and busy. Retracting his gaze, he looked back at Lumion with a warm smile on his face. Lumion said nothing more and brought down the giant sword, burning with black flames and symbolizing destruction and chaos. At that moment, Lord of Mysteries Klein and Eternal Darkness Ammonizes each bowed respectfully to Grisha atom in their own ways. Boom! The massive cross shattered into pieces, and Grisha atom's body instantly disintegrated and collapsed. He made no defense or resistance, nor did he give the primordial god Almighty any opportunity. His crumbling body completely disintegrated, turning into beams of light that flew toward the blue planet. This included the miniature sun, the storm wreathed in lightning, the dense shadow, the illusory white tower of books, and the grayish-white object resembling a fusion of brain and mind. They created a dazzling and dreamlike meteor shower over the planet, displaying a myriad of colors. This spectacle drew many humans to stop and admire it. Some were excited, some were awestruck by the beauty, and others hurriedly made wishes, praying for their realization. God loves the world. In the boundless cosmos, Klein, accompanied by Lumion and Ammonizes, entered the spirit world and found the astral crystal sealing the supernova dominator. No spirit world creatures lingered nearby, instinctively avoiding the soon-to-explode object. Amid the dense, layered colors, the 3 great existences simultaneously sensed that the goddess of fate had exited the spirit world and returned to her divine kingdom. Lumion glanced at the astral crystal and suggested, "Shall we unseal him now? One of us controls him and the other attacks. Let's try to finish him off quickly." The confidence to kill a great old dominator in a short time was unique to powerful existences of destruction like Origins of Disaster, Eternal Darkness, and the Monarch of Decay. Lord of Mysteries Klein shook his head. "No, Supernova Dominator leans toward reality. Even you 2 can't kill him in one strike if he resists. His counterattack would break the spirit world's seal from within, giving the Mother Goddess of Depravity a chance to interfere. She won't let us reduce our enemies now. That would hinder her actions once she recovers from her weakness. Indeed, the sealed spirit world could block the Mother Goddess of Depravity from entering, but not if a great old dominator inside cooperated to break the seal. This was why the Goddess of Fate could leave the spirit world through the River of Fate, but could not use it to enter. If the Mother Goddess of Depravity descended again, the high-dimensional Overseer, the Goddess of Fate, and the healed Inextinguishable Ravings would certainly follow. Alongside the still unkilled Supernova Dominator, the situation would become dire. Klein continued, "My ceasefire agreement with the Mother Goddess of Depravity holds no binding force. She's probably waiting for the Supernova Dominator to break the seal. But just because we can't fully seal him or kill him in time doesn't mean we can't do something else." Upon hearing this, Eternal Darkness Ammonizes swiftly cloaked the area in concealment. Lord of Mysteries Klein nodded to her and smiled. Let's not let the mother goddess of depravity know exactly what we did in those 2 seconds, after the seal is lifted. Then he turned to Lumion. As the seal breaks, I'll cast the foolishness symbolism on Supernova Dominator and maintain it with full force. While he's foolish, you will hypnotize him and implant a virtual persona to make him our friend who will help us when it matters most. This virtual persona should seem normal but must follow the logic that the mother goddess of depravity and other great old dominators intend to harm him. He must avoid and have no contact with them. This way, the mother goddess will only know I meddled with him but won't figure out how. This won't threaten his life or cause his fall, so he won't instinctively resist under deep foolishness. Later, we'll discreetly visit him from time to maintain his foolish state and keep the virtual persona effective. Lumion thought it over and found this plan feasible, especially to counter the mother goddess of depravity's possibility of turning hostile soon. The monarch of decay and the circle of inevitability wouldn't return to this unfinished matter, ruling them out. The mother tree of desire would need a long time to fully reaccommodate the tenebrous world. Due to the fusion and influence of various Tao integrators, the tenebrous world had developed a new consciousness and spirit. Although both it and the integrators fused within it had been destroyed by their self-curses, its spirit remained indestructible, chaotic, and extreme. Moreover, the mother tree of desire was still in a severely wounded state, requiring at least decades, if not longer, to fully accommodate the tenebrous world and completely recover. Thus, she was unlikely to be a factor in the near term. Similarly, the severely injured uncertain mist would also need decades to recover. More importantly, to avoid detection and becoming prey to other great old dominators, he had completely hidden himself. Even the mother goddess of depravity couldn't locate him to offer healing. This made it impossible for him to recover and participate in any battles soon. The mother tree of desire had also gone into hiding to recover and accommodate in secrecy, preventing interference or being hunted, further ruling out any possibility of healing. Primordial hunger was in a similar state, but driven by instinct, he might still attempt to participate in battle despite his severe injuries, seeking healing afterward. In other words, if the mother goddess of depravity turned hostile again and descended soon, the only great old dominators capable of fighting would be the high-dimensional overseer, the goddess of fate, and inextinguishable Ravings. The participation of primordial hunger remained uncertain. If Supernova Dominator stood with the Lord of Mysteries, the origins of disaster, and eternal darkness, even if Earth's side couldn't win outright, it wouldn't lose either. If primordial hunger joined as well, the nation of disorder, knowledge more, and the key of light, having had time to recover, could once again display power close to that of the great old ones. Lumion glanced again at the astral crystal and found it somewhat amusing, as if seeing another genie one who wasn't sealed, but was still equally powerless to act freely. All right, he replied to Lord of Mysteries Klein. After confirming that eternal darkness ammonizes was ready, Klein conjured a door glowing with a bluish-black hue on himself. Then, he withdrew the door's projection from the astral crystal. The abomination Beyonder characteristic had just been pushed to its limit when Klein's coat flared, and the bluish-black door radiated brilliantly. Foolishness symbolism. Supernova Dominator, poised to make the surrounding stars explode and destroy everything nearby, suddenly halted, blankly and dazedly surveying the surroundings. This time, Klein didn't stop after casting the foolishness symbolism, but maintained and deepened it. Outside the spirit world, crimson moonlight flared again, but without internal cooperation, it couldn't break through the seal immediately. Seizing the opportunity, Lumion turned the face of the chaotic vortex toward Supernova Dominator. On the surface of this face, an eye-like hole appeared first, borrowing the omniscient eye ability to quickly analyze Supernova Dominator's daily behavior. Based on this, Lumion wove an appropriate virtual persona. After the primordial god Almighty was killed, he hadn't tried to resurrect within Lumion, as adding anything else to Lumion's body would render even the most powerful and genuine angel of redemption unable to redeem the situation. Within just 2 or 3 seconds, A hazy, illusory glow flickered simultaneously across supernova dominator's stars, and then swiftly receded. Seeing this, Klein withdrew Sephra Castle back into his body, and stored away the newly reformed abomination, Beyonder characteristic. Supernova Dominator looked at them and let out a low hum. Well done. Lumion chuckled and spread his 6 arms. Praise be to you, ruler of stars. Supernova Dominator exuded satisfaction and joy, avoided the mother goddess of depravity's gaze, and left the spirit world. Watching his starry figure depart, Eternal Darkness Ammonizes suddenly asked, "There won't be a crisis for decades, but what about after that?" By then, the mother tree of desire, uncertain mist, and primordial hunger would have fully recovered. Lord of Mysteries Klein pondered and replied, "Decades later, the consciousnesses within the nation of disorder should have fully merged and unified, possibly birthing a new great old dominator. If not, we must find a way to resurrect Royale ahead of time, though that's difficult and would only give us limited extra time." In the knowledge more, Stiano's attempt to obtain the Celestial Master's bloodline isn't easy. If he only integrates a small portion, like Lumion's Umbella bloodline, it's simple but only effective against unintelligent, instinct-driven beings, or when reinforcing symbolism. Past Celestial Masters within the knowledge more still retain fragments of consciousness and spirit. The best strategy now is to have the current Celestial Master consume potions, advancing from Mystery Prior to Hermit as quickly as possible. We should pursue both paths. Whichever progresses faster, the other should step aside. We must ensure their survival, even if they themselves may wish to defer to the other. The key of light remains unpredictable. When and who among them will ascend to a great old dominator depends on luck and opportunity. Regarding the Chaos Sea, after this near resurrection, the primordial God Almighty's consciousness has significantly strengthened. Without hundreds or thousands of years to wear it down, none of those 5 paths are suitable for birthing a corresponding sequence 0, much like how in the 4th epoch, the kings of angels of the Fool, Door, and Error pathways couldn't ascend. At this point, Klein glanced at Lumion. In your dreams, you, Auror, and Jenna have the time and opportunity to strengthen yourselves. I hope you find ways to achieve a better and more stable balance, aiming to significantly increase your daily active hours. I will also fulfill my promise to give you a second form you can switch to. If necessary, I can even trigger your body's reset earlier. Lumion, Auror, and Jenna exchanged slightly complex smiles and nodded. Klein turned to Eternal Darkness Ammonizes. Barring any surprises, in a few decades, we will have 5 great old dominators, plus Supernova Dominator, totaling 6. Meanwhile, the Mother Goddess of Depravity's side will have at most 7. This referred to the Mother Goddess of Depravity. Mother Tree of Desire, High-Dimensional Overseer, Inextinguishable Ravings, Primordial Hunger, the Goddess of Fate, and the Uncertain Mist. Klein then smiled. Without the Uncertain Mist, they would be disunited, each fighting for themselves. We could easily drive them back or even severely teach them a lesson. Right, I will fulfill my promise to return the magic wishing lamp to the universe, using it to lure out the hiding Uncertain Mist and secretly influence him. Eternal Darkness Ammonizes nodded slightly. It seems the apocalypse has passed, and the past despairing situation won't return. Lord of Mysteries Klein gazed at the dense, layered colors and the boundless cosmos beyond the spirit world, adding calmly and warmly, "But that's only if we all remain in good condition." Lumion followed his gaze beyond the spirit world, Klein's words echoing in his mind. "Only if we all remain in good condition." This phrase reverberated through the deep, boundless spirit world, where direction held no meaning. Chapter 1178, The Meaning of Guardianship. Lone Kingdom, Backland, St. Leonard's Cathedral. The Star Leonard glanced at Antigonus beside him and cautiously asked, "Are you sure we don't need to weave and implant her original memories back into her?" Antigonus, with half-gray hair but a youthful face, shook his head without saying a word. A few seconds later, a figure appeared at the cathedral entrance. It was a woman, wearing a hooded classical robe, with long black hair draped over her shoulders. She had a delicate face but a dazed expression, like a lost child. Antigonus quickly approached her. The woman still looked confused upon seeing him, unsure of who he was. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, she suddenly felt at ease, no longer afraid, and instinctively felt this person was trustworthy. Standing before her, Antigonus spoke with both joy and concern. "Let's go." The beautiful woman did not hesitate and softly nodded. "Okay." Antigonus immediately relaxed and turned around with a smile, guiding her forward. They walked side by side across the square, sending flocks of white doves flying into the sky. Leonard watched them disappear before turning back toward the cathedral. As he approached the entrance, he saw several nighthawks wearing red gloves hurrying out. "What happened?" Leonard asked habitually. The red gloves glanced at him, respectfully tapped the star symbol on their chests, and the leader quickly replied, "A Beyonder seems to be losing control. We need to handle it." Leonard gave a slight nod, not delaying them, and proceeded down the stairs into the underground area. He entered his room, sat on the armchair, casually picked up a newspaper, and began reading. Angel of Time, Pallas Zarost followed behind the magician fours, passing through a grand door forged by brilliant starlight. Above, 2 suns seemed to hang in the sky, and silver-black spaceships either landed back at the spaceport or soared into the vast cosmos on missions. This is planet Lorbeth, home to an advanced civilization that worships the stars. Don't be surprised when you see them. They may look like lizards, but they're friendly. They won't find our presence odd either. This is a hub for several nearby star dominions, Fors explained to the tour group. Judgment Zio, the hermit Catlia, Temperance Sharon, and Hela from the Church of Evernight all listened attentively. Angel of the Holy Spirit Rionette asked earnestly, "Can we just call them lizards?" "No," the magician Fors immediately shook her head. "Best not to even think it. They communicate telepathically. Of course, at your level, you don't have to worry about them hearing anything they shouldn't. They won't recklessly probe your thoughts. They've suffered for that before, nearly leading to their civilization's destruction." Hearing telepathic communication, Franca glanced around and asked, "Madam Justice didn't come this time?" Judgment Zio answered for the magician Fors, "Madam Justice has been busy guiding the parliament to pass bills limiting royal power, protecting workers' rights, and expanding suffrage. She said radical change leads to problems, so it must be done step by step." "I see," Franca relaxed, but the magician Fors then specifically reminded the sun Derek, "Don't spread Mr. Fool's faith on this planet. Control yourself." "Okay," the sun Derek nodded sincerely. Beside him, the hanged man Alger pulled a mirror from his traveler's bag. In it, flickering prayer lights of the sea god church clergy, key followers, and ship Beyonders appeared. "This really works," Alger thanked the Empress Franca. This way, he wouldn't have to worry about his trip, delaying crucial matters for the Sea God Church and the Blue Avenger. "Of course it does," Franca smiled, pointing at Or. That mirror was provided by the ruler of the mirror world. Such mirrors always came in pairs. One remained on Earth, infused with the user's aura for a quick response, while the other relayed prayers via the mirror world. All of this lay within the ruler of the mirror world's domain. This solved the problem of angels responding to prayers across star dominions without troubling Mr. Fool into being part of the relay. Auror, with thick black hair and stunning beauty, curiously observed the massive steel fortress floating above a structure nearly the size of a city. Suddenly, Franca chuckled softly. "I just thought of a classic joke." "What is it?" Auror asked casually. Franca replied seriously, "If our tour group were painted, the artwork could have a name." While others looked puzzled, Auror faintly guessed the punchline and smiled ahead of time. Franca cleared her throat and said the painting would be called Mr. Moon Being a Homebody. Inti's Republic Trier. Returning from her travels, Franca put on a cap and stepped outside. Passing a nearby school, she saw Anthony waiting for Ludwig to finish class while he remained vigilant. She didn't disturb him. Soon, she arrived at a cathedral that was established in the past few weeks. St. Audrey Cathedral, under the Church of the Fool. Upon entering, Franca saw a large golden retriever in spotless white robes, weaving among the believers, chatting, praying, and exchanging greetings harmoniously. The believers found nothing strange about the dog speaking human language and respectfully addressed it as Your Grace. Franca didn't correct them and casually sat down, smiling at the scene. She had avoided visiting the St. Franca Cathedral under the ruler of Calamity Church, and came here just to enjoy this heartwarming sight. After watching for a while, Franca was about to leave when she noticed someone she knew, though that person didn't know her. It was a woman with black hair and brown eyes, delicate features, and wearing dark pants and a skirt. Melissa Morty. Why are you in Trier? Franca casually sat beside Melissa. Melissa turned to look at her, momentarily stunned by her beauty. She quickly composed herself and asked, Who might you be? I'm Franca Roland, not sure if you've heard of me. Franca tried to make her smile friendlier. Though in her heart she added, But I know your brother, Klein Morty. Fellow countryman. Roommate. Melissa paused. I've heard of you. Drop the formalities. Franca waved it off. So, why are you here in Trier? Melissa considered her words. I was sent to study at a research institute under the god of steam and machinery church. Oh, I see. Franca chuckled. If you've heard of me, that means you're a Beyonder now, right? She had long been aware of this matter. She was raising the question mainly to find a topic to talk about. Melissa nodded slightly. Yes, I'm a Sequence 5 astronomer of the Savant pathway. Finished digesting the potion, got the ingredients for advancing to a demigod? Franca asked, just as she once cared for Lumion, the brother of a fellow countryman. I've finished digesting. I should get the ingredients after this study ends, but I'm hesitant about the ritual. Melissa had been troubled by this matter for some time. She couldn't hide her thoughts in front of Franca, who was so beautiful that she couldn't help but let her guard down. The advancement ritual to alchemist required drawing all life force from an area, turning soil barren and lakes dry. Franca smiled brightly. That's no big deal. Rituals always have alternatives like choosing an uninhabited planet, or you could cultivate the Tao first. Once you succeed, the Celestial Master could grant you a corresponding talisman, allowing you to adapt to the corresponding power ahead of time. When you later consume the potion, the ritual's requirements would drastically reduce. Melissa listened carefully at first, but grew confused. Talisman. Celestial Master, who's that? Seeing her confusion, Franca smiled. Let's find a cafe for a chit-chat. I'll explain everything in detail. Okay. Driven by curiosity for knowledge, Melissa stood up. As they walked out of St. Audrey's Cathedral, Franca casually asked, Have Benson and the others come into contact with mysticism and also become Beyonders? Yeah, Melissa nodded slightly. Good for them, Franca sighed. Though the mysticism world is dangerous, as long as you don't advance too high, it's fine. Plus, higher sequences mean longer life and ways to extend it. Definitely a good thing. Hearing Franca, Melissa reflected on her journey, her love for machinery, leading her to believing in the god of steam and machinery, and making contact with Beyonder powers. After becoming a Beyonder, then interacting with the Church of the Evernight goddesses Nighthawks and her brother Klein's colleagues like Leonard Mitchell, she slowly uncovered the truth of that particular event. Later on, she learned more and more. As her thoughts raced, Melissa recalled Mr. Leonard's words to her a few days ago. He's not in good shape lately. You can only reach him through rituals. In a few years, he should walk the earth again. A few years, Melissa gazed at the golden sunlit streets ahead, a faint smile appearing on her face. Chapter 1179, Dreams. When you need to advance to Sequence 3, you can come to me. Franca stood at the street corner, took out the face of the arcane from her traveler's bag, and showed it briefly. Melissa smiled and nodded, waving goodbye to this enthusiastic older sister before heading towards the research institute under the god of steam and machinery church. After chatting leisurely for over an hour at the cafe, Franca had accompanied her all the way here. Only when Melissa's figure disappeared at the building's entrance did Franca turn around, strolling leisurely under the shadows of Inti's parasol trees, blending into the lively streets. Along the way, she saw the Trier citizens who, as always, loved to stand out. She also spotted Taoists and monks traveling from the northern continent and many young people from the western continent here on studying abroad exchanges. Some maintained their original clothing styles, while others adapted to local customs. Franca also noticed many newly built cathedrals, belonging respectively to the Church of the Fool, Eternal Darkness Church, and the Ruler of Calamity Church, the three mainstream faiths in the world today. The Eternal Darkness Church had evolved from the merger of the Evernight Goddess Church with the churches of the God of Combat and the Death. The Ruler of Calamity Church originated from the Sick Church and the Demoness sect. Among the remaining Orthodox churches, only the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery maintained its former influence. The churches of the Eternal Blazing Sun, Lord of Storms, Earth Mother, and the God of Knowledge and Wisdom still existed, but had become secondary choices with limited influence. Many Trier citizens even followed trends, engaging in Taoist practices or Zen meditation. As her thoughts drifted, Franca cast her gaze towards the distant Eternal Blazing Sun Cathedral. Even across a sizable square, the stained glass windows of the cathedral vividly projected the interior scene into Franca's eyes. At the altar stood a golden embedded cross, and before it, a figure knelt quietly in prayer. The figure had long silver hair and wore a simple linen robe. It was none other than Angel of Fate Ouroboros. He had returned from the Western continent, merging the Aurora Order with the Eternal Blazing Sun Church, turning the Aurora Order into the shadow under the sun's rays, handling tasks inconvenient for clergy, and executing acts of punishment. Franca sighed with mixed feelings and withdrew her gaze. Naturally, she thought of another king of angels in the domain of fate, Will Ossipton, who had also returned to Backland. Even if he might attain greatness in the future, he still has to listen to Mom now, studying hard and improving every day, Franca muttered, purposely making a detour to Quartier de l'Observatoire. At the entrance of an apartment, she saw Jenna's brother, Julian, and Ms. Bella, formerly of the Moses Ascetic Order. Julian appeared confident and ambitious, while Bella looked calm, free of past worries. They had married and chosen to settle in Suhit. This time, they returned to Trier specifically for the wedding, with Jenna attending in person to offer her congratulations. After ensuring Julian and Bella boarded a carriage to the steam locomotive station, Franca breathed a sigh of relief and continued her aimless wandering, sometimes in the streets and sometimes within the mirrors. After some time, she returned to the market district, where she saw Rue Anarchy and Auberge du Coq d'Oreille. Smiling, Franca entered and skillfully made her way to the basement bar, ordering a glass of absinthe with a dreamy green hue. Wearing her cap, she took a sip and shook her head in distaste. This drink never tasted good. The landlord of Auberge du Coq d'Oreille changed again. She casually asked the bar owner, Pavard Neeson. Without looking up, the ponytailed Pavard Neal replied, "Yeah, I heard some tycoon bought up the entire street's properties. But he promised not to change Auberge du Coq d'Oreille, just maybe renovate it." "What's his name?" Franca curiously asked without performing any divination. Pavard Neeson thought for a moment. "His name is Danitz, I think." Danitz, Mr. Fool's Oracle, already a Sequence 4 iron-blooded knight, and he's still interested in buying property, and he happened to purchase a building once occupied by the highest existence of the Red Priest pathway. Isn't this another example of the law of Beyonder characteristics convergence? Franca's spiritual intuition quickly confirmed it, and she found it somewhat amusing. Suddenly, a commotion sounded behind her. Turning slightly, she saw a young man in a white shirt and open black vest, holding a beer and leaping onto a small round table, cheerfully addressing the crowd. "Ladies and gentlemen, I'm back. Though I stayed in Suhit, got another promotion and raise, and became a true middle-class, civilized man, my return to Trier only raised my rank by 1, but still, I'm back. Don't you want to know why? Because this is the Trier that we both hate and love. Cheers." By the afternoon, Franca returned to the villa where she lived. It was time for the monthly Tarot Club's Divine Council. Soon, her figure appeared above the gray fog, seated beside Madame Temperance Sharon. She held the Empress card. Madame Justice, Mr. Hanged Man, Madame Magician, Mr. Sun, Madame Judgment, Mr. Star, Ma'am Hermit, and Mr. Moon were all present. Lord of Mysteries Klein sat at the head shrouded in gray fog, with slimy tentacles briefly flickering in the fog behind him. Madame Justice stood first, curtsying politely. Good afternoon, Mr. Fool. The formal members of the Tarot Club were still most comfortable addressing him this way. After the greetings, the magician force sat down and awkwardly glanced at the end of the long bronze table. Mr. Fool, there isn't much to report this month. We've mainly been on interstellar travels. Lord of Mysteries Klein leaned back in his chair, chuckled softly, and said calmly, "Then tell me about your travels." He added, in detail. Madam Magician Force carefully said, "This time, we went to planet Lorbeth, where we even encountered the god of steam and machinery." He was quite interested in the local knowledge and technology. Seeing Mr. Fool listening intently, the Magician Force relaxed and spoke more thoroughly. With additional details from Mr. Hanged Man Alger, the Empress Franca, and others, the vivid retelling of the trip made Justice Audrey and the Star Leonard, who missed it, feel as though they had been there, and regret it even more. Klein quietly listened with a faint smile, never interrupting. After the tarot gathering ended and she returned to reality, Franca walked towards the full-length mirror in the master bedroom. Relaxed, she stepped through the mirror, plunging into a strange sensation of rapid descent, arriving on a desolate, lifeless planet. A thin fog emerged before her. She walked into it. What met her eyes was an ancient city. There were skyscrapers, speeding cars, airplanes piercing through clouds, and pedestrians holding cell phones. Suddenly, two blinding headlights flashed towards her, nearly blinding her. A rideshare car stopped in front of her. Franca opened the door and sat in the back seat, complaining to the driver with a monocle on his right eye, "Can't you turn off the high beams?" The driver pointed to the golden sun ornament on the dashboard and smiled. "Ever since I stole it, I can't turn them off." Franca said nothing more, admiring the city streets of the past pass by while in the car. There were many buildings from Trier. Eventually, her spiritual intuition drew her gaze to the screen inside the car. A beautiful yet pure-looking woman on the screen excitedly announced, "Citizens, I am your mayor, Cheek. My next plan is to eliminate traffic lights and crosswalks." Before she finished, the screen distorted with harsh static. When the picture returned, Mayor Cheek solemnly said, "Ha, that was a joke. Now, on to the main topic." Franca clicked her tongue, turning back to the window. Outside stood a Trier-style cathedral, bustling with people. Through the window and mirror, Franca saw a man at the altar, blood-red hair, blood-stained black robe, handsome and masculine but not sharp. It was Alice de Tudor. He was the priest of this cathedral. The vehicle continued forward, and soon arrived at a vast square. In the middle of the square stood a peculiar statue. It resembled a vortex, yet its color was indescribable, as if it encompassed all possibilities. The vehicle kept driving until it reached the edge of the city. There, a village appeared with lush green pastures and a gently flowing stream. Franca got out of the car and casually waved at a girl herding geese by the river and the young man beside her, serving as a greeting. Like returning home, she naturally followed the country road into the village. In the distance, she saw a towering earthen pillar several dozen meters high. At its peak sat a figure with 3 heads and 6 arms, quietly enduring the wind and rain, basking in the sun and storms. Franca headed straight to All Tavern and, unsurprisingly, found Lumion sitting at the bar in his white shirt and black vest. A glass of La Fée Verte sat by his hand, while Jenna, dressed in a light, flowing dress, passionately sang lively songs for the farmers and their wives in the middle of the tavern. A smile spread across Franca's face as she watched Jenna perform. She strolled to the bar and sat beside Lumion. "1 glass of Kirsch." She snapped her fingers at the bartender, then turned to Lumion and asked, "Where's Aurore?" Lumion, with his blood-red hair, chuckled and said, "At home, writing travel notes." Franca let out an "oh" and happily said to Lumion, "I'm planning to stay in the Western continent for a while soon. Aurore already agreed to come along. Want to join us?" "Sure," Lumion turned slightly, smiling as he gestured toward the center of the tavern. "You can ask Jenna yourself if she wants to go." Franca followed his gaze just in time to see Jenna finishing the last few lines of her song. With a bright smile, Jenna extended an inviting hand toward both Franca and Lumion. Her cheerful singing echoed throughout the entire tavern. As long as Trier endures, mirth and glee will never falter. The end. You've reached the end of the book.